We are live. Come one, come all, nothing but love, nothing but respect. You know what we do, what we don't, what we is, what we isn't, and what we is here today, bringing you guys and girls the much waited and put off and procrastinated One Piece top 50 list. Right, we're doing this in the break week for chapter 1076 to 1077. I'll stop display now. I got with me today. Here we go. I got with me today eggs for brekkie. Daniel, say hello.
Hello.
I got with me the much mysterious and illustrious Kuma, the straw man. Say hello.
Hi.
And I've got with me the ever bright Glitter, or currently known on Discord as Porcus D Glitter. Say hello.
Hello.
And obviously, I'm New World Supernova. Right. We're gonna get straight into this.
That's where I know you from.
Yeah, that's where. All right. Are we all excited? Are we all keen? Is everyone's list actually done? Is a good question.
Yeah, I spent the last maybe 30 minutes trying to redo my last 20
Ooh,
to the
lovely.
point where I thought I might have had a stroke
Yeah,
because all of
I'm
the
with you on
letters meant nothing. Like I was looking at them, I'm like, you know when you hear a word multiple times or you see it written down, you're like, that just looks weird.
Yeah.
That's what after looking at this list, I feel.
Oh,
that. Did anyone go, oh yeah, that person's definitely better than that person? And then they looked up like 10 spots a list and goes, oh, but he's better than that person too.
Yeah.
I wrote my list out.
Take a trip to Reddit.
I wrote my list out a good 1 or 2 months ago, and I've been procrastinating because I've had the list there, and I've been looking at it every now and then, and I've been going, something's wrong on it, and I don't know what it is. Last night, I rearranged 5 people's positions on it, and I kicked 2 people off the list. And I looked at it, and I went, with a big sigh, and I was like, my number 50, at this point in time, they should be really impressive, but at the same point in time, I think there are so many people at the moment that could potentially contest for their spot. So it is exciting. It is today's going to be a lot of shit talking and a lot of power scaling though. I can feel it. I can feel it in my
If you
bones.
thought there was something wrong with your lift, you could have just asked me. I would have told you. It's Kizaru's placement.
Right, it's too low. I need to lift him up a few spots actually. Right? He's too low. It's clear. You're right. You made me see the light. He's higher up. That makes perfect sense. As
I was telling New World and Kuma, if you want to talk about prep or a ruthless kind of maybe ill placement of a list, Garp and Sengoku are no longer in my top 10. So
See, the laughing from everyone there is like, shit, they were in your guys' top 10?
Hey, they're not in my top 10 actually.
Yeah, there we
okay,
go.
Cool. I feel less.
Alright.
And I feel like I feel higher than normal.
Alright. So, let's cut the fat. First things first, I'm guessing Eggs doesn't have this spot, which is completely fine. I said this when we were doing the rules for the list. We'll go over the rules, actually. That'll make a lot of sense. So the rules for the list are groups like the Gorosei and the Seraphim don't technically make it as separate individuals on the list. Well, you can include them on the list, you don't have to, but you've got a spot off to the right. So everyone's got a their top 50 list, and there's little spots off to the right for people that you didn't include on the list that you turn around and go, look, if I was going to include this person, this is roughly where I think they are. So it's like a speculatory placing for the list for people. We didn't include Im because I feel like everyone would be just forced to have Im as number 1, and that does not make it as exciting as the lists could be. Same with the Gorosei, just because everything's really speculative with them. People put them all over the place, so we've got the potential to have them as a group and just have them as like a mention off to the side. Same with the Seraphim. And I didn't specify this, but I've got at the bottom here honorable mentions for if there's anyone that didn't make the cut for your top 50, if anyone wants to include them down at the bottom now and just be like, look, I thought about this person, but they just didn't have it to make it into the top 50. For example, I'll give my 2 honorable mentions right now. I was procrastinating for a while with these 2, and the worst thing is, even now in my honorable mention for them, I still think there's a shit ton of people that could beat them up, but I just the way I'm looking at them, the way I'm sort of observing them and looking at them at the moment. I've got Judge of Innsmoke, and I've got Perisparrow. The reason why I had them as a thought, like a genuine mention for him. I know this might sound sort of counterproductive here, but on reflection a little bit, it's hard to say whether or not Judge is actually weaker than any of his children at this point. You know what I mean? I know that they definitely have the potential to far outseed their father with all the modifications and stuff like that. Obviously, we don't really get a good parallel because they're forced to follow his orders, so we don't 100% know in all circumstances how they would go from a free will standpoint in developing, right? But just based on Judge fought Snack and cleanly got away. So he's around that fourth commander sort of range there. But also he seemingly sort of got out of there pretty easily. And the fact that Judge has got all this technology and science and stuff like that, there's no reason why he can't incorporate any of those things specifically that his children have into his own fighting ability given prep time. He's kind of like a discount version of Batman, right? As for Perisparrow as well, yeah, he is. He's discount. He's discount Batman, right? Just with a bigger chin, bigger cleft chin.
Sheen Batman.
He's the Sheen Batman. He's Batman, but instead of the Dark Knight, he's the Golden Knight that won't shut up about how great he is. He's Booster Gold. We've also got Perisparrow there. The reason why I was thinking so hard about Perisparrow is Perisparrow is one of those characters that far exceeded my expectations for him, if that makes sense. I never really expected anything of him in the series. And the more we've gotten with him, the more enjoyable he's been. He's shown that he can be very... He may not have as much skill as other people, but he's a lot craftier than a lot of people, right? He was betrayed in Wano to be, like, arguably palatable to Jack. He was shown when the Minks weren't in Sulong to actually just dominate them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention against the likes of Pedro, he was able to have that point blank thought processes and decision making to be able to create a protective wall. Even though he lost his arm, he's got the maneuverability to craft his own limbs, do high tier craft structures. Although his devil fruit itself is weak to things like fire, he's just shown a lot of interesting abilities and aspects and stuff like that. So him and Judge were just sitting at the bottom of my list at the moment, where I was trying to tee up other people. For example, there could be some vice admirals that could probably beat them, but we haven't had showcasings from the people like that yet. You know what I mean? Momonga sort of comes to mind, but we've gotten to see pretty much all Judge and Perisparrow were capable of, and they weren't unimpressive. It's just they weren't impressive enough to really make the cutting room floor here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for me, out of all the characters, Perisparrow, I would say, is one of the most fairly portrayed minor characters.
Yeah,
in a sense.
He
was a character that Oda really handled well.
Yeah, I like I said, I didn't expect anything from him, which made everything that he did such a treat, if that makes sense.
And then you look at Smoothie.
Smooth thick, you mean? Alright, Eggs, do you have any honourable mentions that you want to include on the list at all?
My honourable mentions are Ichiji and Reiju.
Ooh. So we're in the same sort of thought process there, I guess.
Yeah, I just think that Ichiji and Reiju at least are a little bit better than Judge, just because they have, they were trained from birth basically, and they have all of the different technological advancements straight up put into their body. I feel if you manage to get Judge's spear out of his hands or whatever, if you manage to sort of disarm him, he loses some of his strength, whereas their abilities are sort of innate, and then their combat is been drilled into them since they were little kids, and they've fought in multiple wars, etc. I think Judge is probably stronger than Yonji, just because Yonji doesn't really have the innate abilities. He just has the tech, but Judge does as well. Probably better tech. But yeah,
I see where you're coming from 100% there, and like I was saying before, it's with my positioning for Judge there, where it's I know Ichiji and Reiju will surpass him. I just don't know 100% if they've surpassed him yet or not, because Judge sort of has a little bit of... He's got a little bit of aged experience here, and although that doesn't seem like it really ever plays a factor into One Piece when you got a 19-year-old beating the shit out of people in their 60s, but the Straw Hats are always a bit of an exception in that regard. You know what I mean?
No one ever mentions that, by the way. No one in the One Piece verse ever looks at Luffy and goes, "You're fucking 19. How are you so strong?"
Yeah, dude, 100%. But I can see where we both are coming from here in the alignment of going like, look, the Vinsmokes, they've got their they've got their altercations, they've got their augmentations and that. They're all really impressive. It's just they're kind of like shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they just don't cut it.
Yeah.
And I think as well, like seeing it's weird because seeing Sanji get the power up of having their abilities, in one sense, it should make me more hype on them because when he got that power up, he was so much stronger, and even just like his tankiness and his healing factor was like suddenly like Queen, just like couldn't hurt him.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason after that fight, I was just like,
The reason I view it,
I don't really have much clout to the Ichiji in that.
The reason why I view it that way is because Ichiji and Reiju may have been stronger than Sanji potentially, right? With their augmentations when he didn't have them. But his base was built up so much more so that when he got the augmentations, it skyrocketed. It's sort of the problem about like natural talent versus hard work. Is someone that has natural talent doesn't put the hard work in, are they going to reach their heights? Whereas if someone puts in the hard work and then gets natural talent later on, does it? You know what I mean? That's the way I kind of view it, because it's like, look, just being point blank, the Vinsmokes were impressive. They were putting the hurts on the likes of Smoothie, Perispero, and Oven and Daifuku. But in the next vein, they were also getting overpowered by them. So it was like it was very clearly a back and forth with them. Yeah. But what I would say in their favor is their elements are really impressive, really damaging. For example, Ichiji having light-based attacks and Reiju having poison is very underrated. Right? The poison aspect of Reiju.
Right? Like someone like Perispero or Smoothie or whatever, they would be like division commanders, right? Like even though Perispero and Daifuku and Oven aren't, they would be like 5th, 6th, 7th division commanders on like a crew, which means they're some of the strongest captains in all of the New World. And the Germa 66 basically has like 5 people that are like that strong, 5 captains.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine like the Straw Hats going up against 5 Luffys. It's going to be disastrous.
Yeah.
So like realistically, they are a massive force in the New World. Like they are strong as hell. As
honestly,
a unit. Just that individually they're not like Yonkos,
I think back at how the world would be sometimes in One Piece if Luffy didn't interfere, right? And if Big Mom had have like snatched and grabbed the Vinsmokes, she genuinely could be the strongest Yonko right now, in the sense that if she cloned herself and then stole her own soul, she would have an infinite power source of her own soul.
Yeah.
And we saw how much of a buff 1 year gives her. If she could stack 10, 20, 30, 100 years on herself and go into war, she's doing some serious damage to people. That being said, Glitter, do you have any honorable mentions that didn't make the cutting room floor?
I think I had Judge and then Ichiji. I was a little bit like eggs in that scenario. So I had Judge at 52, and then and then 53 Ichiji, kind of in that range. They just didn't clear the floor.
I'm just gonna say this now, Kuma. The pressure's on you, mate. If you don't have a Vinsmoke here, I'm gonna be curious.
Yeah. Kuma, before this stream, I really just want to like say my people and then just slide under the rain.
All right, Kuma.
I love how you made me the last on the list too.
I do. Okay. To be fair though, it's also it's a good thing.
Top 50, you get hazed. That's the rules.
It's
you don't make them.
It's a good and a bad thing, because you got to think of it like this, right? People's immediate knee-jerk reaction will happen if other people have like a more odd placing on the list before you, so you can slide in under that. All right, there's tactics to this. Kuma, though, what are your honorable mentions?
I actually had Oven and Daifuku.
Ooh, I love those picks.
Because, yeah, I mean, we've seen just how, like, nobody realizes how OP Oven's Devil Fruit actually was when he ended up boiling an entire ocean.
Dude, I love Oven so much. I've actually had so many arguments with Eggs for Brekkie about if you cut the top 3 commanders and Yonko off the cruise, Big Mum's, 6.
Yeah, Big Mum's top brass.
Yeah, like Big Mum's top brass, like what is it, like 5 through to 12 versus Kaido's 5 through to 12. I was looking at that and I'm like, dude, the Big Mum pirates were way more impressive in terms of skill. Outside of arguably ulti. I got a lot of love
for the record, this wasn't an argument. I hype Oven so much.
Yeah, fair point. Oven,
like you can't touch him. He's like a little Akine.
No, screw the not touching him thing. Are we forgetting that he can ignite things by looking at it? He doesn't need to touch it. Dude has Superman's heat vision. Daifuku causes so much trouble to the world. We need to.
You spelled over instead of oven.
Thank you for that. I've got my mic like in front of my keyboard, so I can't see while I'm typing. So I'm just going off natural feel, and obviously I'm a little bit all over the place with that because R is nowhere near N. All right, so cracking into the top 50. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Coming in at my number 50, at the absolute bottom of my list, I need to make a preface here that after 50, 49 and up, I feel like are all potentially capable of hurting the likes of Kaido. Okay?
What?
Coming in at the dead bottom of my list, though, just because, again, and I said this before, I think there are potential that people could talk me out of this placing and have someone else top them. But at the moment, this is just like, from me, just sitting back and going, okay, where are they? They don't beat that person. They don't beat that person. At number 50, I have Jack the Drought. Being the absolute jobber that he is, he has an insane amount of health, but he has terrible AP and attack, right? And terrible speed. But this man, he's a fish man that ain't a mammoth zone. He's just got like really decent physical strength. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. The problem is
he was built to get hit.
The problem is his showcasing Wano obviously was terrible, right? Based on his hype up, but at the same point in time, since the end of Dressrosa, he's constantly just been in fights non-stop, and I can see an argument that he's never really been at full health because he's just been getting shat on in every fight against people that are stronger than him or in bigger numbers than him. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be fair, the last memory I had of Jack was when, I think it was near the end of Wano, when Robin was talking with, what is it, Odin, or no, what was that old guy? Odin's father?
Sukiyaki. Right?
Yeah, Sukiyaki. Yeah, when he mentioned that Kaido was dangling Jack by a pole or something.
The fishing hook. Well,
that's the last I remember of Jack.
The funny thing about that is Jack, the card Jack in a deck of cards can sometimes be referred to as a fishhook. So dangling him in the ocean as a fishhook is actually like a pun on the cards as well.
Damn. The more you know.
Yeah. I'm glad that I haven't gotten any fight back on Jack here. I'm wondering if other people are going to include him on the list or not, or have him higher. Eggs, you're
Jack's
up.
Trash. I'm never going to argue that he's strong.
That's fair. That's a fair point. Like I said, though, he had the same betrayal as Perospero. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm looking at him like, Perospero showed actual skill. Jack just showed he can, like, tank shit. You know what I mean? So Jack is like the shitty Sheen discount knockoff version of Marco with none of the other bonuses.
My number 50 is Candyman.
Perispero.
Yeah.
Willy Wonka.
So
You may as well
Alright,
go
here's-
across and add that to mine too, because we have the exact same
go.
50.
Oh,
Okay.
so
This
here's
is
the weird
gonna
thing.
set up us clashing later on perfectly. It's gonna, especially with the ECG, it's just a
It-
false sense of security. Is
It's
what's
the
happening
one.
here.
It's the one person swap placement that's gonna start getting you guys. I reckon. When you
Here's the problem with Candyman and Jack and also Neko and Inu,
Yep.
because they're the people that fought them, is that Jack's only real achievement is done against Neko and Inu.
Yep.
Also, Neko and Inu's only real achievement is done
Against
against
Jack.
Jack and Perispero. And then Perispero's only real achievement is done against his being an opponent against Neko and Inu. So they kind of all seem strong if you go, oh yeah, because he fought this
Yeah.
person pretty evenly.
it's an
But
echo
the
chamber.
only reason that person's strong is because So, the reason that I put Candyman down there is because he's not an outright combatant, and he never had a opportunity where he was coming out on top against them. So he was shown relatively as strong as them, but he never had a showing where it was like he's better than them or he's beating them. It was basically just immediately starting to get wrecked by them, and even then they were somewhat injured. So I put Candyman slightly below Neko and Inu for that reason.
I agree with that. Outside of the fact that you said there was never a scene where he was above them, I think when they weren't in Sulong form, he was shown to be overwhelming them in the manga, same as Jack. Because you'd have Neko and Inu paralleled, they came in when the moon was out. They start feeding Jack and Perispero. Then the moon goes away. Jack and Perispero start feeding them, and then the moon comes back out, and they both get one shot again for the final attack.
Yeah, I just think that was a just Sulonged and already injured Echo.
Okay, that's fair.
Versus Candyman, yeah. And the other thing is, although here's the thing, at the start I did have Candyman literally above Neko and Inu, and the reason that I did that was because I'm like, he's relatively similar strength, plus because of his fruit he has more
Versatility.
utility.
Okay.
Then I'm thinking, I don't know, this is like a strength tier list, and the versatility isn't really strength versatility. It's just I can make a ladder or a staircase, which doesn't really add any strength. So you might argue he's better to have on your crew, but in terms of strength, I don't think his versatility adds to his strength.
Okay, that's respectable. I won't get into that just yet, just because I have some other placements for those other characters. But I hear what you're saying, and I do tend to agree for the most part, right? Glitter, is there anything you want to talk about for your placement for Perispero?
That's pretty much verbatim he ended up where he did for me.
Okay.
I'm very suspicious of it.
I got a feeling my number 49 is just gonna raise some eyebrows. Kuma, you're up, my guy. Number 50. Wait, who?
No. Okay, good.
Did I hear Foxy? Did I hear Foxy?
Wait. What?
Woo!
I'd kind of accept that.
So
Man
much
got a bit of
for
perception
trying to fly
harpy, and
under
he
the
could aim.
radar. What?
Man gets a bit of aim dodge and becomes a god.
What is happening?
I am JK, guys.
That was a meme. That was a meme for the people watching.
Kuma actually erasing it on his list.
No, I actually have Black Maria as my 50.
Ooh.
Because I feel like, in terms of, I guess, physical strength and, I guess, utility, Black Maria kind of sets the 50-bar margin in my head.
Okay. I'm going to be really interested in seeing some of your higher-ups, because obviously I've got Jack, the 3rd Division Commander of the Base Pirates, obviously at the same place you've got Black Maria. I'm going to be really interested to see how... I reckon I've got a few people, actually, that they're going to come out of... Not left field, but they're going to be sleepers. Definitely sleepers. I'm not mad with the Black Maria. It's just, do you reckon... Without spoiling your list, per se, do you view her as more impressive out of the Topiropo? Or, where does she sit sort of in your Topiropo range?
Toby Roper, and she actually sits pretty high. Now, the reason I say that is because, I mean, I know what we saw from Sasaki and what we saw from like Who's Who and everything like that, but I feel like in terms of what I expected from Black Maria, she kind of performed what she did. Granted, she did have some extra weapons and she did have assistance from her underlings, but to basically make her opponent Robin go into like some sort of all new form, that in itself is kind of in
Impressive.
itself a feat.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I feel like a lot of people get into the mentality that like once a character loses, they should technically be debunked down a whole ton on the list, you know? It's like lose equals weak in a sense. And I don't really think that's fair, especially for like One Piece terms.
No, I respect that. That's interesting. Very different to my sort of placings, but no, it's respectable. It's respectable in a different way.
Okay, I passed number 50 now. I just have to hope for that. The rest.
Number 49 for me, I have the man, the myth, the legend, the T2000. I'm talking about Ace Ventura, Frankie the Cyborg.
Oh.
And actually, do you know what? I've got to give him a capital F because he's coming in hard for the representation there. Yeah, I got Frankie. I
also have more than 3 of the Straw Hats on my list.
I have Frankie over Jack as well, just because Frankie has shown... He hasn't shown better durability or HP necessarily, but he's shown far better AP and creativeness, and he's a lot more versatile with his fighting. So I got Frankie taking Jack. Yeah. I don't hear any hitbacks, so I'm gonna slide on. Yeah, okay. Eggs, you're up.
All right. So I had Apu, the Music Man.
Ooh. Okay. Damn.
I like Apu. I think he's really strong. I can't deny that he's strong, but I just hate him. So that's why I was willing to put him.
I mean, look, you say you hate him, but low key on the DL, he didn't even make my list.
Oh damn! Oh damn! Okay, Apu's good, brother.
Yeah, no, I don't like, you know me, man. I hated Apu.
I know. I thought I'd be fighting
Dude,
you on Apu.
I hated Apu. When he was introduced, I was like, man, someone break this man's ugly ass piano teeth. Someone hit him with a bit. I needed someone to come in like Negan from The Walking Dead and bust some caps. You know what I'm saying? But when it came to doing the list, oh no, you go.
No, I was going to change the topic.
Okay, yeah, Apu didn't make the cut for me. I love him now that we've seen more of him. I think he's got really underrated durability as well. His AP is decent. It's like high mid tier, right?
He's just hard to deal with.
Yeah,
unless you know to close your
dude.
ears.
He got backstabbed by like 4 different Supernova and top tiers, right? And the dude got away scot-free. Like,
problem that I have with him is just that he's so like running away, like so like Usopp and
he's a
Nami.
sniper though.
Yeah,
He
it just makes me like, oh, you must be weak if you're gonna just puss out and run away all the time, you know. Like for example, Frankie's best when he's shooting lasers, right?
Yeah.
Like Frankie's hand-to-hand combat is not as good as him just like firing massive lasers at people. But if someone gets close to him, he's like, all right, well, we got fisticuffs. Like he just fights. He's
he can box.
I've got to run.
He can box. I will say with Apu, one thing that's kind of not happened for him that I would have always really liked to see is, you know, when people cover their ears and all of a sudden he can't use his devil fruit? I would love a bit of a psychological game where he fakes them out and he goes to do like a melee attack, and they've got to drop their ear covers to block, and instead of attacking, because his body parts are instruments, he does a sound attack after they drop their guard.
Yeah. And
they've got to swap between defense and offense without getting caught up to what it is, and then it becomes more of a perception harky sort of game.
It would have been really cool just to see basically like he runs the town on someone that's like kind of strong. I'm not really sure who, but the reason that he wins is because they have to cover their ears.
Mm.
And then Sanji comes in and he's like, I'm fine. I'll just cover my ears and kick the shit out of you.
Yeah.
And he just wrecks, like, because the thing is like, if someone has to cover their ears, let's say it's like a fist fighter, like, let's say a weaker version of Luffy, because obviously Luffy would just win anyway. Like a weaker version of Luffy, where they usually punch. Suddenly, you've got to hold your hands over your ears constantly. And so, you've got no guard, because your hands are on the sides of your head. And then, you can just say that, like, he can just run up and just start punching the hell out of you in the stomach, just decking you in the stomach. And then you're trying to basically kick him away as you're holding your ears, and you're like, how do I deal with this dude? And then Sanji just comes in and goes. "I've got
Another
it."
really interesting take would have been if someone actually deafened themselves to fight him. But yo, okay, damn, you coming
It
in.
would have actually been cool for like one of the old school samurai, like
Yeah.
even like flower sword dude, because like he would have enough potency to like damage him enough to take him out.
Yep.
But obviously he's not as strong. But if he literally stabs himself in the ears and deafens himself, well, boom, now he's got. I reckon I put my money on him.
Dude, I would have been a really fun thing. Even one of the CP members, like, you know how they got the finger pistol, right? Imagine if like they just poked themselves in the ears and deafened themselves, and then just kept going fighting.
Yeah.
That would have been a hard, like, that would have been like a damn kind of fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna fight it. I kind of love that you're the one coming in to bat for a poo here instead of me.
I've got a thingy side mention.
Ooh, okay, shoot.
This slot. Basically, I just didn't want to put it in, but Nami.
Ooh.
And the reason is because of Zeus, obviously. And the reason that I didn't actually put her on my list is because she is just not a combatant, and she just runs away, and she doesn't like hardcore fight enough.
Do you know?
She hardcore fought, even with her current abilities. She can turn invisible. Probably Perception Haki can pick her up, but in terms of at least to the eyes, she can turn invisible, create multiple
Clones.
shadows of herself. Yeah. And she can control Zeus. Like, she would be so hard to deal with if she was actually serious in a fight. She just never is.
Nami also is a lot more durable than a lot of people give credit because she's scared. Like, she copped multiple headbutts from Ulti, and we saw Ulti's headbutts equal Luffy with Haki headbutting.
Yeah.
So she can take some, like, reasonable punishment for just a random ass girl, you know what I mean? Like, she can take some decent punishment and walk it off. It's just because she's like, I don't want to get hurt, or I'm scared, she runs away a lot, so it makes her look a lot worse than what she is. Because, like, say she stood her ground, right? Low-key, she probably better than the likes of Toshigi in terms of, like, tankability and shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, I know...
I mean, just think about her fighting Mrs. Doublefinger. Like, that was just such a cool fight.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like,
that- I
seriously,
love
like,
that fight.
one of my
I
top
love that
fights
fight.
in the series. Just because it was, like, so different for Nami to, like, harden up and just, like, go hard. And she's literally getting, like, stabbed through her body, and she's still fighting. It was so good.
Glitter, you're up next. What's your 49?
It would be Mr. Jack.
Ooh. Okay. Jack making some rounds around this timeline.
Around the same area though. I feel like at least your and I's list, Jack is kind of floating around the.
Look, I see the Jack and Perospero neck and neck, and I can understand it.
Yeah.
Kuma, come on, rattle off 49.
Yeah, Kuma.
One gang beige.
Woo!
Ooh.
I got disagreements with this one.
Damn, you want a spicy list, brother.
Look, I'm just gonna.
Eggs is just happy that he's not he's not going to be the most argued with in this stream
Yeah,
today. I
he-
am right on the wrong person today.
Okay, I'm gonna come in red. I'm gonna come in hot, and I'm gonna come in ruthless. Yes, you are. You're too soft. You're too soft. But beige, I think, is by far the weakest Supernova, and I'm comfortable saying that now. I think beige is literally the weakest Supernova by such a Capone's down here, and then you got a little tear jump, and then in my mind you've got the likes of Hawkins, Bonnie, Drake, and then there's like another little jump, and then there's Killer, and then there's like another little jump, and then there's the likes of a Rouge, and then there's another. Actually, no, a Rouge is Underkiller. A Rouge is Underkiller, but not by a whole lot, right? But like Capone, damn.
Well,
Low key, I think in a red hot take, I could probably see Page 1 just trampling Capone.
Ulti, definitely.
Oh man, Ulti headbutts him, and you know that scene where they were all in his castle at Whole Cake and he's on the ground reeling and bleeding?
Mm-hmm.
That's the result. Every time Ulti headbutts him. Damn, Capone made the top 50. I gotta give that a clap.
Yay!
Damn, I was ruthless with my list. All right. Anyone else got anything they want to say about Capone?
Now, okay, let me just say this. My top 50 is mostly based around characters who I have mostly seen fight. So, if
Okay.
when it comes down to like proper feats and stuff, like this is mostly just going off of like I've also been kind of like low key doing a lot of rereads and kind of trying to jam in all the chapters into my brain. The reason why I have Capone Beige here is because it's not so much as how I would view him as a top tier combatant, but I would see him as one of the most utility based. Because Capone Gang Beige, he never fights alone, right? So even if you do try to corner him, it's essentially you're gonna have to deal with all of his fodder, all of his potential weapons that he's gathered from other people. And I mean, even then, if once you do get through to Beige, like, and once he does let out his entire army, you're probably gonna have to fight off his entire crew just for vengeance.
Fair.
Like, because I can't imagine a character like Black Maria beating him. I don't know.
Black Maria with her underlings versus Beige with his underlings. The only reason I could see it going Beige's way, right, is just because he's got some better underlings. As for Capone and Black Maria themselves, I feel like they just get into like a kaiju battle. Where they're just like Big Father versus Big Black Widow. You know what I mean? I'm a little flabbergasted by that one. That
I
like
can see him beating what's her name?
Black Maria?
Black Maria.
Yeah. I mean, I'm flabbergasted that
realistically,
both of
Black
them made
Maria
the
got
list.
one shot by Robin just unlocking Haki.
True.
She was
Ooh,
beating on.
Robin
Steve
unlocked
and
Haki, did she?
It was still okay to keep fighting.
Are you in the camp that Robin unlocked Haki for that?
Was Haki sure?
Yeah, I thought she just awakened a new powerful over Devil Fruit.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't think it's Haki.
Yeah,
That's
because this is
Haki.
the first time we've ever seen Robin's thing manifest as like a, or
Demon.
No, I guess not.
Because it had
Yeah,
wings and
as
horns.
like a different form other than human.
I think what it was is like she just formed more of her limbs to shape it that way because it's more of like a fear tactic sort of thing, right? And I don't think
show it in the anime with her not hakied up.
yeah.
Huh.
But to be fair,
Fully black.
to be
in the
fair,
manga.
okay. To be fair, I don't take the anime as canon, all right? Because if you're taking the anime as canon, pre-time skip Kid is like outrunning Light and grabbing light lasers and throwing them
Yeah,
at
but
people.
I don't think that if she was actually fully black cladded her entire
Yeah.
body, I don't think they would fuck that up that badly and just not show it in the anime.
I think what it is more that she's in the shadow of the burning, and it's meant to make her look menacing. Although, if it is
I
Haki,
think that's objectively poorly drawn then, because like the entire fan base was like, "It's Haki," and then some people were like, "I don't know if it is."
I
It's like,
I don't
if
disagree.
Giving that impression off, and it's not Haki, you probably fucked up a bit.
I
The camp that it's not hockey for the time being.
Yeah.
That's all I see. Like until I see Robin grab a
look,
Logia,
if
I
it
won't believe it.
if it is Haki,
Well-
shit, I'll do a backflip, and I can't do a backflip.
Okay. This is the thing, that's worse
I can
for
do a
Black
half
Maria, though, because it means Black Maria got one shot by a non-Haki.
I mean, to be fair, she got her back and her neck snapped by a giant.
Yeah.
She got that's like Dorio Broggy coming in and suplexing you.
Could Robin have done that to any of the other Toby Ropo?
Not who's who. Or ulti.
And all the other ones are too big.
No, I don't think she could have done it to any other.
Like, it's pretty hard to do it to
I don't think she could have done it to any other Toby Ropo, but mind you, I think Black Maria isn't as like I think she's sort of more of a glass cannon, even though she's durable enough. Because I think the big thing about Black Maria is she traps you with the web and ignites you. So it's kind of like the Shelob mechanic. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like you go into her lair, you get stuck on stuff, and she's like tricky and like manipulative and that sort of stuff. Because remember, she's also got the like genjutsu thing where she can like hypnotize people.
No. It's just that her web isn't strong enough to hold Sanji, and her beating the crap out of Sanji with brass knuckles doesn't even.
Did her web not hold Sanji?
He was only staying there because he was like basically like giving up fighting back.
No, I'm pretty sure.
No,
Wait,
I mean, Sanji would have broken out. He just would have ran away.
I gotta look that up now, because I thought he was actually genuinely stuck, and it wasn't until Brooke froze the web and shattered it that he actually got out.
Would he not just turn his foot into fire and then chilling?
I mean, I gotta look this up now. I'm on 130 at the moment. Is that too far forward or too far back?
Because the whole point
I
of
think
it was
that's
like
too
he
far
could beat her
back.
up at any point. He just didn't want to.
Okay, 130 is too far forward. I mean, look, I don't.
If we go to the manga for everything, it's gonna take literally.
Oh no! Like you guys keep going, keep talking. I've got the manga set up specifically to look at certain things like that because I'm just like shit, really? You know what I mean?
Do you want to go to 48?
It's me. All right, yes. So coming in at number 48, we have Daft Punk, the Machine of Massacre Killer. I got Killer.
I thought you were saying Logic then.
Logic.
Killer's 48?
Yeah, Killer's 48 for me.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
My reasoning.
I thought you had Killer as well. What's going on, Jade?
Hey, I do hype Killer. There's some strong people in this world, man. There's some strong individuals, right?
We'll see.
Okay, put it this way, right? Killer is a supernova. He's the right-hand man of Kid. The dude genuinely was able to hurt Kaido, although it wasn't through a physical attack. His best feat is using a specific type of Duran egg to injure Kaido, and his second best feat is beating one of the weakest supernova.
I agree.
Okay.
There's
To be
nothing.
fair, he did it quite easily.
Yeah, but do you know who else did it quite easily? We saw Zoro literally at the beginning.
Zoro, but
Okay, when Killer.
where's Zoro on the list though?
Yeah, but hear this, right? When Killer fought Hawkins had one life left and it was Kid's. Right? When Zoro fought Hawkins, first thing, mid-sentence, he just does a projectile slash and cut off Hawkins' head.
Yeah, I agree. Hawkins is trash.
So anyone with a projectile sword slash that fought Hawkins at the same time Killer did, that just didn't have a relation with Kid, whoos, done. Like, Killer fought Hawkins on, like...
But you can't disagree that Killer fighting Hawkins was like ultra easy for him. He was just like
dude.
standing there, blocking him and shit, and just being like, "Damn, what do I do?"
100% it was, but at the same point in time, Killer's got no Haki that we've seen, right? A nerfed Killer and a nerfed Zoro tied, right? Then Zoro got 2 massive power-ups, right?
Yeah.
And then when it got to the roof, Killer was there and he was impressive, but like just genuinely speaking, right? If you put Killer against other people there, like Killer may be able, and like I said, everyone from 49 up can hurt Kaido in some way, shape, or form with like some Juron Egg or something like that. You know what I mean?
Not mine.
But it's like Killer, like he's impressive, but at the same point in time, he hasn't gone up against anyone super impressive and done well. If that
Fine,
makes
we'll
sense.
We'll just see what's above him.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, the next two are a little bit of a red hot take. And I can definitely see an argument that Killer's above them. It's just, I have them there just out of necessity. Who is your 48?
I got a weird one that I doubt any of you have on the list.
Ooh, okay.
Omo.
Momo.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Good one.
The thing. He's got the body of Odin in his adult form, just without like Haki and stuff. He's been literally said that his body is extremely durable now. He has learning sword skills, although I don't really give him much clout for that. The main thing that he has is borrow breath. Momo, if Momo was like a member on your crew, he could literally just turn into a dragon, fly around in the sky, and just spam borrow breaths at everyone. That is overpowered as anything.
Okay.
And if someone manages to hit him, or shoot him out of the sky or whatever, he's not going to get one shot because he's got Odin's body plus the dragon fruit on top of it in terms of durability.
Okay.
He's going to stay up during the fight, and he's always going to be ready to spam a borrow breath at you.
Can I ask one thing in relation to it, though?
Mhm.
Do you think Momo has the same durability as Kaido?
Not the same durability as Kaido, not even close.
Okay.
But at least, like...
He's got
Odin's
dragon.
durability.
He's got dragon durability.
In dragon form,
Because
yeah.
he's got Odin's genetic body, although he's not as tough of a warrior, but then he's got the dragon fruit on top of it, which I think makes him about Odin's durability.
Okay, I see where you're coming, but then I've got to ask, like, does Sukiyaki have the same durability?
Well, the thing is that it was specifically said that when he got bigger, like when he got older, aged up, they were like, wow, you're really tough. You're like Odin. Literally, your body is just like Odin. He didn't even like know his physical strength or anything because he was like, damn, I'm like fucking strong as hell. He doesn't know how to use it. That was kind of like the whole point of it was, if he actually like learns to be a really strong swordsman on the level of Odin, he will be as strong as Odin. Just that he's not yet strong enough of a swordsman. He was like getting trained in the sword by Zoro and stuff.
Okay. Also, I realized I was absolutely so far off with what chapter Robin would have been up against Black Maria. Like, it was pre-chapter 1000 that Sanji was captured by her.
Wow.
Oh, damn. Okay, look, I'm not going to contest the Momo thing, because Momo actually had a really impressive showcasing against Green Bull, and obviously he's nowhere near that level, but he's got the setup for that level.
That's the thing. Like, I think I'm actually placing him conservatively, considering that he can just fly around and spam borrow breath, which is like OP as hell. I'm just placing him really conservatively because he can't really do that much else. Because I'm not going to trust him to really be a sword combatant in the level of this top 50 list.
Yeah. Once
So
you
I'm
get
just saying,
both of them,
borrow breath.
makes it done.
Okay.
I think honestly, like if you were really hype on Momo, you could place him quite a bit higher on the list.
I mean,
Oh my god, I feel like now I really shouldn't have put this guy at my 48.
that's just getting interesting to me. All right then. Up next, Glitter. Who's your number 48?
Speak of the devil. My 48 is the demon child Nico Robin.
Ooh.
Ooh. Respect.
She's interchangeable with my 47th.
Okay.
Who is Bonnie.
Okay.
Bonnie.
Okay. I'll throw Bonnie in there too for now.
Dang.
Only because they were very interchangeable, but I actually quite a few Straw Hats have made my list this time around.
That's good. That's good. I love seeing the Robin
Look,
hype.
I
Everybody always downplays her, and I
Well,
feel like that's
what I felt, and I'm like, we're approaching end series, so I was like, let's actually review, because it's quite easy to dismiss the Straw Hats because I think we've been traveling through with them so long that they're just still our goofy kids almost.
Although, to be fair, I feel like a lot of the reason that people downplay Nico Robin a lot is because she hasn't had a serious one-on-one fight up until Wano, I think.
See, the problem is with her though, like with a one-on-one fight for Robin, it's like, okay, yeah, she hasn't had a serious one-on-one fight, but so has like 80 to 90% of the verse haven't had a serious one-on-one fight, and Robin's whole thing is meant to be she's an assassin. Like, her role in the crew is the crew's assassin, not a crew's archaeologist.
The problem with Robin is that if she can beat someone, she'll just instantly snap their neck, or create giant legs and just stomp them into the ground. But she's never actually had like a drawn-out fight where she's like exchanging blows. It's always just like, can I break your neck instantly, or can I not break your neck instantly?
Well, that's
it
my
makes
thing.
it really hard to place her strength, because it's like, in one aspect, it's almost like placing her in a certain place is almost like saying she could instantly snap the neck of anyone below her, which is like a really hard sell.
Just as a throwback, chapter 1005, pages 12. Sanji couldn't get out of Black Maria's threads, or at least he never tried to. Brook breaks it by freezing the web solid and shattering it. Which is a throwback to that before.
But I feel like I remember the dialogue around it back then. Everyone was saying like, he's literally, because everyone was like shit talking Sanji then because he didn't have any feats, right? And Zoro was getting all these feats, and everyone was like, he could literally just get out at any time. He's just like standing like an idiot, and then everyone was like shitting on him because it's like, this aspect of his character is like literally ruining his character.
See,
He's meant to be the
Hold on. My reasoning for Robin's placement is that by the end of the series, we're expecting the fact that Luffy is a Yonko. And if you actually have a look at the even spread of characters from those crews, we're expecting... that's why I went and really reviewed the Straw Hats for my top 50. And I did that because by this point in the series, Luffy's a Yonko. So I need to be looking at his crew from
What's
a Yonko
Robin's current
perspective.
bounty?
I got this. Let me do it for you, Robin.
Here's the thing, like, next time Robin fights,
930
could be she's learned Haki, and she's literally creating giant Hakied up fists that just fly out of the ground and just pummel anyone,
Look.
which would be overpowered. Like, it would be like nearly equivalent to Doki's awakening, where he's turning
Wait, did
buildings
we already
into
put
string.
Nico Robin bounty?
Like, Robin's potential is definitely
9:30.
like, crazy, and it could
Yeah.
genuinely happen within the next fight. Like, she doesn't have to get an insane, unrealistic power boost. She just needs to
Okay.
learn basic armament Haki, and suddenly she's sending like giant buildings of steel made out of fists.
I
at
don't
you.
think
Like,
Robin is ever going to get Armament Haki, and I'll give you one really good reason why.
what?
Instead of getting Armament Haki, Oda went the route of giving her Fishman Karate, which gives the same effect on Devil Fruit users as Armament Haki, without her getting the strength buff. So her fights aren't going to be a durability slugfest now. It's just going to be like, you know, can I get to them to hit them with a Duraneg attack?
Would kind of hate that.
I don't disagree,
It
because I'd
means
love
that
for
her
the Straw
giant fists are always going to be crap. Like she'll be like, I'm using Fishman Karate chokeholds to now snap your neck, but like a giant Fishman Karate punch, I can't see like a hand coming out of the ground and then just instantly shooting Fishman Karate. I feel like the point of it being like a martial art is you've got to sort of like use your whole body and do the whole weird movement thingy, and then channel your chi, you know, and then fire out your. So like I can't imagine, or at least like, I mean, it could happen, but
We have seen her
wouldn't want it to
already
happen.
do it from her spawned limbs.
Immediately, like,
Yeah.
limb comes out, and that's annoying.
In fact, we saw it before we even knew it was Fishman Karate. She does it on the way to Fishman Island, and when she is doing the flashback of the fact that she learnt Fishman Karate, she actually remembers that moment, and it's like she just spawns the arms out and does Fishman Karate to launch the Sunny away from rubble.
Like, I really like Robin. I think there's like so many really cool ways for her to be like a really awesome fighter. I just, right now, I think Oda isn't writing it that way. I honestly think Oda is like, yeah, Robin just kind of chills out. She reads the poneglyphs. She's smart, and then every now and then she'll break someone's neck.
Yeah.
Which is annoying.
I would love for the Straw Hats to kind of take it. Like, the problem I find is the Straw Hats haven't really been challenged too much on an individual level post-time skip.
Yeah.
So a lot of their feats are like technically how strong they were coming straight out of the time skip still.
Yeah, which is weird.
But that's for the lowest Straw Hats. The highest Straw Hats have been struggling non-stop, and obviously they're getting way, way, way stronger. But
And it sucks because it makes it kind of unrealistic to say that, like, the lower Straw Hats are just suddenly going to become insanely strong when we've seen the top Straw Hats like fight for it so much. It's like that's why like when people were saying like, oh yeah, Zoro's got Enma, so now he's going to be stronger than Luffy and shit like that. It's like he just hasn't earned it.
Yeah.
It just hurts. Like it's like I love Zoro and he's really cool, but it's like all of the insane crap that Luffy has gone through to get like over beating Katakuri and Cracker and all of that stuff, and then Zoro just like gets a sword and just trains on his own for a week, and it's like
Speaking of,
so annoying.
new SBS has come out. We've got to do a video, or I'll do a video or a stream on it. I'll send you all the details on that in the Discord. But a big thing about it is they go through Zoro's complete lineage.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Oh, I've seen it actually. Leto showed me a photo of it in Chinese, and she translated it for me.
I'll send you
that's
some of the
probably
details. It's on Library of Ahara if anyone needs to look it up. But we won't do that in this video. But I'm aware of it, and I'm going to be doing a video of it. Okay, Kuma, you're number 48.
Okay. The man who gave Luffy's first official L in the New World. I put down Caesar Clown.
I'm
Oh,
not
mad at that.
mad at it because Caesar's very slept on. It's just I don't see him as a combatant for the most part. But to be fair, like
Yeah, he's one of those characters that could just absolutely be like kind of like Nami. Like he could just be super strong, but he just like kind of doesn't do.
put
that.
it this
It's
way,
weird.
Smoker didn't make
I
it on my list, but Caesar finesse Smoker.
Yeah, he beat down Robin, Frankie, Luffy, Smoker, and Tashigi.
Caesar, Caesar's like Law. When you don't know what his abilities are, it's like, oh shit, here we go again. You know what I mean? But when you know what his abilities are and how to get around it, that power cliff then creeps up on him where he's like, he doesn't have skill for the most part in close quarters stuff. But what I will say is, like, we forget, he's able to do like that giant form of poisonous gas, and if you touch it, you start to solidify. So we never saw anyone other than Luffy clash with him in that regard. So I could see a definite power creep for him in the sense that it's like, if you had someone that can't shrink, like when Luffy punched him and solidified, he was in gear 3, right?
Yeah.
So when he shrinks down, that like catalyst around him is no longer attached to him. It sort of broke away. You know what I mean? If you're just a regular dude, even with armor argy, if you punch him and that solidifies you, that's detrimental. I will say that. All right, my number. Yep, you go.
No, it's just the reason why I have Caesar Clown like just a cut above the rest is because I get it that he's not quote unquote a combatant, but when viewed in like I guess I'm kind of capping him at mostly what I see his potential, because he was able to blow away multiple fighting fishes with just a mere beam from his mouth.
Yeah, dude is he's a better. I gotta think of a way. He's more. Him as an individual is more designed for fighting than Judge.
Yeah.
Right, and I can see and understand why you put him around this area. And I mean, dude, the people you've put there are all over 300 mil. So
Yes.
it's not like it's like a big jump compared to like my view, like to the rest of our view sets for it. You know what I mean? So Caesar's like pretty reasonable. I'm just surprised to hear the name,
Yeah.
but I can definitely see the arguments for it. Coming in at number 47, I got the brown pig, Chaton, the admiral candidate.
Oi.
Chaton?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
The guy who looks like an OG fashioned like 1980 detective.
yeah. So as an admiral candidate, he's obviously strong. He made the cut over the likes of other vice admirals, just because he was. To have him be a potential, like, be one of the only other two options for an admiral, says that those two vice admiral candidates have to be over the other vice admirals currently. if that makes sense, right? So I'll throw 46 up there as well because they're interchangeable. I got Momosagi, Pink Rabbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason I have them there over the likes of Killer is because we know all the Vice Admirals have Armament and Observation Haki, right? These guys, as far as we know, don't have Devil Fruits. We know that they both carry swords, but we also know that the oh, actually no, do they carry swords? Hang on. Okay, no, neither of them carry swords. Damn. Part of my logic here goes out the window then. But I was going to say, I put them over Killer because Killer, although he has Juraneg-esque abilities, we haven't seen Killer actually, like, you know, do decent sword skills or swordsmanship. So my thought process was Momosagi and Chatten being the Admiral candidates. I can't put them any higher than that because the people above this actually have realistic feats. You know what I mean? But I can't put them below this because, like, low-key, no offense to the rest of the people on this list, I don't think anyone else under them, if they were in the Marines, would be considered for an Admiral position at any point. You know?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I just didn't include him on my list or anything because I just haven't seen anything from him.
And that's perfectly fine. The way I power scale them is I take whatever I think of the other Vice Admirals excluding the lights of Garp. Yeah. Right? And so, like, I'll look at them and I'll be like, look, whatever Momonga's capable of, whatever Dalmatian, Onigumo, like, whatever all those dudes are capable of, they weren't ever thought of for the Admiral position. So whatever they were capable of, I got to give them those same relativistic feats. But I'm not going to push them any higher than this. Right? And I think when you see the next two on my list up past this, you'll also understand how fair I've put them by putting them so low as well. You know what I mean? Alright. Eggs. 47.
My 47?
Yep.
Is Frankie.
Woo! Look, higher than me, but I love to see it.
He's just strong as hell.
Yeah.
Shoot lasers.
Dude.
Hard to take out.
Those light beams one-shot Topiropo members. I'm just saying, they're underrated.
Yeah.
Alright. We already got Glitters, 47 with Bonnie. Kuma, you're 47.
Yep.
This is where I've slotted in Jack the Drought.
Ooh, okay. Big Puppy Jack. Wait. With Black Maria being there, do you have Black Maria over all the other Topiropo then?
No, because to be honest, I kind of have ulti a little higher.
Damn! Look. Fuck it. I'm on the ulti agenda. I'm on the ulti agenda. Screw Jack. If I had the same guts, I honestly would have dropped Jack for ulti.
One display of Jack using official armament hockey, he would have blown the other ones out of the gutter, man.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
If I had just seen, like, just even a pinky's worth of black armament hockey.
No, just knowing that in the top 46 on your list, I have my Pachycephalosaurus, that has me happy. That's a dub. That's a clean dub in my eyes. Look.
I know people will hate me for this, because he's an all-star and stuff, but if you've seen what ulti's actually pulled off in, like half, even a quarter of the amount of chapters that we've heard about Jack.
Let me ask you this. Big Mum's Mesa Cannon. Her combination attack from all three homies. Right?
Yes.
Is that stronger or weaker of an attack than Neko and Ino stabbing someone? That's a question. Because since you've said ulti, I'm getting on the ulti agenda here. Jack and Perispero got taken down respectively by a very solid cat slap and a very solid canine stab from the likes of Neko and Inu, right? Big Mum mixing a projectile sword slash with fire and lightning. It didn't hit ulti point blank in the gut. It actually it got her in the same place that Katakuri stabbed Luffy. Right?
Which would still actually be a lethal blow, but oh well.
But anime logic, it didn't hit me
One
like
Piece
dead in the
logic.
chest. Yeah. But what I will say is she got the back up and proceeded to kick ass still. Right? And that wasn't even the first attack she received.
Exactly.
So I ain't mad that you got ulti over Jack, right? But I do have to ask is who's who on the list?
Yes, he is. He is.
Damn! Jack just got dropped. Jack is that one NBA player that do you know what Jack is? Jack's Kanye in a Manic episode. Right? Gets on the big TV, says something real controversial, all of a sudden all the labels drop him, right? Jack finally makes it to a Yonko crew third mate. After a week of performance, they're like, look, we're going to have to review your contract. You haven't quite been performing as we expected. We're gonna go with the one that kind of looks like a basketball head, or the dude that looks like he's just in a full leather gimp suit and has a cat fetish. Damn, I love it. Okay, Eggs, you're number 46.
Slightly regret this, but Denjiro.
Ooh,
Ooh.
is he the strongest scabbard?
Denjiro's the one with the big puffy hair, right?
Yeah.
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 Ooh,
No, actually,
not.
he does
Not a
have-
good
No,
time
he's
needed.
Denjiro's the one.
Just making sure it's not I always mix him up with the gang boss guy.
That's
Oh,
Denjiro.
yeah.
That is Denjiro. I think you're meaning Ashura Doji.
Okay, Ashura Doji, that's who's on my list.
Well, okay. Ashura is dead.
Oh, then Denjiro.
Fair. So you think the two of them are the strongest scabbards?
That was such
Okay.
a throaty laugh from me. That could have been a One Piece laugh.
Yes.
That was.
That is understandable and that's respectable. Denjiro was impressive. For the
A
most
lot
part.
of people sleep on him.
I mean, he is napping Denjiro. Napping
I
Kiyoshiro.
don't
I
really
should say.
know if I'd put him above like Frankie and Apu and that, but I already had him there, so
I mean, he's
that
got
doesn't happen.
advanced armament haki.
Yeah.
So
It's really hard, right? Because it's like, okay, sure, but like, is he dodging Frankie's lasers?
yeah. No, I'm-
Did
So that's the
you?
whole thing. Queen, by the way, is just a character. This is just kind of on a little side tangent. Having rapid fire lasers is like you're not beating him unless you can either just straight up stand there and block rapid fire lasers,
or completely
you're
outpace
so
the lasers.
quick. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like it takes a lot to.
Did
get
you
above
want to
Queen.
go by twos until we got to the top 30? Because
Yeah,
otherwise
we'll
this would
do-
take forever.
We'll do that next. And yeah, hey, there's nothing wrong with this taking forever at this point in time. We'll finish off the 46 row. 45 up. We'll go in twos until we hit 30.
Yep, fair.
Glitter. Who's your number 46?
The absolute mascot for Coca-Cola, my boy Frankie.
I'm loving the Frankie love this stream. I thought I was gonna be like hella on the outskirts, having him at 49.
Again, I really went through the Straw Hats, and the thing is, I sometimes think people and fall into the viewpoint that they're just our goofy kind of friends, because like that's the story that you follow. You forget that Luffy's now a Yonko, so you actually have to view them as, okay, we are towards the end of the series now. Where do they actually stack up? And that's why Robin ended up making my list as well, because I don't think Luffy can be king of the pirates if apart from 3 or 4 of his crew members are cracking top 50. That would be wild to me.
No, I love it. I respect it. I would argue.
Even if they're breaching up into the upper levels, and then maybe later when it comes with Imu and the Gorosei and that whole fight, because obviously we still got them and Blackbeard's crew, even if they crack in further down the line, they need to be starting to peak in a little bit for me, and that's why Frankie and Robin snuck in.
I'm pretty sure I have more Straw Hats than I do any other Yonko crew on this list
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
Fair
I've
enough,
still got
fair
I've still got one more before we get to Monster Trio. So
Okay. Wait. one more. You got Robin, you got Frankie. Who's above Robin? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, we know that.
The forgotten Straw Hat for real.
You mean the Monster Quartet?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Kuma,
yeah.
you're number 46.
Oh wait, what? Okay, yeah, I know. My 48 is
46.
Oh, 46. Wait, I did put a 46, right? Okay, no, sorry. This is where I put Robin.
Robin? Okay, damn. Okay, I'm loving the Robin respect and the Frankie
Yeah,
respect.
there we go. New World Supernova's missus is creeping in.
Yeah. Look, I'm
His waifu.
I'm gutted because I didn't put Robin in the top 50 yet. But I have all the love and all the respect for her. So the fact that she's making the rounds, like I'm that's one of those characters that I'm like, shit, prove me wrong and it'll make me happy.
Actually, that's what as a quick question for the boys, I do want to know, are you, because either one or the other, are you Nami or Robin men?
Robin through and through. Robin life. Hoo ha ha.
Yeah.
But yeah, Robin. Yeah.
Kuma?
I'll be Robin.
Yay!
There we
Will
go.
say, I like
Uh,
Nami a lot more than I think most. people
Actually, Oda released a statement saying that in Japan and Japan alone, Nami beats Robin out in
In
popularity.
popularity.
But everywhere else in the West, and that's purely because of age. Everywhere else in the world, everyone is like mummy to Robin.
Dude,
So
it's the mummy milker effect. Alright. Coming in at 45 and 44. So we'll go from here until 30, doing twos at a time. Coming in next, I've got the dangerous duo, Neko and Ino. These are also the only scabbards that made my list, and this is taking into account their Sulong form.
Yes.
I had them over Momosaki and Chaton because we actually have feats from them, including advanced armament haki, which is like just because Momosaki and Chaton have haki doesn't mean they've necessarily got advanced armament haki, even though they should, considering like the world government and the Marines are the closest organization to an actual like boot camp for haki. And the fact that like so many people in Wano had it, they should have it. But again, just like we've got no canonical feats really from them other than their sort of titles. And Ino and Neko, again, this is taking into consideration them in Sulong form, where they were able to sort of low diff Jack and Perismera. I think it's a reasonable spot for them. Definitely think it's a reasonable spot for them. Eggs, you're 45 and 44.
Well, wait. Okay, 45 and 44.
Yeah.
45 is Neko and Inu, because I don't really distinguish between them because they're the same
gosh,
strength.
someone else did the same thing. I put them
Okay.
in the same bracket too.
I think like unless you can say that one of them is stronger than the other.
They're pretty much the same person.
For me,
then
as
you just
well,
put them on the same
further
pillar.
down the list, Dory and Broggy are on the same pillar as well. So
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
kind of done it like that.
I understand that.
That's fair. That's fair. Speaking of Glitter, you're 45 and 45 and 44.
That's just my 45.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
we're
put them
on
on
the
the
same
same
one.
bracket because that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Neko and Eno, I put
Yeah.
on. I did the same thing, not for this number, but I did it for the same thing.
My next one is Jack.
Oh, so
Ooh.
high, no.
I gotta ask, what?
I can see it though. I can see it.
Oh, okay,
so
where
that's-
did you put Jack?
Why did you put Jack over Neko and Eno in your mind? Because we've had this back and forth many a time about them being over Jack.
Straight up. Jack is above them because he can handle them in Sulong form back to back to back to back to back while they're resting for like ever.
Mhm.
And he can handle them while they're in Sulong. If it was only one of them, I think he'd be able to handle them in Sulong form. He'd be getting beaten, but he would handle it for long enough until they came out of Sulong
Yeah.
form, and then he would beat them.
Okay.
I think Jack would win against one of them, even if they got to go into Sulong once during the fight.
Mhm.
That's
I
fair.
can see that.
I think that like that's just a only a difference of like the luck of the moon there. which is fair enough
Yeah.
because I think that,
Look at the moon.
like I said, Neko and Inu. The reason I put them up where I did is solely because I'm like looking at them in their Sulong form and like saying like if they're in a fight and they've got their Sulong form, this is where I place them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas when they're not in their Sulong form, I put them. Well, I mean, they don't crack the top 50 in that regard, but like they're close enough to it that like even if they drop out of it for a little bit, they can hang with these same people, just for a bit.
Mhm.
I like that. I like that. That's a respectable one. Glitter, you're 44 and 45. Glitter, I think you're mute.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to uni brain.
He was editing your list.
No, I won't lie, I actually was for 5 seconds. But not for this. I had a stroke and realised my top 15 was not what I wanted it to be. So my 45 is Neko and Eno, and I'm suspicious by how much Eggs and I are getting along at the moment. But my 44 is a tie, and if I'm not allowed a tie, I'm completely okay to pick one and kick the other. But number 44 for me is Momo/Chatten.
I'll let you keep them.
If I have to pick one, I'd pick Chatten, and I'll leave
No,
Momo.
I think keep
but
I'll let you keep them as a
Both have the
double,
same-
just like Neko and Eno.
Yeah, because
Well,
I mean they were both candidates, right? And we haven't seen anything from either of them, so that's a total justified mention that
Okay.
they're on par with
I
one
mean,
another.
we're essentially in the same mindset that they're like neck and neck with Neko and Eno
Yeah.
at this point in time
Yeah.
in terms of like what we're told their potential is.
yeah, that was for me. I was like, shit. Where do they fall?
Okay.
So,
I like that. Kuma, 45 and 44.
So I've got Frankie and Brooke.
Wait, which one's the lower one?
That would be Frankie.
You got Brooke over Frankie.
Yeah.
Damn! I.
gosh. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Okay, no, wait.
Kuma, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm just saying.
Trying hard to be
because-
with him.
Okay, look, I can see in a fight between Brooke and Frankie, Brooke just like goes into his soul form and flies through Frankie and freezes him. But in more situations, I think Frankie has a better matchup against people than Brooke does. So
That's true.
that's why I put Frankie on the list and not Brooke. I have a lot of love for Brooke. Brooke's fast as boy. Dude's got those legs.
Arguably, well, not arguably, he's the fastest straw hat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
he can jump the highest too. Like I know he doesn't have Skywalker, what Zoro has either, but this guy can literally go leaps and bounds without even trying.
Look, Brooke is a really cool and strong combatant, but
Has the same
top
problem.
50.
He has the same problem as Robin, where the only people he ever fights are just fodder. Like
Yeah.
he just like instantly one-shots hordes of fodder. Same thing that Robin does. Like you see Robin and she just like crosses her arms and then like 50 people just die instantly. But there's no like really tough fights that you see, so it's really hard to know where to put him. Because like you could definitely argue Brook being hella strong based on his speed and his strength and all of his abilities. It's like very easily. Same thing with Robin. It's very easily arguable to say like, well, they have this, they should be this strong. It's so hard because you never see it.
Damn, I'm intrigued. I don't necessarily I don't know if I can't defend that one, I'm sorry. Like, I love it, but it's like having Brooke over Jack at this point in time, I just see Jack completely overpowering Brooke in every strike. Or Brooke outspeeding Jack, but if Jack ever lands a hit, like, I think Brooke's bones are getting shattered at the moment.
I mean, Brooke did take a half-hearted slap from Big Mom.
Yeah. Oh, that makes me feel weird about my list. Hang on.
Yeah!
Look, he's got me. I'm stuck.
I'll
He's
take
got
that
me.
victory.
Nah, I'm
I'm with ya, I'm
cemented.
with ya. I'll support you, Kuma. I'm here with you.
Yeah, I'm cemented too.
I'm cemented. I'm looking at the people
Okay,
you've got
well-
under Brooke, and I'm like, okay, the only person I can see Brooke beating on those lists is Black Maria and maybe Capone. Everyone else on your list, I say Brooke losing to. And that being said, I got a lot of love for Brooke, but I think Brooke's the weakest of the old man trio in the Straw
How
Hats.
dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I
How
could
dare
see
you?
Brook beating Caesar if he had to.
Yeah, I could see
With
it.
what haki?
Just memeing around like,
That's
I don't need
really
oxygen.
effective
Ha ha ha.
With what haki?
Well, I mean,
Brooke drops the
my
temperature and
idea.
kind of poof.
My idea is Frost Slash from the
Making
underworld
it hard
or
to
whatever,
defend now, Kuma.
literally turning the gas into ice.
Yep. And then the gas
It's
just
an elemental weakness.
then he just changes what the gas is, and then
But the
melts.
point is that like he's cutting the gas that is his
Nah,
body, right? The same as
Caesar
wetting
just
yourself
be
and then
acting like a
punching the sand.
Ghostbuster.
Or ice.
Okay, that
is his body.
that raises a good question. Then, can Brook hurt a Logia? We've never seen. Actually, no, we have seen him try to, but it was always pre-time skip, not post-time skip, when he had the control
Yeah.
over his soul.
Would have to have the elemental weakness, right?
Well, yeah, but the problem is with Caesar's elements, he's every element in gaseous
But
form.
my point is that if you freeze
God.
gas, it will change the form of gas.
What
the
happens
same
if
way
you
that
melt
wet
ice with a
sand-
hot gas? Or a non-compatible gas?
Yo,
I
as a
remember
sidebar, just to make everyone giggle, I've just realised I forgot Buggy.
Oh, it's easy. Just put him at number
What?
1 and drop everyone else down.
I can't believe I was reviewing this. I was like, right, Yonko, blah blah blah, and then I was like, there's somebody I'm missing, hey, and I've now just realised. So I'm now having to change the whole structure of this
Well,
list.
If it makes Kuma feel any better, my number 43 also starts with a B, right?
Bartolomeo?
A really loving character. I'm talking about the Red Ogre Broggy.
Aww.
And my 42 is Dory, the Blue Ogre.
Okay.
Why is Dory stronger than Broggy?
They're interchangeable.
Why don't you put them on the same tier?
My 40
No.
because
Hold space.
because I didn't do it with Neko and Inu, and I didn't do it with Momosagi and Chatten.
Oh, touch grass, Jade.
You're just a bigger Broggy fan than a Dory fan, and I know it.
Yep.
You like your big fat dude.
Touch
You don't.
grass.
I
You.
think axes are only underutilized.
He likes that keg belly.
Look, I'm just gonna say it like this, right? Dory didn't.
Takes 5 minutes to think.
Yeah. Dory didn't get the chance to have a showcasing because he got done in by drinking explosives, right?
In other words, he's the only one that has a feat of taking an explosive
Broggy.
from his stomach and tanking it.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but okay, yeah, fuck, I'll take that. I'll take a free point on my side. I'll take that. But what I was gonna say is, because he hasn't done as much as Broggy, because Broggy got more of a pre-time skip showing, Dory hasn't, right? I feel like we're gonna get to see a bit more of Dory this time around, obviously, with what's gonna happen in the manga. That being said, I just need to point out here, Dory and Broggy, obviously because we only got to see them pre-time skip, we don't know how strong they are. Anytime we've seen someone use their attacks post-time skip, the only person it's been is Big Mum, and it's always seemingly been her Rikoku Sovereignty is a normal sword attack, but her top tier one has Conqueror's Haki. There's a potential for Dory and Broggy to have advanced Conquerors in that regard, right? I'd also like to point out where Big Mum's attack deletes everything in its path, right? Dory and Broggy had enough skill to do the attack around the Going Merry without hurting the Going Merry or anyone on it, but attacking everything in front of the Going Merry. Right? They arguably have a top 10 sword feat in the entire series.
So they are famous pirates from a bygone era where people were generally probably
And
stronger.
they have fought for 100 years, so they've got 100 years worth of Haki gains going on each other, arguably. Plus, the only time they did a serious attack pre-time skip, it broke their weapons. Meaning when they were fighting each other while reserving their might to keep the fight
Literally,
alive.
like their biggest weakness is just that they don't have a black blade because like they put so much heart. Like if you want to say that their attack was even just like basic haki, like projectile slash kind of haki, they put so much haki into that attack that their blade literally
Just shattered.
exploded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the interchangeableness of the names, it doesn't really matter here. Like, though the 6 that I've just listed off, the Momoshiki, Chutton, Ino, Neko, and Dorian Broggy, I think they're all at a safe bottleneck there. And I also like the way that I've put them there because Momoshiki and Chutton are featless, as far as we know. Neko and Ino both have advanced armament haki, and Dorian Broggy have a off ridiculous ranged attack sword feat. Plus, they've got insanely durable big ass bodies, and they're giants. And Hadrudan, the current captain of the giant pirates, the new giant pirates, right?
Mhm.
His entire goal is essentially to get as strong as them.
Yep.
So as far
Harridan might have one of the strongest, like, just physical, like, raw physical feats in the entire series.
10,000 tons punching it faster than gravity so that someone skyrockets through the air and cuts themselves to pieces.
And Hadrian is like known to be like a prodigy.
Yeah, a prodigy of Dorian Broggy.
Yeah.
And mind you, Dorian...
Imagine like you're a giant, you're the best prodigy of your age, and then your big goal in life is I want to be as strong as those guys.
Can I have a sidebar, like, of info? Does Buggy have haki?
No.
No.
I didn't think so. Hey, okay, sorry. I'm still, like, sweating.
It's okay.
Buggy is trash. We're gonna have hands. Glitter.
With Dorian Broggy...
Oh no,
Oh.
we're not. I think he's trash. That's I'm the one that beefs with New World about this.
Hey, Buggy has underrated
Yeah,
feats.
see, look at him start. You were like, we're gonna have hands, Glitter. Your
We'll
eyes
get
on
to
the
that
wrong
when we get
man.
No.
The wrong man. I am
Buggy-
not the weakest
Don't
link.
worry. I'm ready for Jay.
Buggy is trash, right? Buggy is trash, but he does have underrated feats.
He's got
like-
the charisma of a god.
Famous blood.
His basic attack, his main forte of attacking, can destroy a town.
But he's trash.
Yeah,
Buggy. Oh,
yeah, he's trash, but at the same... Like, I mean, put it this way. Buggy would have a decent chance going up against the likes of bloody Arlong,
I mean, yeah.
oh yeah.
Really struggling.
right? So it's like, you know, he's trash, but he's better than a lot of people get. Like, a lot of people look at Buggy and they think he's like an even weaker version of like Hercule Satan.
But you know what? Maybe if I forgot him, maybe he just doesn't deserve to be on my list.
That's a fair point. But going back to it, right? Dorian
I
Broggy,
agree with that point.
2023. The love is there. The blue and red ogre are coming back, right? And I need to point out, although Hadrudan is a prodigy of the giants, he has never once met Dorian Broggy because they were gone for 100 years and he's 80, right? So when we see Hadrudan again, it'll be a meet your heroes sort of situation. I'm just saying, Dorian Broggy, they're, as far as we know, they're the strongest giants in the world, and the giants are the strongest nation in the world. So I'm comfortable with that. Eggs, you're 42 and 43.
What was my last one, Jack? So my 42-3
Yep.
is Cracker.
Ooh.
God.
My 42 is Arouge.
Rouge above Cracker.
Even though Kraken beat Arouge
Accent crackers. Nice.
Yes, because I'm talking about now.
with a hockey bloom.
Series. Yeah, got a bit stronger. Now I reckon he can beat Cracker.
Okay. Look.
So when he did beat Cracker, he was already he'd already beaten Snack. So,
Snack.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. Oh, I mean.
even then, I wouldn't necessarily say that he was stronger than Cracker back then. I'm just saying it now.
Okay, no, that's. Like, I can understand that. I didn't put Rouge on the list because his best feat was defeating defeating Snack, but it was also off screen. We saw that he was like hospitalized for weeks after.
But he did push Kaido off a cloud.
But what I will say in that defense, right, is although Arouge did that and was like hospitalized and bandaged up, hence why he was on the Sky Island healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge did it and walked away with a headband.
Judge top 5.
Judge top 5, let's go!
This stream is going to descend. I can tell. I was
Jay,
lulled
Judge
into
beat
a false
Akainu.
sense.
What do you reckon?
Do you know what? Judge would beat Akainu given
You know what?
prep
Buggy
time.
over Mihawk, I said it.
Give him the Batman prep time. He'll come up with some type of lineage factor manipulation to solidify his magma. Who knows?
He'll give himself
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
anti-lava fruit.
He'll give him scurvy, and his teeth will fall out, and he'll run away because he's not handsome anymore. All right, glitter. 43 and 42. Shoot.
43 and 42. So I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to get away with this, but I'm going to try it. 43, killer/deuce.
Really?
Dude,
Ace's right hand.
42 is Lucky Roo.
Lucky Roo.
Man.
I'm going to take a big... Oh, I don't know. I'm going to be really polite about that word I was going to use next. I'm going to switch it up real quick. I'm going to take a big hoop on Shanks's crew this stream.
Wait,
Ooh.
New World. You put two.
There you go, Eggs.
What was that? 2 eyes and killer. Yep.
I'm sorry. I cringe.
No, that's right. Deuce making it. I don't know if I could put Deuce in here, to be completely honest.
I
Got a
have
question
read,
for you,
I have read
Glitter.
the light novels, but
Put the rest of the crew really high. It's just Lucky Roo I genuinely struggle with. Ben Beckman I'm fine with. You know, I've got a lot of respect for the rest of the Shanksy boys. It's just Lucky Roo, like, there's only, at this point in the series, okay, regardless of if you think I'm correct or not, you have to admit on the account that making it this far in the series and only having a non-canon movie to try and explain where you are power-wise is no longer good enough.
Look,
Just hype is not enough anymore. It's not.
I understand that.
I
Mean
put
eggs.
Jozu over friggin' Lucky Roo at this point. Why? It's just what I've seen, and I would love to put Shanks' crew higher, but it's just hype at this point. Except for Shanks, obviously.
Me and Eggs a couple streams back were having this conversation actually because we were talking about the whole if the red hair pirates continue the series and don't actually play a major role going forward, even right now, right now against Kid, right? Even if they win this altercation, that's not really impressive.
No, it's really not, because the fact that they would even struggle or / have an altercation in the beginning, like, let's be real, that is one of our first kind of on-screen fights that is not from a movie we are going to see of the redhead pirates is another showdown with Kid, and granted, you know, that is Kid being a dumbass and trying to go around too, because no, let's be real, he saw Luffy get a Yonko status and went, well, where's mine, I'll just go get one myself. Like, that's his 1 + 1 = 2 logic. But the fact that they would give him back to Shanks and be like, here's a fight for you, I will stand with Eggs on that's a bit mad disrespect to the redhead pirates. I'll be for real.
It's just the problem with the redhead pirates at the moment is it's either it's a make or break moment for them. It's like the Kid pirates going into Wano. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if they don't do anything, then and they end the series out not having done anything, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, we've got nothing to scale them. They've never had a decent showcasing. We're told that they're strong, but at the same point in time, like, they haven't lived up to it. Especially when we know that the red hair pirates jump people together. The whole thing is like being a squad and rolling up together like 10 on 1.
But that's the thing. Shanks is very what you would class as a traditional pirate. So
Shanks has more in common with Blackbeard than anyone else in the series.
He doesn't see the, like, he's got, like, he's like, if we all fight you at once, it's not a dog act. To him, it's just like, I'm being a pirate. It's a bit like the same philosophy as don't pull a gun that you're not going to use.
Yeah. What I will say though is, it depends on how this plays out. Because if
it will, and we'll review our lists.
Yeah.
But just for right now, I can't. I'm a bit like Kuma in that regard, whereas I can only base what I see. And as much as I'm with Eggs in the sense that I would love to I'd love to ride the Shanks, the redhead pirates a bit more because I love their crew. This being this late stage, potentially last 5 years of story, if what the timeline is true. It's not good enough anymore just to be like, and I feel the same as I do with Yasop, and I feel the same way, less with Ben Beckman, but just saying, I can shoot like an ant between the eyes from this. Okay, great, show me that you can do that. I don't want to be told shit anymore because I can't put you at a list based on conjecture.
Okay.
So
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have anything that I want to say about that?
Yeah. So like we haven't seen any strength feats out of the Gorosei. We haven't seen any strength feats out of Dragon or Im.
Nope.
But you know how I feel about putting them on my list, so I'm just being consistent.
Yeah,
For
but
me.
it's like I mean I guess
I
you could
don't
not
have
put them
them
on
on
your
my
list,
list
but
actually.
like in terms of like where you rank them,
Mm.
like no one's arguing that Im isn't like top 1.
Yeah.
Right? Like just because you haven't seen
I
it, like,
would.
like the whole point of Shanks was he was in episode 1 and he's this really cool elusive figure.
Well, that's
that you
why
don't
Shanks
really
is
get to
quite
see.
high.
Yeah, but the whole point
Everybody
is
loves
like,
the
there has
mystery
literally
boxes.
there's literally never been a single moment in the entire series where Shanks was even slightly downplayed. Like he's just a cool badass figure the entire time.
He's
He
like
literally
so-
Zorro.
gets
He just
into
gets
all
hyped
5
up
of
in
the
every
Gorosei.
position.
But
Yeah.
you and I know that I feel, which will come back in my a slight spoiler for my list for later on. But you know how I feel about the Marco versus Katakuri discussion. So, yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know. See, you and
Well-
I are about to
okay.
cross swords now. I thought we'd have some peace for a little bit, and then maybe the top 30 would get spicy. But we'll just see
Alright.
where I put the other red hairs, and then we'll have a discussion on that. But I think
I'm not
Lucky Roo's the only
mad.
one I've done dirty, to be honest.
So I'm not mad about Lucky Roo's placement at all. I just mean the way that you're talking about how like you can't rank Shanks highly because you haven't seen anything from him. I'm just saying like
Shanks, I
narratively the whole
can. His
point of
crew.
Shanks. That's what I'm saying is like narratively the whole point of Shanks is that like you don't get to see anything from him.
Well,
He's this
in
really
my
cool, elusive
defense,
figure.
I think there's only 2 Blackbeard pirates on my list too, and I say that because, again, I
Yeah,
say
I'm
that
saying.
because
Okay. No, that's fair.
without seeing it, you've got actual Yonko crews that have been fleshed out, and even though I shit on the Kaido, like the Beast Pirates, at least we've been given something. So I feel like putting just Jack and then literally no one else is something that has been thought through based on evidence. I've put the redheads where they are based on the fact that I have so much respect for Shanks's crew, but I'm really running blind. I know more about. You're right, Shanks has been in the series since the beginning, but I know Big Mum's crew better than I know his. So
Yeah, I get
there's
that
not
we're
much I
running
can do about
blind.
that.
I'm just saying that
Don't
we're
tell me
running
you've
blind by
forgotten
design.
about Rockstar.
Hey, don't joke about Rockstar. Rumor has it he's the one that stole Kid's arm along with
Yeah, it is.
Monster.
That's the person.
Monster distracted him doing a monkey dance, and then Rockstar just came out and just went wham.
No, it's not. Let's be real. He just ran up and like waved his hands in Kid's face. and
Let's
he was
not
just
a-
like,
Let's not act right like Kid didn't cop the most brutal KO in all of One Piece that we've seen, other than maybe Ace, where Ben Beckman just whipped out a gun and shot some big ass Haki bullets and just blew this man's arm off. What? Okay. Sidebar here, right? Kid at some point had to awaken his fruit to know what awakening is and use it in Whole Cake, right? We know, sorry, in Wano. We know he already knew what his awakening was, right?
Mhm.
Which means most likely you've got to say he's awakened his fruit at one of 3 points in time. When he fought Kaido, when he fought one of Big Mom's commanders, or when he fought the Red Hair Pirates. I reckon he awakened his fruit when he was fighting the Red Hair Pirates, and when he awakened his fruit, you know how he's got the assign ability, where he can like point at something and assign stuff?
Mhm.
I reckon to counter that, Beckman shot off his arm when he first awakened. That's my little headcanon for that. Because
Be interesting.
taking off
But,
someone's
wait.
arm would be a hella big nerf in that situation for that awakening.
Wait, wasn't it
Yeah.
said that Kid was sent packing before he even encountered the red-haired pirates?
He
So
got
before
sent
he encounters
packing.
Shanks.
He got sent packing without Shanks getting involved.
Oh, without Shanks. Okay.
So, and the way they talk about it in the chapter, like, they're like, oh, you know, Kid's attacking our crew, and Lucky Roo looks at Ben and he's like, I wonder who he's mad at.
Yeah.
So,
They were kind of looking at Ben and being like, hey, he's mad at you too, buddy.
yeah, which is heavily implying that Ben's the one that was like, take a bitch's arm, no jutsu.
But okay, Liv, I got something to challenge you on.
oh, here we go. Yep.
Separately, okay? Your Momo and Chaton is way too low. And here's why.
Okay.
Okay? Killer and Deuce. I don't know if Deuce has a fruit or not, to be honest. But let's say Killer never ate the smile because,
Yeah.
like, yeah. You give him a Admiral level fruit. Does he become Admiral level?
That's hard. But see, I
Because
think
Momo and Chaton
I
specifically
I
do,
would
right?
I would challenge that you would have to make up a hypothetical situation to challenge me on a list placement.
Uh-oh.
So
Okay,
what
let's-
I'm saying is
I
that
think that should unto itself say
Let's
something
put a
to
pin
me.
in that. Let's put a pin in that.
the only no. The only thing that we know about Momo and Chaton is that they were admiral candidates. That's literally all we know about
I
them,
know.
right?
Yep.
So that means that they're strong enough that if they were given an admiral level fruit, they would be around about admiral level.
Yeah, but they were candidates, so they were unsuccessful.
Yeah, but
don't
they
think
were
I've
in the
ever
running.
seen-
I mean,
But to be fair,
Okay.
it was pretty much. You got to think about it though. They were running pretty bare bones.
in
So
in our
I'm not-
defense,
I'm not.
okay, I'm gonna pause this right here and put some knowledge to you kids, right?
Oh.
We
Yeah,
don't
hit 'em
know. We don't know if becoming an admiral means you get given a fruit. We don't know when any of the admirals actually ate their fruits.
That's true.
All the
Okay.
all the
If
pre-time
they
skip
already have
admirals.
a fruit, that means they're even stronger though.
Yes,
That means they're already basically admiral level.
yes,
They should be even higher on the list.
yes.
I mean,
Potentially.
to be fair, when Borsalino was still a vice admiral, when he captured Arlong, he had his light fruit.
And back at O'Hara, our Kiji had his, and Akainu had his.
Yes.
My point is, if we have to make up a hypothetical scenario to challenge a placement on my list, I feel like it's fine. And I say that because I think I'm doing a due process by having them on my list as candidates already, without any actual further background. And I have a creative imagination that I could imagine whether the admirals had their fruits or not, or whatever. I don't know that.
Okay.
So as candidates who were unsuccessful, they've been pretty much put where they should be.
All right, Eggs. Let me ask you this then: give Lucky Roo an admiral level fruit. Is he an admiral?
Yeah, see?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, well, then
I
killer
would-
is. If
I
you give
would-
an admiral level fruit, then the actual, like, playing semantics here, a little bit of linguistics for us boys. If you're gonna utter the statement admiral level fruit, for one to consume that fruit, which is what? Admiral level. You consume that fruit, then you would be what? Based on the pure statement of how you worded that. Admiral.
Okay, okay. Let's rephrase that then. Give any of those characters one of the Yonko's fruits or one of the Admiral's fruits, separate to any of their other abilities. All right. But I was gonna say, how about we wait to
Blackbeard was
readdress
not-
this?
Hold on. No. Nibble, I can fight my fight.
Well, I was gonna wait to
Until
see who's on your list above
Blackbeard
that.
Got his fruit, yeah. He was nowhere near where. Like, if we were actually to make a top 50, hang on, back where the boy was, he took Thatch in the back. So
Yeah, but he also scarred Shanks in the front,
Yes.
And he soloed Ace.
and he
Yes.
you
And-
don't know if he soloed Ace.
and
The
he
fight-
one shot a 70 Milberry bounty man with a karate chop to the throat,
Nah, hang
almost
on, I'm
snapping
He
his
just
also
neck.
gonna I'm
defeated
just gonna come
Jordan
back to the
Bonnet.
Ace disrespect. You have no idea if he soloed Ace. That whole crew was ready to jump Ace.
That whole
Yeah,
crew
but-
was useless
okay,
against
but
Ace,
what-
though.
Yeah,
Back
what
there,
was
called
that
him
crew doing
GTFO.
against Ace? That crew was trash.
Yeah.
Shiryu wasn't there, right? So the strongest
You this
person
whole
there
stream.
It was Burgess
How dare
was
you?
Burgess.
throwing
The strongest person
houses.
there was Burgess pre-fruit.
To be fair, Blackbeard also told his crew, "Oi, step back. This is my fight."
Yeah, you can't handle this guy.
But, mind you, right, if you gave Van August some good haki back then, he popped some shots in Ace pretty damn quickly.
Yep. Right
Um,
through the head, one through the heart, and I think another
So
one. through the-
basically,
And you know
hey,
what?
Wait.
New
Ready?
World, I'm not
No,
taking
you
sass
gave up-
from you who's sitting in the corner hoping that Law makes it out alive, okay?
Oh.
So you need to sit down. You need to sit down, okay?
look, I love Law, but the time for Law is disappearing. The time for Katakuri is rising.
Oh my
Gave me
gosh.
a really good idea there, Glitter, is you take someone like Blackbeard who beat Ace and is therefore probably around First Division Commander level,
Yes.
and then you give him a Yonko level fruit, i.e. Whitebeard's fruit, suddenly he becomes a Yonko, which is above an Admiral. Or even if he's like a
Ooh.
lower level Yonko, he's an Admiral-ish. So basically, you take someone who's First Division Commander level, you give them a Yonko level fruit, they become a Yonko equivalent strength.
Are you
Therefore,
upset because I disrespected
Omasagi
the
and
Red Hair
Chaton-
Pirates?
Omasagi and Chaton must be First Division Commander level, right? Based on that.
Well, okay. With Momosagi and Chaton,
Where did you put them then? No, let's cut the fat. If
No,
you're having
see.
okay.
No,
okay.
see? If
If he's got him on the list, that's impressive. Because in the past,
the
he's
list.
refused
Are they on the list?
Yeah, in the
Consider them.
past, I have refused them, but they've just like I don't know. They've
Well, if
just
you've
stayed
refused
consistently in
them,
the,
but
in the fandom.
I was with you, and then
The
I've
reason-
decided to add them, and then you've decided to add them, then I'm confused about. It's just
reason
a
that
lucky
I-
Roo. It's rubbed you the wrong way.
The reason that I used to refuse to put them on the list is because they were just sort of like brought out in like an SBS or data book or whatever the hell.
You know,
and I was
I
like,
feel the
that's
same.
just annoying. I don't want to just put them up there. But now
They're
I
in
feel
the
like
manga.
they've been shown in the manga, and yeah, it's a bit more.
Well, then
legit
you're really
now.
going to be upset with the rest of my list.
All right, Kuma, give me your 43 and 42. We will readdress this, I think, later when we see who's above Momoshagi and chatting on everyone's lists to see who
I'm
they
fully
think is like an admiral
disrespectful.
candidate. Kuma, 33. 43.
43 and 42. That's where I slotted in Neko and Ino.
All right, wonderful. We're starting to get a decent outline of the lists now. And the next batch, we're starting to crack into
I
the
don't
top
know
40.
about that because I look at the first three and I feel like mine's gonna jumble.
Look, I
You know
will
what,
say
Kuma,
the hardest,
After selling me up shit creek in that last discussion, you're on your own.
the hardest.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You're on your own now.
I was literally giving you paddles.
Battles have
mutiny.
begun.
The hardest part of this list was 40 and under, I reckon, because above that, I'm like pretty like okay, these are the strong people. Below that, you start to get people like that. That it's like,
I have a
well, would they
warlord
go
in
in this?
top 10. This conversation
Hey,
this
Kuma.
list is going to be for shit.
Yes?
Better keep your paddles, mate, because you're in shit creek and you don't want to have to use your hands.
Hey.
I will
I like
let
that.
you know that I am a very professional in the death stroke.
All right. Who's ready for some red hot rumbles? Coming in at number 41.
I'm going to get razzed. Here we go.
Coming in at number 41, we got the Onion Man himself, the dude that is just potentially still alive. We don't know. Gecko Moria.
Yeah.
I've got Mario.
And coming in just above Gecko Moria, right? Bringing in a hefty slab of man meat, I got Lucky Roo.
Okay.
Okay.
I got Lucky Roo above Moria because I'm going to give Lucky Roo the benefit of the doubt. The dude's apparently quick, right? Dude also is the first dude to cap another dude in the series, so I got a lot of love for Lucky Roo. I couldn't put him any higher because we don't have any feats for him. Even in the film Red movie, he literally was... His strength came from other people utilizing him. So it's kind of like, ugh. And Moria's really underrated. He's definitely no Yonko. He's definitely no Admiral. He always gets like sidelined to fighting more like of the Division Commander-esque people, like when he was fighting Jimbei, when he was fighting Curiel, when he was fighting Oz, when he was fighting Shiryu and Katarina Devon. But in a one-on-one situation, Moria's got a shit ton of utility and versatility. If he's not going up against someone that knows his abilities outright to begin with, he has a hell of a lot going for him. Not only does he have the ability to Juraneg someone in a sense by taking their shadow, so he's got status effect attacks where if he takes your shadow, you immediately pass out. So he's got win conditions against everyone, right? He's a big dude who's got a lot of strength, who can infinitely get stronger by absorbing more shadows to fight, right? And on top of that, he's got the utility and versatility of being able to swap with his own shadow to avoid damage. So I got Moria there. The only thing is with Moria is he's shit dealing with speed or people that know his abilities that have counters for it.
Another thing that I'll say about Moria is his Devil Fruit is great. Too bad he's trash.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yep.
If you gave Moria observation haki at this point in time, right? Damn, I would be doing backflips because my boy would actually be doing shit. But without that, it's kind of like, you're a bit fat and slow, my dude. But that actually raises a question.
Hockey, just give Moria a fit body again. That's all I want.
Does anyone question me putting Moria on the list, considering it's up in the air if he's alive?
Mario's on my list.
Okay.
Yes,
I put a
I
question
was-
mark next to mine with his being alive. Because, yeah.
Moria wouldn't have made it on my list anyway, so I'm fine.
Ooh. I don't know. Moria's probably jacking up the likes of a poo.
If Moria is on the only reason I put Moria on the crew is because I really struggled with the fact that if he's oh sorry, I completely misworded that English of the sentence I was trying to say. Let me start that again. Hey, Kuma, I would not be sassing me. I'd not be sassing me.
I
So
congratulated you.
if if Morio's alive and he has joined the Blackbeard Pirates, then I'm happy to pop him on the list, but below, but like lower tier. But if he's dead, then it makes sense because he's shit. But
Look, he didn't
But
crack
I-
top 40.
but if he's alive, that's where I'm a bit like,
Okay.
he's going to be on the crew of one of the last Yonko we fight. It's a bit like Shanks's crew, although I have more respect for Shanks's crew than Blackbeard's crew, actually. So I really,
Okay.
I felt like he has to be on the list. If he's dead, then that makes sense. He's trash. But if he's on Blackbeard's crew, I'm like, for fuck's sake, that means we're probably going to come up against him again. And if we're going to come up against him again, and our crew's stronger than the last time the Straw Hats fought him, then I don't know. You got to put him a little bit higher than I would want to. I don't know. That's my.
The moment Gecko Moria gets a chin, he's top 25.
Damn right. The
on
other
bad bitches
okay.
crew, on the bad bitches list.
the other warlords got mad buffs. Ain't a single one of them that ain't in the billion berry mark range at the moment. Moria gets a 6-pack and a chin. Damn, you ladies better watch out. This man's
Look.
stealing all sorts of shadows.
Nah, look, no. But
Too bad he's got onion breath.
He's also got that. He's also strapping that black leather and then sick devil horns with the fiery hair.
Wait,
So he's got it all.
do you know what
Hey,
my
that's how you go
favorite?
pay Domino a visit. What do you mean?
Do you know what my favorite mistake is in all of One Piece? In Marineford, there's a single panel where Oda forgot to draw the horns for Moria, and it is
What?
hilarious.
I'm googling that. Wait, what? In Marineford?
I'll show you the I'll put it up in the Discord later because it's a very arbitrary scene. But like in the middle of Marineford, there's just one panel where Oda forgot to draw Moria's horns.
Oh my god, he looks like okay, low-key, he looks like a babushka doll.
No.
All right, eggs for brekkie. You're 41
Or a
and 40.
bowling bin. Ugh.
I have Queen and Magellan.
Which one's 41? Queen.
Queen.
All right, Magellan.
Magellan.
Magellan's
Hello.
only above just because
I like putting Magellan near the 40 ranges.
The problem that I have with Magellan is, to me, this is higher than I actually kind of want to put him. I think the thing is that when he's protecting the prison, he's extremely OP because he can literally just stand at the exit and then just flood everything with
Poison.
poison.
Yes.
I think it would be a lot harder for him in a wide, massive
Open
open area because he's not as So I think he's crazy in like a small area, but in a bigger area, I don't even know if I'd really. put him.
I need some Haki feats from him. Like not to put him any higher or lower. I need to see him post time skip do some stuff in an open setting, which is a problem because being a jailer means he's never going to be in the situation where he's on the front lines because it's not his role, responsibility, or job unless there's an Impel Down Breakout 2.0 or 3.0 depending on if you count Shiki. And Blackbeard.
So have we seen the ability? Have we seen if he can like block projectiles with his
Yes.
venom? So if Queen shot a laser at him, it would stop in his venom.
I would say that he can stop bullets. I wouldn't say he could stop a light beam.
Yeah,
If
laser
you're machine gunning light beams at him, Magellan just dies. Like,
Yeah.
he's just gone.
But in that same situation, he's machine gunning light beams at him. Magellan has the liquid poison, gaseous poison, and poison that spreads on touch. I see it as a situation where it's like, he's getting Gatling, then yeah, he's going to die, but he's going to take down almost anyone with him. He's the ultimate I bring you down with me fighter in the series.
He's one of the most annoying characters to me for power scaling, just because I feel like he just does not deserve his strength whatsoever. He's made to drop to his knees and bleed from a Gear 2 punch without Haki, but mind you, a Gear 2 punch without Haki, like as a sucker punch, was also dropping Garp and making Garp bleed, right? We haven't seen Magellan in a situation after that where someone's hit him. You know what I mean? So it's like, people use that to be like, oh, Magellan's weak, Luffy made him drop to his knees. But it's like, okay, if you took someone that didn't, like, if you took someone that had Haki and then sucker punched them where they didn't use Haki with Gear 2, they're going to feel it. But it's not the same as when they're fighting serious and they're actually, like, able to, like, you know, squat up and fight up. odd thing is like Shiryu and Magellan were considered to be like relatively similar, right?
Yeah. Actually,
Um,
they were regarded as equal. The prisoners thought Shiryu was more dangerous because he would kill indiscriminately. But Shiryu personally was like, I can't beat Magellan.
yes. So the weird thing is, would you put Shiryu back then above Queen? Oh, right.
No.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard to place Magellan properly. It's like, and I'm talking about my own placements here. It's just so hard to place. Like, I could even argue against myself here, but I feel like there's no way that I could put him where I wouldn't be able to argue against myself.
Look, I'm not going to spoil it. I've got Magellan over Queen too. It's just a little higher up on my list. Magellan, like I said, he's the ultimate. He's the ultimate, like, grab onto me and we're both going down fighter. And we've seen that he's actually able to fight with range as well. He's able to create venom dragons. He's able to spit venom bullets and stuff like that, including the poison that spreads on any contact on any surface. So, unless you're an airborne fighter with a high-tiered projectile, you can't beat him. You know what I mean? Or unless you're just like a huge power jump ahead of him and can beat him with one hit from range. You know?
Yeah.
Although I've always wanted to see how Reiju would interact with Magellan. That'd be interesting if the Vinsmoke get hired to break people out of Impel Down. That'd be interesting. Alright, Glitter, 40 and 41.
So my 40 and 41. So 41 was the Dory and Broggy duo. And then my 40 is Moria / one other character. Now, this character has a question mark, because I don't know how I really feel about this placement, and I'm happy to just bump it completely off. I actually put Vegapunk.
I'm not going to include Vegapunk on it. I'll leave it at Moria,
Okay, cool.
just because it's a single spot. Vegapunk's really hard to power scaler because he's
That's
a
my
genius
problem.
and he's got prep time. He's better than Judge, but he's also not a fighter.
Yeah.
In any capacity. So he may be able to like create something that can beat almost anyone. I mean, look, he makes a Seraphim. I can understand ranking the Seraphim because they're fighters. Him himself, I don't think he himself is actually like a decent fighter in any capacity.
Yeah, that's why he's a question mark for me.
Do you know what Vegapunk is? You know when a video game. You know in a video game when you've got like that person that's like giving you directions or like guiding you through an area and they keep going, hang on, I need to fix this to open the door, and they keep disappearing and shit. And you've got to like a staged arena where you got to like fight off hordes and stuff like that, and then they're like, I fixed it, and then you go into the next area and it's the same sort of shit over and over and over. That's Vegapunk to me. He's just the annoying voice in the back of your mind that's just like, hold on a second, let me do this. And you're like, where the hell did you go? If you can get through doing whatever tinkering you can do, why don't we just go through? You know what I mean? Wait. Eggs doesn't have Dorian Broggy yet. Do you have Dorian Broggy on your list?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay, good. No, I like that. All right. Kuma, you're 41 and 40.
Yeah, so this is where I've got so 40 is Moria, and I think I made, oh wow, actually I'm actually really close too, because I also put Queen at my 41.
Ooh. I am curious about having Moria over Queen. I gotta ask about that. What in your mind puts Moria over Queen?
Like, again, I'm just thinking in terms of like, I'm just thinking in the long run, right? Because Moria is able to get, because Moria is a prep fighter at this point in time in the story, right?
Yep.
So if he's able to amass an army that can compensate in different fields, like we've seen zombies that are able to like reenact spiders. We've seen zombies that are able to reenact swordsmen, which Queen is a swordsman and Queen does have all this tech, but what's stopping Moria from like basically hiring also a techno freak and also like upgrading all of his zombies to a similar degree, right?
Okay. Okay. Let me
So I'm seeing it as more so as vast utility over, I guess, more so self modification.
let me throw a hypothetical at you.
Okay.
The Oni virus or the mummy virus.
What's the mummy virus?
It's the bullets that Queen has that when he shoots you, you start to deteriorate like a mummy, and it infects people on touch. And it's one of his, plagues that he's got cures for. But if you want to get cured, you got to listen to him, and it deteriorates people's body to the point where they can't move. After a time, took out Luffy at Udon.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh, nice.
I would argue that Queen and Moria is just the slightly less skilled version of Queen at the moment. I'd also hypothetically say, look how Moria handled Shiryu being invisible. Queen can also turn invisible. Queen's got the rapid fire Kizaru light lasers, plus Ichiji's eye lasers, right? And has all the plague stuff. Like, Queen... I mean, look, Queen got shat on by Sanji, but if you put Queen in a situation where you've got, like, Queen and Moria are doing, like, a trial run trying to, like, finesse a town of people, I feel like Queen does better than Moria. You know, just drops a few bombs and makes people sick, turns invisible, takes out anyone that's strong. Whereas Moria sends his shadow in, the zombies start going in, start grabbing people and stuff like that. But he's still got to get more involved personally to like reap shadows. Whereas with Queen as well, like being an ancient zone, he's probably more durable than Moria. And he's also got the ridiculous versatility of invisibility, which is very underrated in One Piece still.
So I guess I'm swapping Queen and Moria.
We'll leave it there. We'll do at the end of the stream if anyone wants to have one swap of characters.
Honest to God, you've kind of convinced me because actually I'm going through some of the notes that I made. I actually
with notes.
Normalize changing your mind.
Yeah, no. We'll do one change of mind at the very end of the stream if someone can convince you hard, but you get one swap, right?
Okay,
I don't know. I reckon we can swap heaps.
Swap heaps.
It'd be good. Yeah, it'd be good if we could like actually.
we need
straight
to
up convince
teach.
each
We
other
need to
heaps.
teach
Okay.
people it's
Okay.
okay to change your mind.
I'll
I'll
swap
Okay.
Queen.
Hell.
I'll swap Queen and Moria around then.
I mean, at the end we can. It's fine.
I've done it now.
We'll
move
move
on.
on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Just like I said though, Queen I think is very underrated in a lot of regards though. Like he got shat on, yeah, and he's weaker than the likes of Sanji, yeah. But in terms of his actual versatility, he's got a lot for one person. It just depends on whether or not he's smart enough to actually do it without monologuing like an asshole. That's his biggest weakness, is he plays games too much and he talks too much.
Yeah.
Like, if you swapped him and King's personality around, damn, dude, some shit's getting done.
It would be get done.
Alright, cracking the top 40 at number 39 above Lucky Roo. I have the $1 million trillion man himself, right? Rumor has it he's got a dong made of solid diamond. I got Jozu. Diamond Jozu.
Okay. Yeah, I can respect that.
Okay.
Look, he's just the Whitebeard Pirates pre-time skip. Marineford's called the War of the Best, right? Which, with all the narrative implications, I feel like what Whitebeard was pre-time skip is what Shanks has become post-time skip in regards of crews, if that makes sense. That's not to say that Shanks' crew wasn't like just as strong pre-time skip. It's just the Whitebeard Pirates fell apart. They fell through. You know what I mean? The Whitebeard Pirates have like probably the best top 3 commanders in Marco, Jozu, and Ace, right? And they still have a lot of like really impressive people with the likes of like Vista and stuff like that, plus allies like Oars and stuff like that. The reason I have Jozu over Lucky Roo at the moment is just because we got to see a bit more of Jozu, right? We don't really have anything for Lucky Roo. And the reason why I have Jozu over the likes of like Moria, Dorian, Broggy, Neko, and Inu is because we don't know how like the advanced armament Haki would handle with Diamond, considering we saw Jozu like belly flop in front of Mihawk's attack and was able to defend against it, and that was supposed to be the world's strongest slash. You know what I mean? Apart from that, though, he still gets finessed by pretty much everyone else above him on this list. Which, coming up next, above Jozu on a technicality at this point in time, I have Smoothie. I know we haven't seen a lot from Smoothie, and I know it sounds counterproductive that I was just hyping up Jozu so much to put Smoothie above him, but Smoothie's juicing ability allows her to get past almost anyone's defense in One Piece at this point in time.
Yeah, true.
Plus, she
If
fights...
they have enough Haki.
Well, even then, we don't know, right? Because breaking that down a little bit, are you talking about like how Law defended against the poison, like the diseases, Daniel? Yeah. The thing about that is, we don't know how the Haki works in every frame of reference, right? Does that Haki stop anything happening to you at all, or does that Haki stop someone permanently changing you, right? So, Sugar and Doc Q's disease fruit, they would be changing you forever, you know what I mean? With an illness or by turning you into a toy, right?
But even temporary changes such as Law swapping people around can be negated by having significantly better Haki.
But that's not a temporary change. That's a permanent change.
Just moving you places.
It's the same as his personality transplant in a way. You know what I mean? Once he does
it's an immediate swap, right? So it's the same as like the warp fruit moving you.
Yes.
Or someone grabbing you and turning you
but
into a smoothie.
What I would say there, right, and this is where I'm making the distinction, right? We don't know how it works in all frames of reference yet. So like I said, at this point in time, you're probably more right than I am on this, right? I'm just in the way I'm viewing it. You've got people like Sugar that turn you to a toy, and once the ability's activated, it costs no stamina, and you're permanently changed, right? Yeah. So, Sugar touching you with a toy, Doc Q poisoning you with a disease, Law doing a personality transplant and then leaving, or rooming you, and once you've been swapped in a position, you're in that position, you can move, you can do freely, but time doesn't run out and you swap back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas, if you look at it from like... So we know that Big Mom and Kaido had this on permanently, right? As a byproduct? Like just as a passive ability, yeah?
Yeah.
Kid was still able to turn Big Mom into a magnet. So what you're telling me is either Kid has much better Haki than Law, to the point where he's closer to Big Mom, where he can do a status effect to her and she can't break out of it, like she could with Law, or it's on certain abilities, where if an ability isn't a permanent change to your body and is instead just doing adding a status effect, in a sense, it may not break you out of it. If that makes sense.
The point is that awakening is stronger than a normal ability.
Yes.
So, Kid could... let's say Big Mom was made of metal.
Yep.
Kid wouldn't be able to move her around, but if he used his awakening, then he can make her a magnet.
Okay, but then are you saying if, like, say, Sugar had awakened her fruit, it would work on Big Mom?
Because the awakening sort of, like, negates or at least is much easier to apply. Despite the Haki.
I don't... Look, like I said, I can't
Law,
say...
So Law can't change Big Mom around. Like, Law can't do anything directly to Big Mom. When he awakens, he can stab his sword through her and do all those awakenings.
He can assign a room to her, so she's the epicenter of a room, right?
Yeah.
But that's not changing her. That's not changing her bodily autonomy, right?
But he can stab through her. He can do all of those.
But
abilities.
when he stabs through her, the sword actually doesn't go through them, as far as we see, right?
The attack does.
Yeah, the attack does, so it can damage you, right? But it doesn't change your body.
Yes, but it's still the awakening acting on you.
True, but like, and this is the problem, right? Because like I said, you're not wrong here. It's just we don't have a clear explanation of it. So we're both looking at it from like a slightly different, like, you know, you're looking at it from a red perspective, I'm looking at it from a blue perspective, you know what I mean? Where it's like, we don't know how it works in the sense that it's like, if Smoothie tried to smoothie someone, right? Can they just go, you know, status effect Haki, and then all their fluid just like whips back into their arm and they're like, you can't smoothie me? Or is it not because she's actually doing a status effect to them, she's physically grabbing them and juicing them? And her ability is when she juices someone, it just comes out. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of a good example for it here. Someone that does status effect stuff.
Would you say that Smoothie could smoothie Kaido?
I would say she can't smoothie Kaido because Kaido's stronger than her. She would never be in a situation where she can physically grab him. But if Kaido stood there, put his arm out and said, you can do whatever you want to me, she could probably smoothie him a little bit.
Okay, what if they were fighting on the rooftop and Smoothie was one of the people on the rooftop?
She would be able to juice him a bit off guard, but it wouldn't kill him. It'd be no different to like the Scabbard stabbing him or Killer doing the sound attack.
Right, but it would like cripple whatever she grabs. Like if she grabs his arm and smoothies it, like half of his arm is like lost.
The juice in that arm disappears, and then he just like flexes, and the juice from the rest of his body just goes in that arm. No different to Luffy when Luffy gets turned into a mummy by his crocodile, is how I kind of view it. Again, it's perfectly fine to like agree to disagree on this because
it's weird because it's like if you say like, oh, she can juice like, I know you're not saying this, but like if you say like she can juice like literally anything as long as she's like stronger enough to touch it, if she's strong, make an argument that she could beat so many people. But then when I take it to an extreme, like could she juice Kaido? It's like no, because she's just not strong enough. Like okay, well, but all she has to do is touch him though.
No, she doesn't. Like, she needs to get both hands on it and ring it.
Yeah, so like realistically, she's still. I mean, both of us are still going to place her at the same level.
I mean,
right?
yeah, dude. She's a second division commander though. You know what I mean? So it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's an apt ability for her skill set on her level because I don't think she really has impressive Haki. I think she's one of those people that's carried more by her fruit. You know what I mean? And like, mind you, right? She become like just because I'm saying she can do this stuff again, it's like a skill effect thing. Like I was saying, everyone on this list, in my mind, apart from Jack, can hurt Kaido because of a status effect. To me, she can hurt Kaido because she can juice him, but she's limited to the small area in between her two hands that she grabs and rings out, while Kaido lets her do that without attacking her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think it changes where we place her. I guess.
Yeah.
The difference between
look, and I'm happy to be like I said, I can't say you're wrong on it because we don't have the information. It's just we're both looking at it from a slightly different perspective here. Because like the thing I'm looking at it is if you can just do that Haki now and no effect happens to you at all whatsoever, right? One of two things becomes a thing. It either means all devil fruits are useless, or it means you can only hurt people with an awakening. In which case, why does an awakening itself put you over someone's ability to use their Haki there? Right? Why is it when Law awakened his fruit, Law's awakening, right? He can still use his regular room while awakened, right? So why wasn't he just swapping Big Mom around then while awakened?
Well, I more mean like it has if it's like an awakened ability.
See,
like for example, like Dofi can awaken, but his strings aren't suddenly going to start cutting you.
Yes, yeah, right. I get what you mean. It's hard, right? Because again, the way I look at it is just like I feel like that Haki was specifically introduced to stop the whole notion of like this person has this ability so they can one shot you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like it mitigates those one-shot abilities. But like, for example, Smoothie.
I guess like if Oda wanted to write it so that like Yeah, she can smoothie you, but then you can just sort of like pump your blood into that area, and then you're back to normal.
Yeah.
And it just kind of like sucks out a bit of your blood, essentially. So if she does
And-
it enough times, eventually you kind of faint.
And the flip
But that's
side,
fine. Like if
yeah,
you could write it that way,
Yeah.
and then it works
So-
perfectly well.
that's kind of where I see her character. And remember, you know how she can like absorb moisture and get bigger.
Yeah.
It's like sweet. She can get bigger, so she can juice bigger opponents, but then she's slower and bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's just a bigger surface area to cop damage herself. That's how I view her character at the moment. Especially because we saw that like the way she seems to fight is she absorbs water, gets bigger, does big projectile sword slashes, and then at close quarters she's got the ringing ability, right? To me, it's one of those things where it's like, again, as a second division commander, if I'm looking at her compared to the other second division commanders, we don't really know anything about Lucky Roo, right? But if you look at her compared to Ace, Ace just fucking burns the shit out of her and beats her no problem, right? If you throw her up against who would you say is,
Brawler in my sense,
what was that?
like a full-on brawler without any like special like long range abilities.
Yeah, like she we've seen her be able to juice magma. We've seen her be able to juice a giraffe and a person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, we know she can do it to intangible things and stuff like that. I don't see a reason why she can't do it to stronger people. But at the same point in time, it takes time. Like, remember when she grabbed Nami, she didn't juice Nami immediately. Right? To me, her ability, it's kind of like Shigaraki in My Hero Academia. Like, in the early days where he needed to touch you with all 5 fingers. You know what I mean? She needs to touch you with both hands to be able to juice you. Right? And it's like, against Kaido, I'm sorry, she's getting the shit knocked out of her by a Thunder Bugler.
Yeah.
so it's like we're arguing the semantics here of like, could she juice Kaido? But it's like Kaido just goes, BAM! Get the shit out of here, girl. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else about those two on that placing?
No,
I'm fine with them.
I can see it.
All right. 38 and 39 eggs.
Above Magellan is Tsuru, and then Smoothie.
Ooh. Okay, so we actually have a smoothie at the exact same spot. I like that.
Oh god.
I
will jump over to mine because I also have smoothie at 38.
okay. Who's your 39? Kuma?
Cracker.
Okay. I mean, it's just following the normal
Rank
schema.
technicality, right?
Okay. Glitter. What's your 39 and 38?
My 39 is Magellan and my 38 is Queen.
Okay. Now that we've pumped this out, I've got to ask a question here, right? So first
I
things
feel like we
first.
all kind of feel like these people are around the same area.
Why specifically do you have Suru under Smoothie, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm just not that I'm not that fussed on Tsuru anymore. I don't know. I used to rate her really high. I just feel like I don't know. I don't give her that much respect anymore.
I actually
She's an old lady. She can do. So I guess my reasoning was probably like she's an old lady and she could do kind of what Smoothie does, where she like just grabs you and washes you out. Like Smoothie is younger and probably more of a warrior. So
I actually
think, yeah, she's more likely to actually smoothie you.
I actually agree with you here completely and wholeheartedly, to the point where I actually didn't include Suru on my list, right? The reason for it is because I feel like she was the Vice Admiral that never really, like, unlike Garp and Sengoku, she never got an offer to be promoted. You know what I mean? So she's more of the tactician that we know. They have a lot of respect for her, but at the same point in time, she never actually got... She was never being shouted at in the bleachers like, she's going to be a badass, you know what I mean? And we know she's strong, and we know she had the likes of, like, Doflamingo running away from her scared, but that's also because we know Doflamingo, as far as we're aware, doesn't have, like, the Haki to stop status effects, specifically. Although maybe he does, since Law didn't use a lot of status effects on him. That's a question for later. But, like, you know, in Dofi's flashback, Dofi was scared of her, yeah, but Suru is just the older, now out of prime version of Smoothie. You know what I mean? And in her youth, as a fighter, I don't really see her going much further than where you've placed her. It's just, I think now that she's older, some other people have kind of stood up to the plate. And she's more useful as a tactician than as a combatant, if that makes sense. Just because it's like, I don't know. I got a lot of love for Suru, but at the same point in time, she doesn't have the same betrayal as the likes of Garp or Sengoku.
No.
She doesn't have, although she gets respect from a lot of people, we've seen a lot of better abilities from other people. You know what I mean? She kind of, in a lot of ways, she kind of gets the same sort of betrayal as Hina. But like the last gen version of Hina. You know what I mean? Like, Hina can one-shot anyone that Suru's one-shot that we've seen so far, right? If you get to the point where Hina learns armament and observation haki and she was going up against the likes of like Doflamingo, it's like, okay, if she touches Dofi, she can cage him. No different to how he can cut people with strings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's the same sort of betrayal. It's just, we don't really have anything else to go on her, and they're not doing a lot of effort to hype her anymore. Or really ever. The most hype she really got was when we saw her young in Film Z, standing side by side with Garp and Sengoku. But like, at the same point in time, it's like, you can't turn around and be like, she's getting hyped because of that. She's being, shown to be parallel with them. When at the same point in time, that whole movie was about Zephyr being their equal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, one thing I do have to ask, Smoothie being over Queen, I'm curious about that. What gave you
I don't
that?
know. I got a disrespect for the
for Queen.
for the Beast Pirates. I'm sick of them.
Woo! It took a minute. I'm glad you came around to it.
And we're really glad at you. I'm really glad
Look,
you got help.
the arc's over. It's done. They're trash.
Yeah, you don't have to live on the recency of them anymore. You don't have a moment of them getting stronger.
It wasn't even recency. It was like hope for the future. But now my hope has just all been.
How we had an entire arc with none of them being awakened, I'll never know.
I think you have to admit though, like, Whole Cake Island was very much like Ultra trying to hype up the Yonko. The Yonko are insanely strong, and their whole crew was like ridiculously OP. And then we went into Wano, and it was like, now we're gonna beat a Yonko. So like the betrayal can be like worse in Wano, but at the end of the day, like, it's all well and done over now, and they just didn't match up.
I think what ended up happening, because originally Doflamingo was meant to be in Wano too, right? I think what happened is, as Oda started fleshing out the events, he actually like put a pause in it and he went, these guys are going to be way too strong to beat, right? So we've got to separate Dofi and have Dofi go down prior. And because I feel like at that point in time, he always knew that he was going to have Big Mom and Kaido there, right?
Yeah.
I feel like when he hyped up the Big Mom pirates, as you were saying, it was like our first introduction to a proper Yonko crew. We were meant to ride the hype of like, these guys are all strong, right? When we got to Wano, though, he had it so that they were like, they're going to come and they're going to be a combatant. And then like, what really happened there was like, we're not going to win if they come. You know what I mean? So he's like, I have to remove them from the story because I can't contradict how much I hype them up. But I still need to have us have a winning saving grace moment, so I can just keep teasing them at the waterfall and getting them dropped and have them fight the CP0 down below, and that can be good enough for them. As long as I have Big Mum here, that's a more important thing, right? I feel like that decision came about because the Yonko crews are all strong and ridiculously powerful, but like you can't come off the back of hyping them up so far and then beat them 2-on-1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I mean, I have to agree. Like, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mum Pirates have a lower bounty because I think they're more stationary in their own islands, where we know the Beast Pirates go around and cause more havoc, right? We know that the numbers are actually very... Like, Apu in the last 2 years has ransacked countless islands with the numbers under Kaido, right?
Yeah.
We know that Jack and company were watching Caesar's live broadcasts because they actively get poisonous weapons and stuff like that and utilize them on countries like Zoe. The Beast Pirates, since Whitebeard's downfall, have probably been the most active pirate crew we've seen in the New World.
Yeah.
And I feel like that, because they've been that many, because they were at this stage in the story, they were being hyped to be like, you know, Kaido was really being hyped to be like the closest to the. He was being hyped to be Whitebeard, but as a villain,
Yeah.
right? To the point where instead of the world's strongest man, you had the world's strongest creature. They even straight up gave him a crown in his awakening form, right? But the point for it, I think, as well, is like it was meant to be like, this is a huge team effort to take down these two standing issues, like these two standing pillars of piracy, for this saga to start, where now it's actually the power gap between people is a lot shorter, and it's a lot more chaotic, and it's going to be a lot more cutthroat in that regard. It's no longer like a big uphill battle, it's a bunch of like parallel fights, if that makes sense. Alright. 37. Who did I put Smoothie? At 37 and 36. At 37, I have Ivankov.
Nice.
And at 36, capping for the most part, I'm pretty sure that's all the... Oh, no, that's not all of them. I have Enel. Or Eneru.
At 37, okay. I put him a little higher.
The reason I put him there is... Look, Ivankov actually is also really underrated, right? The only two fights Ivankov's had, really, were off-screen. Where he fought Magellan off-screen and got defeated by Magellan in Magellan's natural habitat. And he got low-diffed by Akainu, but didn't die against Akainu. Like, Ivankov at Marineford has the same rank as Ace, right? Akainu punches a hole in Ace, punches Ivankov in the face, and Ivankov gets up 5 minutes later. You know what I mean? Ivankov has some underrated feats there, because he also gets played up for gags. And dude, the Galaxy Wink is very impressive for a quick projectile attack barrage, right? Not to mention he can buff himself, he can buff allies, he can nerf people with hormones and stuff like that. There's a lot of versatility in Ivankov, and I think a lot of people underrate Ivankov because it was Sanji's teacher and he wasn't as cool as the world's strongest swordsman and the Pirate King's right hand. Right? And as for NL being there, I feel like everyone below this on the list, NL can probably just spam lightning and defeat.
I mean, I agree. I've got NL up pretty high, so...
Ooh, good to see it. Speaking of, Eggs, you're 36 and 37.
This is above Smoothie.
Yep.
We've got Killer and Kuma.
Ooh, I'm surprised with how potentially low you've got Kuma.
Low? Damn, I thought I was
Low.
higher. You're
Well, I mean,
always
we
down
are
saying
talking
Kuma
about
because he's a
present
robot.
Kuma, right? Or
Yeah,
Present Kuma.
even present Kuma, like,
you mean the guy who's clanking and falling apart?
yeah, but I mean, mind you, if the dude gets given orders, right? He still has his devil fruit abilities, and despite the pacifistas having been clones of him that have been altered, we know that the real Kuma is still more durable than them, right? Because we've seen
Pacifistas ain't anything close to making it on the list.
True, but the pacifistas are like meant to be clones of him, so I can see people like using them to downplay Kuma. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
But what I will say with Kuma here is like, look, we don't have him too separated, to be completely honest, but I do have him a bit higher. The reason for it is like the pawpaw fruit is just really ridiculous, and even if someone's using him like a drone, it can still do a hell of a lot of damage to a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, I put him there. I thought I'd have to fight for having him that high. So
No, by all means. I mean, like, I think a lot of
Cool
people...
with that. I mean, yeah, I just think that like realistically, like pretty much all of his body is like robo mode kind of thing right now. We haven't really seen him use Haki sort of deal. But his abilities are ridiculously strong, and everyone always sleeps on how insanely overpowered and oppressive his abilities are. Like, his paws are like little mini quakes. Like, it's just crazy.
I don't think
how strong
people
they are.
also really remember too much that Kuma's paws, they reject everything. I think a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh yeah, everything except no. We see Kuma be able to reject like combustions and fire, right? We see Kuma be able to reject projectile air slashes from Zoro, right? Like, if you got someone like Dorian Broggy doing like a Nizoku sovereignty at him, right? He just goes bounce, sends it back. You know what I mean? Even in his current state, he still has the ability to do that. That's still really busted at this point in time. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna fight with how. Like I said, I thought he's a little low compared to where I've got him, but like not by too much anyway. So like, it's a bit hard because when I look at the list, I see where he's on my list, and I'm like, that's so far up, and then I go, oh, actually, counting it out, we're actually pretty close to where I am right now.
Yeah, I kind of felt like so many around this area and above. Kind of feel like so many of these people are just like super interchangeable, and
Yeah.
like it's just really weird. They're all in that like, yeah, they're really strong, but they're not like ultra powerful. So it's like really hard to like place them accurately.
I gotta ask, Killer. So you think Killer's a better swordsman than Neko and Inu? And Denjiro?
Yeah, I mean, I just think he's stronger just from like clout factors.
Okay.
Like, he's just Kid's supposed to be good, even though he's objectively not been shown to be
Does
good.
he?
He's still supposed to be good.
Does he have better AP, or is it durability that you're giving him this hype for?
I'm just giving him like protagonist energy, basically.
Okay.
Plot armor is the greatest armor you can have.
All right. Glitter, 36
Yeah.
and 37.
My 36 and 37, 37 Josu, 36 Smoothie.
Okay.
Who do I have my 36?
36 and 37. Kuma?
30. Where?
Above Smoothie.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Sorry, I was quickly updating my One Piece lore during that huge rant.
Oh no, go for it.
Who did I put down? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, who the heck was that guy? So I've got sorry for my 36 I have Killer.
Okay, and 37?
My 37 I had who the heck is this guy? Ulti, there we go.
Oh, Ulti. Okay. Ulti over Smoothie is very intriguing to me.
What a take.
It's okay.
I'm gonna love when we do our top 30 women stream and getting to see if your mind changes.
Are we doing power or bay? Like
We're doing fighting capacity. I thought, we're doing
I
Bay?
thought we were doing the bay. I also were doing
I
bay.
thought we were doing Bay.
I thought on a babe stream.
Do one of each?
Oh, we were doing both.
Do one of
Yeah.
each. We'll do
Why
a
not
parallel
both?
list. We'll do a Bay list and we'll do a fighter list. Because we've got to get that lady representation up for One Piece.
Yeah, if you guys are just wondering for my general idea of why I have Ulti over Smoothie is because from what I've seen, or at least consistently, is that it's drive that push a lot of One Piece characters to get quote unquote stronger, right? And I feel like with Ulti, like I've seen Smoothie and how she acts, but she's always so lax. Like she does get into action.
She's not a
but
good
that's
leader.
only when that's when poop's already gone out the wind and hit the fan at high speed.
She's not a good leader and she doesn't take good initiative.
Exactly. And Ulti is always in the get-go. She like, and the second that page 1 gets injured, she doesn't care who you are. She is straight up like gunning for you.
The only problem I would say is even if Smoothie doesn't have the same level of Haki as Ulti, Smoothie can just make herself giant to sort of match the physical strength.
Yeah, and then Ulti uses her horns and pops her foot like a pincushion. I don't know.
Interesting. I've got to say though, you got the highest Killer out of everyone on this list. Also the highest Smoothie. Oh no, Glitter's
so-
got the highest smoothie.
Yeah.
Yeah, glitter.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Look,
At least we
I
can
w- I would-
agree between 30 to around, I don't know, 45. That chunk there is probably going to be real
Oh.
interchangeable and similar for
dude,
us.
they were actually really hard from that sort of section. This range that we've covered so far was where it was a lot more like,
It's
can
going to
you
get
even-
intense 30 under.
can you
It's gonna
even
get-
remember the characters to put them on the list, sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, interesting. Who NL? Oh, okay. Above NL, I have the man, the myth, Glitter's number 3 character of all time, Doflamingo.
Oh, everyone's going to be big mad on me then.
And above Doflamingo, wiping his beanbags on Doflamingo's chin, I have my man with the juicy 860 mil bounty, right? Mr. Dragon D's nuts, Cracker.
Oh.
You on crack.
Crack.
Okay, wait.
I'm just mucking around.
Wait. Let's.
I'm
Don't,
not
no,
though, and
no.
I'm going to wait for mine.
No. Come up.
To be fair, we have been stated by Luffy that Cracker's armament hockey at that point was the hardest that he'd ever fought. So I'm taking that as Cracker has superior armament hockey than Doflamingo.
Yep. Not just that, but the crackers that Cracker can make can defend against one Gear 4 Kong gun before their shield breaks, and then it takes a second attack of the same level to break the Cracker itself, right? At no point.
My only question, yeah.
At no
My
point.
only question is, sorry.
Yep, no, you go. I got my
My only
defense ready.
question is, would Doflamingo's awakening be able to turn the crackers into string?
I would argue no.
No.
And it's also highly potential that Cracker may be awakened as well in some capacity.
I put Dopey higher.
Potentially as part of his Cracker ability, we don't know. At this point in time, I'm happy to say no. But let me say it like this, right? Cracker can make an infinite amount of crackers, yeah? Dofi has a limited amount of time in his awakening, right? Even if Dofi can turn current Biscuit Soldiers into string, Cracker can easily replenish those forces and keep doing it until Dofi runs out of his awakening, right? In strategy, we know that Cracker's able to do that continuously for at least, was it 8 or 12 hours against Luffy, right? And on top of that, those Biscuit Soldiers, like I said, it takes 2 Kong Gun attacks to break a Biscuit Soldier, 1 Biscuit Soldier, right? Doflamingo hasn't shown a single attack close to the level of strength of a Kong Gun. 1 Kong Gun sent Doflamingo a quarter of a way through his own country, right? And Doflamingo, using his overheat attack, point blank on a Kong Gun, the Kong Gun just went straight through it and destroyed the overheat and continued to punch Dofi in the face. We haven't seen Dofi do an attack that you could argue would actually be able to pierce the Cracker. So it's a numbers game, it's a strength game, and not just that, right? If you're going to use the argument that, Doflamingo just flies in the air and just, spams down awakening and stuff like that to try and, get around him and just, finesse him at some point, there's one thing you really got to take into consideration. We saw Cracker only fight how he was comfortable.
Do you believe that Crocodile's stronger than Cracker?
Yeah.
Okay, then how come he was able to equally clash against Crocodile Hook with just a kick
Dofi?
in Marineford?
Because Crocodile got stronger since then.
Crocodile was also a lot more hot-blooded.
Yeah.
during that war, especially.
So hear me out here, right? Cracker, with how we saw fight with the Biscuit Soldiers, we only saw him fighting as a security guard in that situation. We haven't seen Cracker fight in any other situation, right? We know that that's just his favorite shape for his soldiers, but it's not his only shape for his soldiers. As far as we know, he can make those same biscuit soldiers giants. As far as we know, he can use those biscuit soldiers in the air and stuff like that, and get semi-aerial combat going on, making his own platforms and that to fight on.
Yeah.
We've never seen him in a situation where he wasn't just fighting Luffy on the ground, 1v1, with his crackers. You know what I mean? So, even arguing...
We can agree to disagree.
Even arguing an aerial advantage for Doflamingo, Cracker technically has an answer for it. We just haven't seen him use it yet. Because we've never seen him fight someone that fights in an aerial setting.
Okay.
And
for one, just a point there, because I'm not going to disagree with you. I do disagree with you, but I'm not going to challenge your points or
Can agree to
perspective on
disagree.
it. But what I will say is just because you would creatively use that fruit, you can't then say, well, he has the capacity to do so if he hasn't been shown it.
I agree.
Technically speaking, Law could insta-kill everyone if he decided to take the hearts out of it, but he just doesn't. So.
I agree with you, except Cracker has specifically mentioned that he's just fighting in what his comfortable forte is against Luffy, using his favorite stuff, to the point where he even makes fake blood for a gag.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's just, from his artistic standpoint, he's just like, I just want to make my biscuit soldier and thrash you down here, right? But even when Luffy was in Gear 4 and flying up in the air, right? He would use the biscuit soldier. So when the Kong Organ happens, Luffy's in the air punching down at him. He uses the multiple biscuit soldiers using dual-wielding shields to block the punches, and he proceeds to jump in the air and go for attacks on Luffy. So he launches himself in the air to attack. Right? I've thought about this one matchup for years. I've gone back and forth on it many times. The only thing I'll say is Doflamingo's faster than Cracker, but being faster than one Cracker doesn't make much of a difference against multiple Cracker soldiers. You know what I mean? The only reason I say that is because I've seen Doflamingo use the ability to use Shave, but like only once or twice, right? Whereas Cracker, he's a stationary unit that fights in a radii around his base body, if that makes sense. But yeah, we don't know if Dofla's got a single attack that's, comparable to actually break the soldiers. If you want to say that he can use his awakening to turn the soldiers into string to attack Cracker, that's perfectly fine as well. It's just one of those things where, Cracker just makes more soldiers and continues on. And in terms of Cracker's durability, we know he doesn't like pain at all, but even the attack that beat Cracker shot Cracker through 6 of his own biscuit soldiers, which we know takes 2 Kong guns to break. So that's like 8 Gear 4 punches and then a mountain range is what actually defeated him.
So what, in your opinion, stops Dofi from marionetting the Cracker soldiers?
The fact that the Cracker soldiers are physically stronger than Dofi's string, so we can't marionette them in the first place. And the marionette, as far as we know, only works by him putting strings in people's nervous system and actually manipulating their nervous systems.
But he marionetted Jozu.
Yes, but Jozu wasn't in diamond form.
Jozu
half
isn't
of
as
them
physically strong as a Cracker soldier?
He is physically as strong as a Cracker soldier when he's in diamond form.
So a Cracker soldier is strong enough to rip out a giant chunk of ice and throw it at someone?
Considering they were shown to be as strong as Gear 4 Luffy, yeah.
Oh, they were able to not be broken by Gear 4 Luffy. They weren't stronger than
It
it.
doesn't
They
mean
weren't
they're
punchable.
Okay, they were stronger than Gear 3 Luffy. They physically
feat. That's not a strength
they
feat.
physically overpower Gear 3. And Gear 3 is destroying giants like Picker that were bigger than that iceberg.
When did they physically overpower 3?
Before Luffy went Gear 4. That's why he went Gear 4. Because he tried to use Gear 3 against the Crackers, and the Crackers were literally throwing his arms around and hitting him.
As in, he punched them, and they literally shield bashed his arm, and it hurt his hand?
No, as in he'd punch them, and they literally block the punch, and then throw the punch in the air, and proceed to stab Luffy.
Okay, so they block the punch first, and then once all the force from the punch is gone, they can,
parry it.
Push the blow aside.
They parry it, and then they stab with it.
In the same way that I could swing a sledgehammer at someone and they could block it with a shield,
Okay?
then they could push the sledgehammer aside. But their shield attack is not stronger than my sledgehammer swing. If I sledgehammer a bit of wood, I'm going to shatter that bit of wood, but you're not going to smack a shield into a bit of wood and shatter it.
Okay, true. But in that same... Like, okay, put it this way. The Cracker soldiers probably aren't picking up the iceberg and throwing the iceberg, right? But if you threw the iceberg at the soldiers, they're blocking the iceberg.
Yes, they can block.
Yes. So, Doflamingo...
That's like the main thing that they do.
So, Doflamingo attacking them, they just block it. And their
Yeah, but,
entire
like,
body's
not
made of that...
marionette.
But their entire body's made of that, and the marionette only works by using a nervous system. Biscuit doesn't have a nervous system.
Then
Sorry,
that's the
guys.
real
Just a
argument.
quick check. While we're on this, I'm just gonna quickly go take a trip to the bathroom. and
No,
be right
no worries. I'm sorry, what were you saying, X?
That's the real argument then, not that they're stronger than it.
Actually, I just did
Well,
a
I
quick
think-
Google search. It's got nothing to do with the nervous system. He simply attaches the strings into his targets at the base of the neck.
Neck?
It has nothing to
Yep,
do with the nervous system.
but
I
the
Googled.
strings go into the base of the neck, and then he puppeteers the body from that.
Okay, then if we're gonna go that level of a deep of an argument, I could then argue he just puts his string through the cracker material.
But that's what I'm saying. His string isn't strong enough to go through any of the crackers.
Breaking a cracker and moving within the cracker is not the same thing.
Yes, you're right.
Just
Except
saying the whole
I'm-
density of the cracker
is
that
overall stronger
strong.
than the... Yeah, I'm saying the entire density of the base
Even
cracker...
Harkied.
Yes, because Doflamingo's string, even with Haki, right, wasn't able to penetrate Gear 4 Luffy at all. Whereas Cracker was able to penetrate Gear 4 Luffy. With sword slashes, same as Doflamingo's. Doflamingo tries to cut him, doesn't work on Luffy. Cracker does it, it cuts Luffy, right? When Doflamingo has the ability to block a Gear 3 punch as well, right? No different to the Cracker Soldier, right? But that's with his giant spiderweb attack, which is his biggest defensive ability, which makes a huge thing of string, right? Whereas these Cracker Soldiers, all of their base bodies are stronger than that Gear 3. Their base level of durability, once a Cracker is made, right, is in between Gear 3 and Gear 4 levels of strength, to the point that they're weaker than the Gear 4 levels, but they're not so weak that when Gear 4 punches them, it goes straight through the shield and the body, whereas with Doflamingo's stronger attacks, Luffy's punch goes straight through the entire attack and then punches Dofi in the face.
That's fine. Dofi's physical body's far more
Yes.
durable than Cracker's.
Yes, it is.
So in theory, it takes a hit. You're basing this entire argument of Cracker v Dofi on the likelihood that Dofi will not get a singular hit in.
Well,
That's a
no,
wild,
no, no, no.
that's a
It's not.
wild-
It's not that it won't take us. Okay, I'm not saying that Dofi doesn't have the chance to get a singular hit in, right? Like I said, there's ways for Dofi to be tricky and try to work around it, right? But it's not from. It's not that he's going to overpower a Cracker ever. He doesn't have that ability.
We're still on
Yeah,
this.
yeah. So for example, right, if
But let's just move on. We all agree Jade's wrong.
I just said that I got back.
Okay, no, I'll say this last thing, right? The only way I see Dofi being able to get the upper hand is if he turns the Cracker Soldier that Cracker's inside, if Cracker's hiding, into string, catching Cracker off guard, and then using the string to try and attack Cracker while he's in there. But like I said, we don't actually know how much health Cracker has in the first place, since the only attack he ever received on his person was him getting shot through multiple of his Cracker Soldiers, which we know can defend against those Gear 4 level attacks, and those same Gear 4 level attacks sent Doflamingo across a country. Right? So he took the accumulated damage of more hits, like outside of the Kong gun, right? What defeated Cracker was the accumulation of more hits from a Gear 4 punch than what Doflamingo went through.
Technically, he won because Luffy ate the frickin' army. Like, if you want to be like that gave him a great lead up.
Okay.
The whole fight between Luffy and Cracker is such an oddity.
Even-
I don't know if you can use that to rival Dofi's
Even
three
then?
forms of Haki: awakening, intelligence,
Oh no,
speed.
I
I don't know.
even then, against the Luffy just eating it mindset, right?
Wild.
Luffy couldn't eat the Crackers until Nami weakened them by using their direct counter water.
You mean wet them?
Yes.
Like let's not make that sound more impressive. That she wet them.
Yeah, she wet them.
She wet them.
Yeah, she wet them.
And then he ate them.
Yeah. But when he makes it, like, Doflamingo doesn't have any water-based ability. So it's not like
Right.
he's got something in his arsenal to weaken Cracker there.
Right.
And mind you, I've only got them within one place of each other, to be fair. It's just, I think, based on what we've seen and what they have in their arsenal, Cracker is the definitive one over Doflamingo there. And that's not trying to downplay Doflamingo. I think Doflamingo has a more durable body for the most part than Cracker as well, because the whole Gamma Knife stuff, right? I think Law probably did more damage to Dofi with Gamma Knife than Luffy probably did to Doflamingo, arguably.
Yeah, the moment Doflamingo got hit by that Gamma Knife, I think it sent a lot of the power scaling, the quote-unquote power scaling, into kind of a hissy fit, because a lot of people, claim that because he was injured internally, his defense wasn't all that high, or that he wasn't able to properly defend himself because his organs got busted out.
I look at it and I see it as this, right? Doflamingo could fight just as good before and after, right?
Yeah.
But his overall HP was cut so that Luffy could beat him with Gear 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that narratively as well, Oda gave Luffy and Law an even split, right? In bounty for what they did. Even though in the end it was Luffy that 1v1'd Doflamingo, right? I feel like that was Oda's way of narratively saying, like, Law with the Gamma Knife did like 50% HP to Dofi, and then Luffy in 2 bouts of Gear 4 did the other 50%. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Luffy versus Cracker, after 10 times the amount of time that he fought Dofi for... Actually, no. He fought Dofi for half an hour, so... And he fought Cracker for 12 hours. So, 24 times the amount of time that Dofi fought Luffy, Luffy fought Cracker for, and still couldn't beat him. Anyway, eggs for Reki, you're 34 and 35.
What was my last one?
Kuma.
Ivankov and Morley.
Ooh, Morley. Wait, you got Ivankov under Morley? I'm curious on that.
Morley was said to be one of the stronger dudes in the series. Pretty cool. I like him.
Molly?
Morley's the cross-dressing giant that's one of the revolutionary commanders.
Ah, yes.
Was it Dofi who was like...
Dofi hyped up Morley along with Ivankov and Kuma and Dragon.
Yeah.
No, okay, that's respectable. Morley's also the person that made Impel Down level 5.5 before Ivankov. He's also the only person to have escaped... he's the only person to have escaped Impel Down without anyone knowing.
Yep.
So Morley does have a lot of, like... Morley's got some impressive stuff behind him. I'm actually excited to see more of Morley. I'm just curious as to the Morley over Ivankov thing, but I mean, shit, to each their own. Alright, Glitter, you're 34 and 35.
My 34 and 35, my 35 is Kuma, and my 34 is Ivankov.
I've got to ask then, with everyone having the revolutionaries so low, so do you think the revolutionaries are all weaker than the other Yonko crews? And the Marines? Are they the weakest faction?
Well, I don't think they're a revolutionary. They spread through propaganda. They're not really
They've also gotten nerfed quite heavily in recent years, per se.
Yeah, they've gotten some hits. They've had some hits.
Like, Sabo's definitely gotten some great upgrades, but in terms of their overall forces as well, like, they've been getting knocked out pretty hard.
Yeah, you can't tell me Bello Betty is, like, you know what I mean? Like, the main source of power that particular faction is Sabo.
I mean, to be fair, we also, CP9 also took out, 2 revolutionary
captains.
leaders?
Yeah. It was one. It was one, and it was
Oh, yeah,
Jabra.
one.
Jabra assassinated one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army pre-time skip. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with it because like narratively they're kind of setting it up that way, but like I'm surprised that everyone's so on the bandwagon of the Revs being the weakest faction,
Well, let's put it this way.
with the exception
there is
maybe of Dragon and Sabo.
apart from Sabo, and his status is currently up in the air. For me, they've not done like Vonkov was imprisoned for several years. Like their fighting force isn't like one of a pirates or marines. The Revolutionary Army spreads kind of a discord against the government and propaganda, and their recruitment is far more like a militia than it is a like it's not like a Yonko crew.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that's their aim. I don't think they're supposed to be powerful. I think that's why I don't necessarily know how I feel about Dragon being the most powerful guy in the world. He may be the most wanted. I don't think that translates to power necessarily. He could just be a dude.
I know, like
but
it makes a lot of sense since all their abilities mean they would have better synergy fighting together. Like all the revolutionaries' abilities, if they all fight together, buffs each of them heaps when they're together, as opposed to a singular, which
yeah.
you know, a revolution isn't just one person, so it makes a lot of narrative sense there. But I'm actually kind of surprised by that, considering they're one of the last factions left. How
I think their whole thing is just like if everyone just stuck up for themselves, wouldn't be able to get pushed around.
that's fair.
So they just go to places and they're just like, fight for yourself. I'll give you a bit of
Yeah,
courage, but
they
fight for yourself.
preach it. They kind of just drop off supplies and recruit people and then just leave them to their own devices and then kind of come. It's a bit like playing the friggin' Minutemen from Fallout 4. you set up you set up the settlement, you give them their supplies, and then off you go. Like it's not a I'm gonna storm the beaches for you. It's I'm gonna give you the ammunition, the weapons, the know-how, the supplies, as long as you pledge to us and our movement, and then they're on their way.
Okay.
So until I get proven otherwise, because again they're one of the last factions, we haven't really seen them, but they're worse for wear at the moment, fighting force wise. They are pretty worse for wear, and they've taken some big hits over the last little bit in the story. So.
Yeah. I mean, if we were talking about like prime Revolutionary Army, where Kuma was at full power, Ivankov was at Dragon's right hand side, and and Sabo was still Sabo actually wouldn't have the flare fruit.
I don't know. I feel like the revolutionaries are stronger now than they've ever been.
I don't feel that way at all.
Maybe with the exception of Kuma specifically, but even then, I feel like there may be some form of redemption potentially coming for Kuma. Anyway,
I hope so. I mean, he's one of my favorites, but
I mean, especially since Sabo at this point in time is being regarded as an emperor in his own right.
Yeah, but you got to think, like, if we review what happened to Sabo, the world government had enough power that they had tried to eliminate an island just to knock him off, sort of. Well, not to knock him off specifically, but could knock him off. So my point is, I think that if you really do have an examination of the fighting force of that faction, Ivankov's been in prison several years, and the world government has clearly enough firepower that they can just demolish an island if they want to. If they were to properly know where the Revolutionary Army is setting up base, what are they going to do?
Okay.
What are they going to do?
Interesting. Kuma, you're 34 and 35.
yes. So I have 35 was Doflamingo, and then 34 was my Eneru or NL.
Ooh, NL over Dofi.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the logic behind the NL over Dofi mindset?
My reason why I have Enel over Doflamingo is because if Eneru were to take his opponent completely seriously, he would. I feel like, especially with how far his observation in hockey is enhanced,
Just spam the
definitely see Doflamingo before he arrives.
Okay.
And by that point, you know, like, I mean, Doflamingo's definitely, like, he's blitzing fast, but Eneru can still move at the speed of lightning.
Okay.
And even then, do we think that Doflamingo's going to easily block one of Eneru's island destroying lightning balls?
Personally, I don't think... I think maybe with a spider web, instead of blocking it, he can sort of do what Nami did pre-time skip, where she can just, like, not completely, but, like...
Disperse.
Make the electricity go into the web and ground. Yeah. But I would actually say that I feel like Doflamingo can take a fair few hits from the lightning before going down. Just based on his overall durability levels. But, like, I kind of in the same mindset. Like, I've got NL immediately under Dofi. The only reason for it is because it's like, from Dofi and up, we got people that are contending with Gear 4's level of durability. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, from NL down, I don't see those people surviving a consistent onslaught of lightning. If that makes sense. That's how I kind of viewed it. But I don't know, I can respect the NL over Dofi. It's just I feel like we've had a lot more, especially with Haki feats, had a lot more from Dofi than NL. It's like I could see NL hitting Dofi a few times with lightning and it's hurting him, but it's not taking him out immediately until Dofi can get close enough to like cut him up with Haki.
Mm-hmm.
Like okay, put it this way,
NL was also really durable as well.
Put it this way, right? I'm pretty sure Birdcage is around the same size as NL's observation Haki range. So Dofi could throw up a Birdcage. NL can go anywhere in the Birdcage and stream lightning down. And let's just assume it goes past the Birdcage and it actually like strikes through, right?
Okay.
I could see them actually having a very like drawn out fight there where Doflamingo can do a lot more damage to NL with melee attacks and like Haki based stuff, where NL's just got to like try and fatigue him out with the lightning strikes non-stop. NL was really underrated though. So, some people rate him way too high and some people don't give him anywhere near enough credit. Like the dude had like a 5 or 10 kilometer range on observation Haki. And with his Devil Fruit could hear anything that anyone's saying or doing in that range, right? His observation Haki was good enough that he could predict a full day in the future what was happening, right? Not to the point where Katakuri had like clear vision sight, but NL could do it in the sense that he could look into the future and like, you know how we see like Usopp and Fujitora see the auras of people?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of implied that NL's got future sight, but that, instead of like a clear image. Where he can look in the future and then see how many voices are left.
Okay.
Because he did his whole prediction by doing that for the fight. And his prediction was right, but he couldn't sense the difference between Luffy and Aiza inside of Zora the Snake.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like his prediction would have been right had he have been able to discern that there were multiple people in one thing. Which is interesting. Like, he's... To date, he's got the best 5 observation Haki feats in the series.
Yeah.
Like, best observation Haki feats are between NL, Shanks, Fujitora, Luffy, Katakuri, and arguably Usopp. Alright. No, I like it. Alright. I'm gonna get everyone's 2 here, and then I'm gonna dip away for a quick second for a toilet break myself. Right? So I'll let you guys discuss this row quickly. My 33 above Cracker is Queen.
Okay.
Which means I've got Queen higher than anyone else.
Yes, you do.
And above Queen, I've got Yasop.
Yasop. Okay.
Okay,
30. Respectable.
Eggs, you're 33 and 32?
My last one again, Morley.
Morley, yep.
Dory and Broggy, and then Crocodile.
Crocodile above Dofi.
I don't have Dofi in yet, do I? No, I don't.
Oh no, you don't. Sorry, my bad. I'm just looking at my tier list and.
Glitter, you're 32 and 33?
My 32 and 33. 33 is Cracker and 32 is an L.
Alright. And Kuma.
Yes, so as my 33, I have Shiryu. And as my 32, I had Dory and Broggy.
I'm pretty sure I spelt Shiryu wrong there because I always forget how to spell his name. But I'll be back in a second. I'm going to a quick toilet break while you guys discuss those quick batch, okay?
You spelled it right.
Oh, I did spell it right?
I think so, yeah.
Alright, sweet. I'll be back.
Yeah. Alright, now we must fill the void with hot, steaming banter.
I feel like that cracker conversation went way too long, and I still don't agree with it.
That was wild. He's always
He
overplayed
has
Cracker.
always been on Cracker's like.
You don't know
Fair.
how many conversations I've had with him about Cracker.
It's wild. And then he's like, he may have he may have an awakening. I'm like, bro, Dofi has one. You're giving him the feet on the maybe. What is happening?
Like, now, the reason why I feel like Cracker is so, I guess, kind of in a muddled gray zone is because he comes right after Luffy had a first major battle, right? Like, he's Luffy's first giant stepping stone into getting into Big Mom's territory. So Cracker's sort of, quote-unquote, setting the standard of what we're supposed to expect from Smoothie and Katakuri.
It's funny though because on one hand, he talks about it, and also with the canon, Doflamingo was supposed to be introduced in Wano. But Oda confirmed would be too strong if he was remained in Wano with the rest of the forces.
Yeah.
Which means,
I mean, to be fair, like, who
which means-
would you have fight against Doflamingo if he were to appear in Wano, right?
and that would mean just in order, because obviously we're leaving Shanks for probably last. I'm going to assume Elbath, just in order of where we're traveling in terms of strength. And so if we're going to do that, then Dofi would have been above a lot of the Big Mom pirates, which would include Cracker, to me.
Well,
Just because he was introduced earlier, it's the same thing with the Curse of Crocodile. Oda biggest regret was introducing Crocodile too soon. The order of introduction, to me, is why I think a lot of people undersell Dofi, and I think it's very easy to undersell him in comparison to Cracker. But I think from what we saw as a fighting character like Dofi, in terms of intelligence, he is so much more intelligent than Cracker. Just in general.
Can I ask a question about that then?
You may.
With Doflamingo originally being planned for Wano, right? If you took Luffy, Law, and Kid out of the equation from the Allied forces, do you think anyone's beating Doflamingo in a 1v1 without it affecting the story?
What do you mean?
Well, you got everyone already with you got everyone with their matchups, right? In Wano, right? Who would have been left from the Allies who actually could take Dofi?
I mean, the whole thing could have been different, right? Like, you could have had some of Big Mom's pirates fighting some of...
Because that may have been actually where Law was going to end up. Law may have gotten his revenge on Dofi there. In Wano. So by that point, that's when he would have opened his awakening, and that's when he would have killed him and all the rest of it.
Law already had his awakening when he fought Dofi. His awakening wouldn't have done anything against Dofi,
but I mean, with the rest of the allies having all their awakening and all the power-ups that the whole allied forces go through, makes a lot of sense for Law to have been paired up with Dofi there.
Like, in my head canon, this is how I see how the fights would have actually went if Doflamingo had been present.
It took Law and Luffy to defeat Doflamingo. It took Nami with a bit of water and Luffy to defeat Cracker. I think that undersells Dofi's fight intensely.
No,
have two
I agree.
We need to not get back on this, guys.
Yeah,
No. I agree with that.
No,
but
this was the
hang
dead
on,
radio
hang on.
silence chat.
I agree with it, but what I would say for Doflamingo there is the reason why Luffy had to come in as a ringer is because Law got played. Law couldn't beat Dofi on his own, right? And that wouldn't change him at Wano or not, right? Because all Law's awakening does is allow him to do his normal room-related shenanigans, but instead of applying the room to him and fighting from his epicenter, he can apply it to someone else, right? That wouldn't have helped against Doflamingo.
You're saying that Dofi over Law?
Yeah. I'm saying Dofi...
Now?
Okay, now I would say Law's Haki is improved post-clashing with Yonko. So I would say that Law in the right frame of mind now should be over Dofi. right?
So you're saying that
post-Wano.
Law's haki is strong enough now that he could just cut straight through Dofi's strings?
That's kind of what I want to say, yeah. Because Law now is being shown to be comparable to the Yonko, right?
Well,
Yeah.
only using his fruit, not in terms of haki.
Well, even now, his haki, what he learnt from Kaido and Big Mom, right? His haki is getting a huge buff. So his haki is now being compared to the Yonko. But mind you, I'm not saying the same as the Yonko, because like I'm saying, right, we peaked at top of Wano with Kaido and Big Mom, and we've dropped down a little bit to who's left after that. And they're all... The fights that are going on right now are all like the Yonko candidates fights. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're all like, you know, Luffy, Kid, Law, Blackbeard, Shanks, Cross Guild. These are all like who. It's a throne war thing that Dofi was talking about, where it's like who will rule the seas, who will like sort of fill in for those Yonkos going forward. You know what I mean? So to me,
Okay.
Law had his we know Law had his awakening in that prior to Wano. So Law had his awakening when he fought Dofi. Law didn't use his awakening against Dofi. If you go back and look at the fight against Law and Dofi, a lot of the time Law tries to use his hacks abilities on Dofi, but Dofi baits him or uses his string to redirect Law's physical body so that he can't use the abilities against Dofi physically, right? And because Dofi had the psychological games there, right? Even if they're arguably close at that point in time physically, right? Dofi with the psychological warfare had that little bit of an advantage. I would say the haki bloom that Law gets from fighting Kaido and Big Mom and even now fighting Blackbeard, right? I could see the argument that he gets a boost now that even with his haki, right, even with his normal armament haki, he'd be able to break Doflamingo's strings and stuff like that. I'm not saying definitively, but I'm just saying, considering the likes of Gear 4, Luffy was shattering it, right? And the way Law's being betrayed now is not just with his Devil Fruit, but like even gaining new haki abilities, he's developing into the same sort of rival a Yonko, even though probably at this point in time he's going to lose to the likes of Blackbeard. Does that make sense?
No one's happy about it.
Sure it does. Let's move on.
All right, we're up to...
Where I put Dofi,
Oh,
we're
what's
not.
the new one, bro?
Let's just agree that where I put Dofi, even if you disagree, for the love of God, can we just not talk about it?
Okay, sure.
I feel like we've.
Oh, wait, no. You're going to have Dofi
No,
heaps high.
I'm not saying that you can't disagree with me and you can think it's red hot and you want to challenge me. What I will say is maybe we should wait until the end of the stream because this particular line of conversation takes us ages.
Yeah.
Nah, screw that.
I
There's nothing
don't
wrong with
mind
detours. There's
I
nothing
don't
wrong with
mind you
detours.
fighting me.
There's
I
nothing
don't
wrong
mind
with
you fighting
detours.
me. I just, yeah.
Okay. No one had... because I went to the toilet. No one had any questions about the Yasop coin placement?
No.
Okay, perfect. Above Yasop, in the next two spots, I have Magellan.
Magellan.
And above Magellan, I have Jesus Burgess.
Number 30.
Yeah. Dude's buff. What can I say? Big buff daddy.
Like, I don't know, like, I am surprisingly hitting a lot of, like, random spots with you guys, because, yeah, okay. Interesting.
Hey, I love the difference in perspective for viewpoints for it. You know what I mean?
That's not how you spell Burgess.
Back in the day, I thought Burgess would have been the right-hand man of Blackbeard, being his, like, Zoro sort of thing. But based on recent events and based on recent betrayal, it really seems that I was in the wrong there and that Shiryu is the second strongest combatant on the Blackbeard Pirates, other than, you know, their ringer Aokiji. Right?
Why?
Why what?
Why do you think you're wrong there?
The reason I think I'm wrong there is because Oda was betrayed. Like, Oda in the top swordsman in the world and stuff like that were, like, you know, when he was bringing out the drawings and stuff like that of the world's best swordsmen and, like, doing little blurbs and stuff like that.
Sure.
He did one with Shiryu, being like, you know, Shiryu, the fighter of the Blackbeard Pirates and stuff like that. He's feared throughout the lands, blah, 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 blah. The way they're sort of betraying Shiryu is above Burgess. Burgess may have the role of the first captain, but Shiryu's just getting that extra bit of love at the moment from Oda, apparently. But
Wait, can you explain that more clearly? Because he put up a list of the strongest
So-
swordsmen,
so
and Shiryu was in it,
he-
and Burgess
so
wasn't
he-
as a non-swordsman.
So it's how he's giving Shiryu narrative feats and stuff like that as well, right? So him talking about Shiryu as the fighter for the Blackbeard Pirates, right? He's their main
That's
fighter.
the same way.
That's the
how
same
I-
language they use for Zoro, right?
Hang-
And Burgess,
sure.
and you know me, Daniel, because last time,
Hang on. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Shanks has better narrative than Blackbeard in the story right now.
does he?
Correct? He's hyped more on the world
I
stage.
mean-
He's believed to be hyped more because he's been the Yonko for longer, and he's this elusive, powerful dude. Lucky Roo is said to be the fighter of the Shanks crew, and you downplay Lucky Roo constantly.
Mm-hmm. That's because we've seen what Lucky Roo. Well, we've been given glimpses of Lucky Roo recently, and it hasn't lived up to the other people's. Like he hasn't lived up to it.
We were given one attack where he did a bowling attack.
Okay, put it
in
this
the
way.
movie.
Put it this way, right? Are you asking why I've got Shiryu over Burgess? Just to put it clearly.
I'm just asking you why you specifically think that Shiryu is so high, Burgess isn't.
Well, I mean, you don't know where I've got Shiryu.
I know, but I mean, you're specifically hyping up Shiryu,
Yeah. Well,
not Burgess.
that's-
when we literally saw Burgess pick up a mountain.
Yep.
A literal fucking mountain that had basically a forest of trees on top of it, and he just picked it up casually while he was laughing and smiling and threw it.
Yeah.
He basically pulled a Jozu with one hand.
Yeah, he did. He pulled a Jozu, not a Marco.
That is the single biggest strength feat that we've ever seen in the entire
No, it's
series
not.
by very far.
No, it's not. Gear 3 Luffy has better strength feats than that against Pika.
Luffy
Zoro,
can pick
as a
up
swordsman,
an
has
entire
better
mountain.
strength feats than that against Pika.
Zoro cut through Pika.
And launched Pika's top half of the torso up into the air.
That's just an anime thing. Every time something gets cut, it splits in half. It's like if someone shot an arrow straight in
Okay.
the face and you cut it clean in half, it would just hit you in the face.
Burgess with a
Half.
devil fruit
But
is
in
doing.
every anime, it always splits past your head.
Burgess with a devil fruit is doing what Garp did 35 years ago without a devil fruit.
Garp 35 years ago was like legit
Against
Roger
Chinjiao.
level. He was legit Roger level.
Yeah, but against Chinjiao.
And he fucked up Chinjiao.
Yeah, he did.
He turned a pinhead into a.
But that's the thing. All right, so again, okay, I'll break this down, right? Burgess with the buff fruit makes him physically stronger. That's it as far as we know, right? That is a huge buff, yeah? No pun intended. Like, Burgess went from throwing houses pre-time skip to throwing mountains. That's a big buff, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Right. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. The thing that I'm actually the most excited for is his shock elbow attacks, now that he's got the buff fruit. Right? Because we saw he was able to destroy parts of the Colosseum without touching it, just by a shockwave of a punch. Amplify that. Like, the houses that he was throwing pre-time skip, compared to the mountain's 10 times bigger. Like actually, like, you can pixel scale it, it's 10 times bigger. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you can actually see, like, how big the mountain is, because you can see Burgess actually physically holding it up. You know what I mean? The mountain's big. It's not colossal, but it's big, right? Burgess throwing that sort of stuff and doing those big punches and that, really, really impressive, and I'm really excited for it, right? But Burgess's biggest problem was always his, health and durability. I mean, look at him versus Sabo, right? So, him getting a fruit that lets him do a little bit better AP, okay, well, his AP... Well, it is just a little bit better AP because there's such a big power cliff.
Dude picked up a mountain and held it above his head like it was fucking nothing.
Yeah.
you
It's
see
like
the mountain? That mountain had trees on it that looked like dots.
Yeah. And Law proceeded to cut that mountain up to shit.
Use his ability.
Yeah. Burgess used his ability.
Okay, I'm just saying, if you can pick
No.
a mountain above your head, your punches equal quakes.
Okay. No, his punches don't equal quakes. They don't.
How can they possibly not?
Because he doesn't have the haki to match the quakes, which we know, we know
You don't
specific.
need haki to match your
I know-
quakes. You have physical strength.
Okay, just listen.
Quake is just physical
Just listen to
force.
this. Just listen to this, right? We know that we've already seen people clash those quakes with haki. Yeah. Actually, no, we haven't. No, we haven't. I
I've seen
take that. back.
Roger.
We take.
Can
No,
I-
but
can I
Roger.
quickly just point out that you spelled Burgess wrong. You put an E after the U.
Oh, damn it. That was me.
And Magellan, not Lan.
Magellan. It's Magellan. There we go. Is that better for
The
Burgess?
writing OCD is kicking in.
So the point I'm making, right, is I'm really impressed with Burgess, right? The buff fruit, it actually really suits him. It wasn't exactly what I was like hoping for. I personally would have preferred something more along the lines of like Marco's ability or something like that, but it is what it is, right? He's a luchador. I'm gonna love the suplexes and all that sort of stuff, right? Him being buff is like actually it's funny and it's impressive. I really like it. I'm not trying to downplay him, right? It's just with the other people around this area and above, lifting up a mountain or destroying a mountain isn't that impressive.
It is incredibly. Dude,
Luffy's been doing it since Gear
So-
3 with Haki.
It wasn't just a casual little mountain. That was a fucking giant mountain.
It wasn't a giant mountain. It was 100 meters.
There was trees on it.
Yeah.
And the trees were like nothing on the
Dude.
mountain.
There were small trees. The mountain itself is less than 100 meters tall.
That mountain was freaking huge.
And it was less than 100 meters tall.
You can't scale it like that.
You can see him. You can see him picking it up. You can see the width of the mountain. You can see how tall the mountain is. You can see the ships in front of the mountain. And we can see the people on the ships. The mountain's big, right? But it's not, like literally, it isn't as big as Picker. It isn't, it's probably about the size of one of Picker's fingers.
It's not that. Oh, okay.
Whip it up.
Whatever. You can be brain rot about Burgess if you want to.
No. Okay, again. Last time we did this list, I had Burgess hella
Okay,
high,
if,
didn't I?
if someone can literally casually pick up a mountain and laugh, all I'm saying is that means that they are ridiculously fucking strong and that an earthquake hitting them, they're literally just going to punch it back.
I don't think they're going to punch it back. I think the Quakes are going to be far stronger than the punch there. Considering the...
If an earthquake goes off, does it level a mountain?
Yeah.
Almost never.
If you're doing a Whitebeard Quake, yeah, it is. It was leveling islands, wasn't it? The world government was afraid that they were just going to sink Marineford?
The problem is that, yes, if you keep constantly punching and sending out earthquakes over and over and
Okay.
over again, it's going to do that. But one earthquake, the amount
One
of force is
earthquake,
gonna just shatter an entire mountain.
If you put Whitebeard or Blackbeard at Marineford and no people there, right? Is with one quake, is he destroying the giant building and essentially the island and that? With one punch.
No. What?
Yes.
Whitebeard? No.
Whitebeard or Blackbeard, yes, 100% they are.
Whitebeard couldn't even destroy the fucking metal.
Okay, it wasn't that he couldn't destroy the metal bent. Right?
Yes. So he couldn't destroy it with one punch.
But it wasn't... it wasn't about destroying the metal, because they were trying to get through. Right? They were trying to get to the other side of that metal. He threw a punch at the metal, and the metal crumpled. It was built like the front of a car, to crumple, right? So it crumpled, but it still retained its structure. Whitebeard didn't try again, because if... Whitebeard could have sunk all Marineford without ever setting foot on the island, but Ace would have died.
Of course he could have. Of course he could have, but he couldn't have done it in one punch.
I reckon he could have done it in one punch.
If he could have done it in one punch, then the one punch that he did do, which was at the metal, would have blown straight through the metal and destroyed the whole rest of the island.
But it crumpled, right?
Yes. Which okay, so if he was standing offshore and he did
So-
an earthquake punch, trying to destroy the entire island, it would have traveled until it hit the metal, and then the metal would have crumpled, and then it wouldn't have destroyed the
No,
island.
if he just tried to destroy the island from a distance, right? He just sinks the island, right? But when he's there on the island, the
But in
out
one
listen,
punch,
just
because the
listen,
metal
just
is
listen,
there.
just listen, just listen to this. Listen to this line of logic, right? When he's on the island, he's there with a goal: protect his crew and retrieve Ace, right?
I'm aware that he could
The
have
punch-
destroyed the island if
The
he wanted
punch that he did against the metal, he could have destroyed the metal. But if he destroyed the metal, he would have been punching so much harder, he would have caused more damage and killed more of his team as well. Right? It's the same sort of thing. Burgess, right? I don't think he's punching an earthquake. Otherwise, he's as strong as Blackbeard. Isn't he?
to. No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Because he doesn't have the haki, etc., etc. All he has is strength.
Why doesn't he have the haki? What haki have we seen from Blackbeard?
I don't know, but he scarred Shanks in the past, and
Okay.
he's a Yonko.
So he scarred Shanks. So let's just say he's got armament and observation, which we know he has, right? Burgess has armament and observation.
Does he?
Yeah.
I know armament, but observation?
Yep, he has observation. Viva card.
Oh, Viva card. Okay.
Viva card.
The
Easy.
basic observation is just like you can keep up in a fight, though. It's not.
Okay, fine, right? So Burgess with the buffer fruit, punching Scars Shanks, punching off an ear or something.
How would he punch and cut Scar Shanks?
I don't know. That's the thing, right?
It's not physical strength that allowed Blackbeard. Blackbeard didn't punch and scar Shanks. Blackbeard didn't scar
Right,
Shanks
he used-
because he's just that
he
physically
used-
strong.
He used a bladed weapon, right?
He's used skill and technique and etc. 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 Like he's not just like I'm so physically strong that I can punch and scar Shanks.
What skill and technique did we see the events play out?
Well, we didn't see the events play out, but it's pretty common to say that he didn't just like.
We've
punch
seen
and
Black.
scar Shanks
We've
'cause
seen
he's just physically strong.
we've seen Blackbeard fight multiple times now. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen him literally get pressured by Mihawk slashes. If he was that strong, he would have just blown that Mihawk Seraphim away.
He did.
Didn't he was sweating?
Yeah, he was sweating when he defended against it when the Mihawk Seraphim first showed up, and then guess what happened after? The Mihawk Seraphim was nowhere to be seen, and he rolled up on Boa.
Yeah, of course.
So what did he
He's
what
not
did he
a
do?
weak
What did he do to get out of that situation?
Beat it. I'm not saying he's weaker than the Mihawk Seraphim, but he's not as physically strong as Whitebeard.
With a Quake Punch.
The Quake Punch, I mean the Quakes are equal, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The Quake.
I love.
I'm saying the Quake Punch, right? Is what Whitebeard does to destroy Marineford. The Quake Punch, the Quake itself, right? Brings whoever has the Quake Fruit brings their same DC up to the same level, right? With Burgess, I don't think Burgess's DC is the same as a Quake. With his buff fruit. I think it's strong.
I don't think the DC might not be, but his strength definitely
I-
is.
Well, okay, what do you mean by strength then? Maybe that's where we're differing here. You mean
Well,
his
he's not gonna-
lifting capacity?
Not yeah, his physical
Okay.
strength.
Okay.
If a Quake came at him, he could punch that Quake, and the force that he produces would outweigh the force that the Quake is producing upon him.
I don't agree with that. I agree in the sense that Burgess is probably going to be able to bench and deadlift more than anyone in the series, other than maybe a giant, right? But when it comes to actually fighting, I don't think the buff fruit is physically puts out as much DC or AP as a Quake. And I think that's where we differ here. I think it's impressive, yeah, but all it is, from what we've seen so far used, it's like a 10 times strength amp for Burgess. Right? Which is impressive, and Burgess was already really strong. Remember, I was always saying he was clashing Sabo equally with regular armament until Sabo started using advanced armament and overpowered him. Right? But because of that, Burgess doesn't have advanced armament. If he doesn't have advanced armament, doesn't have an advanced observation, and doesn't have advanced conquerors, or conquerors full stop, right? Then, yeah, he's really physically strong, but he's not equaling a Quake. And he's not equaling the other top tiers on the same level that are clashing with a Quake with their Haki. right? If Advanced Armament and Advanced Conquerors can clash equally with a Quake, hence why people like Shanks can clash with Whitebeard, right? Then, and again, right? You're doing that same scaling, so that's why Luffy's able to hurt Kaido. That's why Law's Kroom attacks, right, are able to output that same level of damage. That's why he's able to hurt Big Mom, and why he's currently clashing equally with the Quake against Blackbeard, right? Burgess isn't. Burgess doesn't have the Haki to put him up there, but he has the physical strength that's really impressive. If Burgess got that Haki now, he probably could clash with them, right? But that would be the Haki making up the difference, not the Devil Fruit, in my eyes, right? Oda, specifically going through, Oda was doing a lot of, like, hype work for Shiryu. The last 12 months, just talking about how, like, Shiryu is regarded as a fighter of the crew. I'm pretty sure it was in his Viva card as well. It was stated that, like, when the crew has an issue, they take it to Shiryu and Shiryu deals with it, right? So Shiryu is the enforcer of the crew, right? And again, 12 months ago when we did this stream last time, I had Burgess over Shiryu. Since then, I'm saying, I guess I've got to admit defeat because Oda's just doing extra hype work for Shiryu over Burgess here. Burgess, right? Really strong, really impressive. Love him to death. I'm not trying to downplay him. I just don't think he's on that Yonko DC tier, right? Whereas a lot of these other characters are going to have, like, closer to that or better status effects than him, right? Like, they're going to have more than just physical strength, is how I should probably word that. Shiryu at the moment, right? I wasn't super impressed with the invisibility fruit, but if you take Shiryu and just say he's equal to Zoro without Advanced Conquerors, right? And then make Zoro invisible, Shiryu is probably beating people like Burgess and beating a lot of people, even if he's weaker than them. You know what I mean?
Huh?
Yeah?
Okay.
Alright.
Let's try to get to 20 in the next 20 minutes.
Eggs. 31 and 30. Shoot me.
What was my last one?
Crocoboy.
Sanji and then Yasop.
Okay. You think Yasop's over Sanji?
We need to start moving on, because right now I'm having a chat war with freaking Portkins D.
If you end up needing to leave for any reason, you can always mass drop your list as well. Okay?
Yeah, no problem.
If anyone needs to do that.
No, I'm definitely sticking around to the very end.
Perfect. So Yasop over Sanji. I've got to ask, what is it that just gives Yasop the edge in your mind there? And over Croc.
Permanent future sight. So not only does he have a advanced form of Haki, but he also has like an advanced.
Oh, you actually just reminded me. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Fuck! I've put Yasop too low.
Yeah, that's kind of all there is to it.
Okay, no, that's an excellent point. I forgot about that completely. Glitter, you're 30-31?
My 30-31 was my 31. My 30 was Burgess, and my 31 was Yasop.
Did everybody put Burgess at their 30? Because that's one.
You got Burgess?
Yeah.
The only one that doesn't have Burgess at 30 is Eggs.
You guys are underrating.
No, I 100%. I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong, and 100% I'm wrong. Eggs. I put Yasop too low. I did. I forgot about that feat,
Burgess.
and I'm really.
Burgess.
Oh, Burgess. Yeah, no, I think I may have. I think I've really fucked up around the Yasop Burgess. It's, to be fair, I just don't think either one of them is that fresh in my memory. But I am happy post stream to actually be like, yeah, no, I was wrong. I'd love to reconsider them based on your comments.
My list was made like still like a whole like practically like 2 weeks ago. I haven't really tweaked it or adjusted anything. Considering from like what I've read from the recent chapters. I tried to edit it, but that really just didn't go well. But yeah, below Burgess, I'd put down
Who you got?
Van Ogre.
Ooh, the ogre.
Yeah, snipey boy.
Damn, I like that. I'm not gonna lie, Van didn't make my list.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would.
just thinking because up until now, Van Ogre still has one of the
Great
greatest
observation.
sniping feats.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's just snipers are kind of shit in One Piece.
Yeah.
The only reason I hate like Yasop with the future sight, now that I remember that, but I was just looking at Yasop and being like, okay, assume he can put Haki on his bullets, right?
Yeah, of course he can, probably.
He's got a great like sense of range in that. Augur, we know Augur has armament and observation, right? But that was also
And now it
stated.
teleports.
That was also stated for him pre-time skip, and he wasn't harking up his bullets pre-time skip against Ace. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I'm like, does he only have defensive armament and not like imbuement armament? Because we've never actually seen a sniper imbue a bullet with Haki. The only person we know that has the potential to do that is Ben Beckman at this point.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Yasop and Augur are like up in the air as having that as a confirmed ability at this point in time, and I would lean more towards Yasop having it than Augur having it. Augur just has really great range, and now with the teleportation fruit, like he's gonna be hard to beat. But being hard to beat isn't the same as necessarily being like a good fighter or strong, if that makes
like a
sense.
good support character.
Yeah. He's lore for the Blackbeard Pirates.
Which is why I kind of have him beneath Burgess, because Burgess would just be able to like go full on out brawl in any situation or whatever. But Van Ogre, if you put him, in close range, he's kind of.
Put it this way, right? Do you remember? Oh my god, I'm gonna forget his name now, and I'm gonna look like an ass since I was trying to bring it up. Law's fourth or fifth mate. The captain he got at Sabbaty.
Oh, you forgetting actually made me forget.
Yeah, I know, it's bad. Like, I knew who it was. And then as I was, like, thinking about the context around him, I forgot his name. He was his own captain. How am I forgetting this shit? Hang on, I'll look it up.
It's okay. I got you.
What is it?
His name is Jean Bart.
Jean Bart! Yeah, the fact that Jean Bart took multiple shots from Van Augur without harking up himself, and just tanked it, has me like, okay, it's Augur. It hurt Augur's showing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no offense to Jean Bart, but it's not like he was at Wano fighting. Like, we didn't even see the dude fighting a headliner.
Nope.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, who gives a shit? Alright, anyone else have anything they want to say about that
Bless you.
Burgess Augur lineup? I'm curious to see where your Burgess is, Eggs.
Didn't count for his name.
Augur.
Didn't count, yeah. Really, any of the Blackbeard Pirates other than the Shiryu and Burgess. Just because, like, we haven't seen enough from them that I'm just kind of like.
Yeah, that's why I kind of left out a lot of Shanks' crew. Like, I just omitted them because, like, other than the movie, I just haven't, seen any kind of canon performances.
Yeah, I never really considered like Rockstar or anything like that to be in the running. I just kind of went, we don't know.
Oh, that's fair. All right. My 29 and 28, respectively. Above Burgess, I have Kuma. And above Kuma, I have Shiryu.
Okay.
And I realize I spelled Shiryu's name wrong before because it's Shiryu. Is how it's spelled.
Not Shiryu?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2 L's. It's weird.
It's the Japanese spelling.
Shiryu.
Yeah, I got Shiryu that close to Burgess just because I know I was making it sound like I was on the Shiryu hype train
I'm
before.
using the English name. My bad.
I know it sounded like I was on the Shiryu hype train before, but I don't have them like that separated to each other because like they're impressive, but I think both of their impressiveness comes from different facets, and I think at this point in time they don't need to be stronger than the people they're going to be fighting. They just need to be luckier, have better fate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily see the Straw Hats being weaker than them at this point in time, if that makes sense.
Very hard to see that now.
Yeah. And I got Kuma over Burgess because Kuma is just the better version of Burgess.
Yeah.
With the pawpaw fruit. He can
wrong,
he
but-
can do everything Burgess does, but just go boop.
Wow.
To this day, everybody in the anime still assumes that rock that Kuma hit is flying.
Just wait for that moment when you get an epic clash between Kuma and Burgess, and Kuma literally slaps the will to fight out of him.
It would be insane if you could actually do that.
Why can't he? We've
As
seen
a
him.
plot armor.
We've seen him reject. Well, I mean, the plot armor is that he's a brain dead cyborg at this point in time.
Yeah.
But if someone's controlling him, they can do it. Oh, do you know what? I'll hear your case later on. But I'm loving the fact that you're actually defending Burgess so much, because it reminds me of last year when I was doing it, and like I felt like an absolute fool for doing it.
Yeah, but the thing is that last year all he had was like some weird like sonic elbow thing that was like really weird to power scale. Now he like genuinely has insanely ridiculous strength feats. That you cannot downplay those strength feats.
As a gym junkie and a PT, you're like, the gains! It's the gains!
It's just, yeah, physical strength is just ridiculous.
Alright, give me your 28 and 29.
Shit, hang on. Above what? So?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Lucky Roo, and then Dofi.
You got Dofi above Lucky Roo and Yasop. Okay, I've seen you argue the opposite in the past, I swear.
Sick take, bro. Respect.
Just think Dofi's beast. I mean, these are still in the sort of range of characters that are
interchangeable.
Like, I don't really know. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
But I just think I don't know. Dofi gets extra points because he's so versatile. He can do heaps of different shit. So like he's just kind of he's got that.
Okay.
For him.
Okay. Glitter, 28 and 29.
My 28 and 29. My 29.
Yep.
Is Jinbei.
Ooh.
And my 28 is Crocodile, but I feel like I could interchange them.
Okay.
I just feel like they're a good stopping off point because I feel like they counter each other really well. And that's why I got stuck, because I sat way too long trying to pair them up. But yeah, Jinbei, obviously his abilities counteract Croc, and Croc in just his fighting ability, I feel like personally overdoes Jinbei's. So I feel like they're pretty much, they tie each other.
Okay, I love that. I like the sand and the water aspect of each other for it. You know.
Well,
what I mean?
that's why I felt like they had to be really close together, because it'd be really weird if there was much bigger gap between Jinbei and Crocodile, considering that Jinbei does have water style. I don't believe in physical feat, especially since with recent events with Crocodile, just with statements and stuff made, that he's as strong, but I think his techniques are the equivalency of like Luffy against Enel. I'm not meaning the skill gap's that big, but I think that it's just one of those matchups with Croc that it's almost harder to put Croc anywhere
Crocodile always has been one of those awkward guys to power skill as well.
And yeah, as I was saying before, that's because Oda even admits it was such a mistake.
He's got so many controversies, that's all. Because they're in recent times he's been shown to be a bona fide badass, but nobody can forget that he got beat down by a non-Haki Luffy.
Yeah, so hard to put Croc anywhere that's like worthy of his respect, because it's just
okay.
Because like everybody loves his character, and he's a well-written character. It's just unfortunate that of the placement of his like first initial like duel in the story had to be like when we still considered like a giant flying bird man to be top class.
Question for everyone then.
Hashtag Pell.
Does Croc have armament and observation? Just basic armament and observation at this point in time, in your mind?
It's hard because I try to take my thought out of that sort of thinking, because I feel like very subconsciously that can add to bias.
Yep.
And I'd love to be able to say that he does, but here's the thing, he's really just, apart from coming out of Marineford, I really don't know what he's been up to. I don't know if he decided to be training. I don't really know. I don't know what he's been doing, apart from, now teaming up with Buggy.
So let me ask you this then. If you were to give pre-time skip Croc an unfrozen bounty, what would it be?
Oh. It it obviously would have been higher after the part of Alabaster.
I would have honestly put him at like 240 million.
I think he would be slightly less than Dofi because I think Dofi just did it better.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because
Dofi did what Crocodile did, but better in terms of taking over an island and all the rest of it.
Because right now that man's sitting at 1.8 billion.
Yeah.
Which is
It
like
is
way too
actually
much wild to
a
me.
good, interesting argument actually is that even now Dofi over Croc, because Dofi should have been over Croc. I think all of us would sort of agree.
I believe that.
Back before.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's weird to think that like, so what the hell made Croc so much stronger now? Him being in prison made him like way stronger. Like it's
2 years in the new world, getting his haki up.
I found people see later on down the line. There's going to be someone that I put over Dofi who we've fought before, because obviously I think quite highly of Dofi's abilities. But there's someone I put over Dofi who I don't like, but I did it purely because now Dofi's sitting in a cell, and this person's who's resurfaced in the story for a fight, has had that training.
Okay.
It's hard for Croc because for the majority of time he's been, I don't know if 2 years, it depends what he did. I don't think it makes that much a difference. And I think his bounty also reflects the fact that he's now on a Yonko, with a Yonko.
Okay.
Like, I think Buggy's bounty is completely unjustified. I don't know if a bounty at this stage in the story is an accurate determiner of a character's power.
I don't think it was ever an accurate determiner, but I feel like you could tell who the outliers were, that their bounty didn't reflect their strength. Okay. Kumar, give me your 29 and 28.
29 is Croc. 28 is Kumwa.
Love the Kuma. Is that the highest Kuma? That is the highest Kuma for Kuma. Top 30.
I really thought I'd have the highest Kuma.
At 36. Damn.
I thought all you dudes were like saying that he's like gotten way weaker now that
No,
he's
I love
half
Kuma.
robot and-
Oh, I think he has got.
I will never forget the Sabity tragedy.
I
I don't
think
think anybody should.
I think he has gotten way weaker, but the problem is, like, his ability carries really hard.
Especially now that we know that it can actually affect the soul and remove 0.38 kilograms off a person's body.
I mean, the fact that he can remove your nervous system, like anything relating to your nervous system as a concept, he can remove. So any of your emotions, thoughts, or motivations, he can remove. So he can pacify anyone, assuming they don't have the haki to like defend against it. And the dude can like blip around at the speed of light. So it's like, dude teleports at the speed of light and removes your will to fight. He's like the high tier version of Perona.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that makes sense considering.
No,
That way that you just described that makes a lot of sense.
no, I like it. It's just I mean, shit. People are turning up today for Kumalov. I like it. My number 26 and 27. They're
You
not.
also got to remember though as well, Big Mom and Kaido and stuff have been taken out. Like we've actually had a lot of villains, I suppose, kick the bucket. So people that may not have previously existed on this list, there's now
have
room
snuck in. Yeah.
for more people.
I really was fighting my urge to try and somehow weasel in Cavendish or Barto, but I just can't. I couldn't get him in there. You know what I mean?
God.
And
Honestly, I would have put Barty. I would have put
actually have
Barty over
Cavendish
Buggy.
in my 50.
I would have.
I
Put Barty over Buggy.
I was looking at those characters and I was like, the commanders, the top tier commanders, they should be strong. Damn. All right. My 27 and 26 above Shiryu, I have the first knight of the Dunny, Jinbei.
Oh, so around the same time, we've kind of put Jinbei and Crocodile. They're kind of floating around the same line. That's been a
And
theme.
just above Jinbei, in a firm, unmoving position, I have the guy that never washes his hands after the toilets, right?
Oh,
I have the dude that will just always steal your lighter, the prince himself, Sanji.
who never washes his hands?
He would always wash his hands after the
He's the
toilet.
chef, bro.
He's the chef. Yeah.
It depends on whose toilets he's walking out of.
This man will not fight with his hands because he doesn't want them to get grubby.
That
He'll
was
actually
that
sit there
that
and be
joke.
like,
That
"I'm not
joke
gonna
got
wash my hands."
that joke got Kuma, and I was waiting for that. It depends on whose bathroom he's walking out of.
Oh,
He would
ew.
sac-
I blanked out when that happened.
My man would sacrifice the food if it meant never washing his hand. He's out here like Michael
Bold
Jackson with the
enough.
gloves on, just like, look,
Bold
I
of
can't
you
wash
to
him.
bold of you to assume it was his hands and not his tongue.
He's out.
Bold
Oh,
of you. Bold of you to assume he's not licking that toilet seat.
man's
Bold
out.
of you.
Man's out here like Master
Why
Roshi.
did I have to be eating a dinner roll?
Man's out here like Master Roshi, hiding in the Amazon Lily bathhouse in the
Bro's
toilets.
got a fucking swab, and he's like swabbing it for like to add it to a petri dish to try and grow his own. Like,
Shout out to that one TikToker. Shout out to that one TikToker that does the Sanji milk videos. I love your content.
oh, facts.
Okay, so no one's questioning my Sanji over Jinbei.
No. Even if I don't know how I feel about it, it should be that way. It's very weird to have the monster trio, and then for Jinbei to. That's why I feel like Yamato couldn't have joined.
All right,
I think at the time of Wano, Yamato over Sanji.
eggs, you're up.
Still feel that.
Over Dofi. King
Who?
and King,
King.
King.
and then Shiryu.
Okay. I mean, it's respectable. It's literally within 2 spots of my Shiryu, so it's respectable. I like it.
I like to just ask why Shiryu over King.
King was not
Just think
fantastic.
endgame kind of.
Yeah, in game.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I gotta make sure just to ask the
I-
question and jump over the hurdle before we all
So-
Kuma's trying to prep his argument. He's like that kid in the class that's reading the paragraph that he's supposed to read before you like have to read it out loud because he's like, I'm gonna need to figure out a
No,
defense.
no. I'm the kid who reads a chapter ahead in English class.
Yeah.
Of the group book, man.
I bet.
That's-
Everybody skip over chapter 5. I'm already on chapter 12.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
I bet this is where we have like 2 sides of a coin between me and Eggs here, because he's looking at
here we
Shiryu
go.
going, you know, end of series Shiryu should be over King, right? I'm looking at Shiryu going, okay, end of series Shiryu is Zoro's observation conflict, where
feel like
King was his armament conflict. You know what I mean? So I view it as like King's a bit stronger than Shiryu, but Shiryu's gonna be like harder to deal with than King, if that made sense.
It'll be interesting, actually. I'm actually anticipating that fight a lot because Zoro's never really fought quote-unquote tricky characters. That's always been Sanji's forte.
Yeah, which is why I'm really excited for it as well, because like the trickiest fighter Zoro fought was Pika, and he struggled to keep the range with Pika. Like if Zoro didn't have backup, he would have ended up. He never would have lost the fight, but he never would have been able to save people if it wasn't for outside interference with tactics number 5. Okay.
Sorry, I just realized something really random. Do you
Yeah.
know how you kind of know how Ace and Luffy are siblings?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they both ate their fruits because they were hungry. They had absolutely no idea what it was. They just ate it
Oh.
absent-mindedly because they were hungry, which is such a like them move.
Okay.
I don't know. That thought just occurred to me.
Glitter, shoot your 26 and 27.
My 27 is my one and only. Well, not my one and only. I have a greater love, but my baby bean.
Ooh.
You are not gonna like the rest of this list, Supernova.
No, that's interesting. And Kuma, you're 26 and 27.
Yes, so for my where is my stuff? I have my 27 will be I actually have it in reverse a little bit. 27 is Jinbei and 26 was King.
Okay. I like that, and I agree with that. I feel like King should be stronger
Please
than
don't
Jinbei.
go to war.
No, I agree with that. I don't think Jinbei's quite... Jinbei's the strongest... I would say at the moment, Jinbei is...
The strongest in the quartet.
No, I would say Jinbei sits around the middle to the top of the 2nd Division Commander range. I would argue that he's like the top of the 2nd Division Commander range, but he doesn't crack into the 1st Division Commanders.
My God,
No, I don't think so either because I don't.
Oh,
I
did
don't
you miss
see-
Jinbei?
I haven't got Jinbei on my list at all.
Do you want to throw him in as a sidebar?
I have it on my like pre-list list. I just never like
Your
put him on my
pre-list
list.
list.
Pre.
Would you
I went through like each like faction and just listed the strong people that I think could possibly make the top 50.
would
You
you
get like a big ass bunch of names.
would you have included Jinbei already on the list?
Yeah, probably.
Where throw him as a sidebar. I'll let you think about it and just come back to me in a round or two, and just tell me where you want to place him. Interesting. Above. Okay, I've got 3 places here. Okay.
All right.
I think I just like completely fucking skipped his bit. Wait, hang on. What am I up to?
Remember my rule with Buggy. If you forgot them, clearly you just don't think they're supposed to be there.
Above.
I didn't say crocodile, did I? Oh, I did say crocodile. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yes, you
We're
did.
good. We're all good. We're all good.
Above.
Crocodile was your 32.
Above Sanji at the moment, I have the Beast Princess herself, with all 3 types of haki. With the beauty of a dog in the snow, I have Yamato. And directly above Yamato, coming in neck and neck with her, mostly interchangeable with her, I have the #1 Beast Pirate King. And as a sidebar here, I also have the Seraphim.
Okay.
All neck and neck. King and the Seraphim are, next to each other solely because of the
You can just
Lunarian
put
factor.
surf, I guess. You don't have to write the whole. Oh, actually, it does fit.
They've got the Seraphim abilities, and we can't distinguish the abilities separate to King's own skill for the most part. And all the Seraphim have got better devil fruits than a pterodactyl fruit. I will say though, in King's favor, he's a dirty fighter, which makes him a more interesting combatant. Where Yamato, I would argue, has a bit better. Well, Yamato does have better haki than King, but I don't know if she would necessarily like. I don't think there's a lot of people in the series that are used to fighting underhanded tactics. You know what I mean? Whereas Yamato, because Yamato's really strong, and I don't want to downplay her at all. Especially since she's got a sick mythical zone. She's got all 3 types of haki. She's got advanced conqueror's haki. Although I will say I think she's got the weakest advanced conqueror's haki we've seen in the series. But like I'm not trying to downplay her at all. She's probably got better. She definitively has better haki than King. But she may not necessarily get around, like, the fire dragon. And although she can hurt King with the defense, she hurts him in bludgeoning attacks, not in a sharp attack. So it's not like she's cutting off a limb like Zoro did. You know what I mean? Which makes...
I got a question. I'm not going to really fight you hard on this, but... you think her ice breath, which is essentially a slightly weaker version of a borrow breath, not match out Lava Dragon?
I think the Lava Dragon... Well, okay, the Lava Dragon is fire, right? It's not lava.
Sure.
The fire itself is shown to be the same level of fire as Kaido's final dragon form, right? Just on a smaller scale, right?
Sure.
I would argue that fire is meant to be displayed as better than the borrow breath. So I would argue that it is slightly more potent than the ice, but not by much. It'd be like...
Would you say the same for example, Aokiji's fruit? Do you think Aokiji's fruit is somehow colder than her ice?
I would say the same thing for Aokiji's fruit, in the same sense that, like, you know how Aokiji clashed equally with Ace at Marineford?
Yeah.
Right? If Akainu clashes if Akainu clashes with Aokiji, I think it's still equal, even though Akainu's magma is hotter than Ace's fire. Does that make sense?
I don't really get how... So, Akinu's fire is hotter than Ace's fire.
Yep.
They're equal to Aokiji's ice.
Yep.
But Aokiji's ice is equal to Yamato's ice.
Yep.
Yamato's ice is not equal to Kaido's / King's fire.
So what I say with that, like, do you know what? Fair point. You've actually kind of just thrown a bit of a wrench into my own line of logic there. What I mean by that is, I would say her ice is probably weaker than the fire, since the fire is being shown to be more like the even though it's fire, it's getting the same visual representation as magma. So that I would say that magma dragon that both of them do is better than their borrow breath and their regular fire, right? But I feel like Yamato probably clashes with both of them equally, but she may have a harder time against the magma. I kind of don't know about it though. You know what I mean? I feel like it's the same sort of problem. Same magma. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, hang on a second. We've just had a technical difficulty here. Okay, we've got connection back. No, we've got connection back. The stream just glitched out for a second and it said we were getting no data. It's all good. Look, I'm not gonna press it too hard because in all fairness, I don't have a direct answer for you. I feel like if she did one of her defense, you know how she's got the Yama Ice Mirror, like the defensive technique. I feel like if she blocked both of them, she defends against both of them, right? But I feel like if she's doing her Ice Breath, it may start to get overpowered after a time by the magma compared to the fire, but not by much. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the same sort of problem I fall in with the Ace Akainu Aokiji sort of thing, where Aokiji equals both of them because his ability is coolness. You know what I mean? I feel like Yamato's ice is still like that same like cool mentality, where it's like it's not that it's actually she can control ice and create ice. It's the fact that it's like it manifests as ice, but her ability is like cold itself. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, is there anything else you wanted to press on that? Just because, like,
I'm happy. I said I wasn't gonna fight.
Yeah.
Him, so.
Well, I don't really have like a solid stance on it. The only reason I put King a little bit over Yamato is solely because of the Lunarian durability stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe the speed, because King has shown a bit better speed than Yamato, but it doesn't really matter too much. Like Yamato was actually really impressive for a character that I wasn't expecting a whole lot from originally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of eggs, you're 24-25.
My 24-25 above Shiryu. Where is Shiryu? I have NL.
Ooh.
Wow.
Then I have Momoshagi and Shatan.
I love that. Can I just ask very quickly? Momoshagi and Chaton over Shiryu. Why?
Basically, I think they are top tier first division commander level, but I couldn't really argue them over Katakuri Mako the like, but I could argue them over Shiryu and King. I think King and Shiryu roughly are the weakest so far that I've seen, just because I haven't seen anything cool out of Shiryu yet, and I think, like you were saying, I think his main challenge for Zoro is just going to be
Observation.
Deception Haki challenges, rather than like you're just so OP that I can't beat.
Can I throw a stone at the logic and just ask? So, what would be the difference then?
For this starts, I'm just saying, if Kuma or I, as a third-party mediator, say that it's going too far, we'll interject.
Nah, it's what gives it's what gives the
If this
love
has gone
to the
longer
stream.
than it's taking me to eat through my 4th dinner roll, then yeah, we're moving on.
All right. Okay. The question essentially, just putting it out there. What's the difference between a pre-time skip Shiryu and a Momoshagi and Chaton in terms of skill?
Momoshagi and Chaton are better.
You reckon they're just outright better? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
I think they're better. I mean, here's the thing. I put them above. What's his name?
I know.
Fucking poison guy.
Magellan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I go in.
So obviously I've put them above pre-time skip Shiryu then, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair point. I'm not gonna fight or anything. I would just say like a pre-time skip Shiryu, I could see being around that Vice Admiral ish range, just not as a Vice Admiral because he's a Vice Warden. You know what I mean?
So have you put Momoshagi and Chaton below Magellan?
Yes, I did.
Ooh.
The reason I did though is because I look at Magellan and say Magellan's probably weaker than them, but Magellan with the fruits over them. Whereas where they're sitting is kind of like what you were saying before, where if they eat the fruit, they're expected to get to that Admiral tier-ish sort of thing. You know what I mean? So, like, I sort of view... The way I view Impel Down is it's like a base commander vice admiral and a mid-tier vice admiral in charge of the prison. You know what I mean? And it's like any other marine base on that. So you've got like Magellan that sort of fills the role of like Virgo, and then you've got Shiryu who fills the role of like Smoker. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's like their equivalent strengths?
I think that's their equivalent strength / rank, except I think they're in the higher tier of that pre-time skip, if that makes sense. Like,
So do you think that like if you gave oh shit, I already forgot who you said.
Shiryu,
No, the Vice
Momisagi,
Admirals.
and Chatton.
The
Virgo.
Virgo.
Yeah.
If you gave Virgo Kizaru's fruit, does he become an admiral?
I reckon
Strength?
he becomes damn well close to it. Yeah.
Alright.
I
I
mean,
don't think so, but it's fine.
Virgo, right, was okay. He had Rokushiki. He was a Rokushiki master, right?
I know we've talked about Virgo so many times.
But like just like talking about him with the devil fruit, right? Instead of Kizaru's fruit, give him like if you just gave Virgo's fruit to the likes of if you gave Greenbull's fruit to Virgo, I could see him being just as strong as Greenbull at this point in time until we see some decent advanced Haki from Greenbull. Because we don't know 100% whether or not he has it yet or not.
I think admittedly though that's kind of like low hanging fruit because Greenbull was like specifically shown to be kind of trash. Like he was very well done. He's the jack of the admirals.
If you give Virgo Fujitora's fruit,
it's like me saying, will they become 3rd division commander level? And you'd say they'll be as strong as Jack. It's like yeah, but he's trash.
Give Virgo Fujitora's fruit then.
Yeah.
I think he's an admiral in that situation. With room, like he would be the bottom of it, but he would have room to improve to learn an advanced Haki to really cement himself in that role. He'd be in the same situation that Law Kid and Luffy are in sort of now. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't put that too far down. I wouldn't say that's like hardcore not true. I could see it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think people underestimate Virgo because they like don't go back to that whole Punk Hazard too much because Virgo was definitively over Virgo and sent there to Virgo was over there over Caesar, definitively stronger than Caesar, meant to protect Caesar from anyone that could hurt him. He was reasonably fucking up the likes of Law, although Law was nerfed with the heart thing, but he was also jacking up the likes of Smoker as well, while also finessing Sanji.
Here's actually a good question, because it's both swordsmanship, right? So Shiryu versus no fruit Fuji. That's an interesting question.
I've got Shiryu.
Fuji's a good swordsman.
I've got Shiryu taking it maybe at the... Okay. I got Shiryu...
I didn't put them two very far apart, right? Like, Momisagi and Shiton are like 2 above Shiryu.
Yeah. I put it this way, right? I see that not much of a difference between the likes of Okay. Who's typing? I keep hearing the clicking and it's like throwing me off. So we were talking about Fujitora, right? Could Shiryu fight Fujitora without?
At the end, I'll reconsider and I'll think about where
I'm
putting Momisagi and Shiton.
I'll leave you this with a thought process in the back of your mind then, okay? With Shiryu now versus Fujitora without the fruit, right? If Fujitora doesn't have advanced armament or any form of conquerors, I could see Shiryu beating him. But if he does, that puts him at the same sort of tier as the Yonko. And it'd be the difference between Luffy, like, you know when Luffy gets to the rooftop? It'd be the difference between Luffy fighting Kaido up there or Luffy fighting King. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the sort of power gap I see in that. Because the gap between a Yonko and their first mate, I feel like is like 2 jumps. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
it's massive, yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like if you gave any of those if you gave any of the base commander vice admirals an admiral-ish or a Yonko-ish fruit, right? They would immediately jump to Luffy Kid lore level on the roof or greater.
Okay, guys,
We'll see.
I'm
We'll
through
go
my
back and
general.
All right. 25 and 24 from you, Glitter.
25 is my boy in his fluffy feather coat.
Dolphin.
Okay.
And 24 is Rob Lucci.
Ooh. Really surprised you have Lucci over Dofi in your mind.
The only reason I don't feel that way, but when I tried to examine how I feel about it logistically, Lucci's had way more training, and the fact that he was reintroduced recently and he does seem to be stronger than he used to be.
The new form as well.
Yeah,
Awakened?
so it's hard for me to. I think it would be bias, even though I want to do it. I can recognize it's probably bias of me to put Dofi, because Dofi hasn't improved since he went to Impel Down, but I know that Lucci has.
Okay.
So,
And 24 and 25 from you, Kuma.
I've got 25, which is Yamato, and I've actually got 24, which is Lucci.
Love to see it. We've got Yamato at the same level there.
Yes.
Daniel and I are going to come in hard for Yamato.
A little bit of Supernova and a little bit of Glitter Corn.
Are you not eggs?
Oh, we are. We
Okay,
sure
okay,
are.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I'm about to get...
I'll stress there for a second.
I know I'm about to get a lot of hate here.
Not already.
I actually, last night, this is one of the people that I actually bumped higher up my list. Because originally they were lower. Right?
Okay.
Coming in at number 23 at the moment, I have Ben Beckman. And
Ben.
coming in at the spot just above Ben Beckman, I have Kid.
Sad.
What?
Sad.
Where is the logic of that?
There's no logic.
I feel like the logic in that is Ben Beckman's really impressive, but I feel like because... I feel like based on the narrative we've got right now, it's like when the Kid Pirates last fought the Red Hair Pirates, Kid was below Ben. He's gone away, teamed up, fought a Yonko, come back, and now he's just over. And he's going to be fighting an uphill battle against Shanks.
Oh my gosh. So you feel like Kid is stronger than everybody else except Shanks?
No.
On his crew?
On his crew, yeah. In an extreme... With no
Haki feet?
In an extreme difficulty fight. Right? I'm not saying it's a piece of cake or anything like that. I'm saying it's like Luffy fighting Lucci pre-time skip. Yeah?
Okay.
Like
Guys, we all know he's wrong. Let's just move on.
Oh.
Okay, a little bit of logic for it is Kid's awakening allows him to magnetize anyone or anything, right? So he can use that in a versatility mindset to fight a lot of people even if he can't get to them. And he can use that to also turn a lot of people's environments against them, right? The only problem I say for Kid is he probably has a lot more circumstantial times where he's not as good as Ben Beckman, because if he's not around metal, he's kind of shit, right? But if I look at Kid compared to the likes of like the people below him, right? I feel like narratively he's definitely being shown stronger than the people below him other than Ben Beckman as of the last chapter, right? But the thing against Kid, again, Ben Beckman, is this is sort of Kid trying to get a bit of a redemption arc. And I know he's going to lose. I'm not fighting for Kid to beat Shanks and that. But I think this time he'll at least get to see Shanks. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's already going to see Shanks because that's what
I
they
believe
said.
Shanks would let his crew stand aside to treat a rookie a lesson, but I don't think that means that they aren't capable of taking him. Shanks would be like, bro, you clearly didn't learn your lesson the first time. If I'm the one that doesn't, fair enough.
Kid, okay, put it this way. Kid is no Yonko, right? He's not. He's not a Yonko. But in terms of the first division commanders at the moment, based on his abilities, he can bypass a lot of their hacks and ability to deal with them, right? And I feel like one very important thing at the moment that has been harped home is the new generation is surpassing the old generation. And if Kid's not going to surpass Shanks, he's got to at least surpass his first mate.
Beckman can literally use Haki-coated bullets.
Yep, and it's going to hurt Kid like a mofo. It's going to blow chunks of metal off, and he's just going to regather it because it's scrap. Also, this is also taking into consideration the fact that Kid, even though we haven't seen it, right? Kid should now be aware of a lot of Haki techniques that exist, and thus should be training to implement them in his fights now.
I think that's the gag. He didn't. And what training? He literally went from Wano to here. There is no training. Bro is still busted up from Big Mom.
Yes, I get that. But it's training in the same sense that it's like, you know how Law now has trained and now has a new form of Haki. Kid has now become aware... So Kid has all 3 types of Haki, right? Kid has now become aware that there's an advanced form of armament, there's an advanced form of observation, and there's an advanced form of conquerors. He may not get any of them, he may not get all of them, right? Him without that stuff is already in that first commander tier, damaging people with just his awakening alone, right? Which is what we've seen so far. But...
I mean to his credit, Oda, this could be an opportunity for Oda to just pull a gigantic ass pull. And given that Kid's about to go through a red-haired pirate gauntlet,
yep,
he could have just a massive growth spurt out of nowhere. Just viewing from like a shonen narrative, right?
Yep.
If you're constantly put under pressure and constantly put against opponents who are stronger than you, and you've got a crazy ambitious drive like Kid's, he could just really get a bloom.
Can I ask?
I'm not saying I'd enjoy it, but I'm saying that.
Can I ask?
Given how Oda's written it, it could happen.
Can I ask this as a very simple question right now, right? Because this is my freeze frame of what's happening at the moment and roughly how strong they should be in my mind right now, right? As a question right now, with Shanks and Kid about to have their altercation, in everyone's minds, right? Is Shanks gonna win? Is Kid gonna win? Or is someone gonna interfere?
I don't think Shanks would let his crew interfere.
Not his crew, a third party.
Potentially, the Giants may, but again, I don't think Shanks would let that happen. Shanks has made a career of busting rookies. He makes sure that he shit tests every rookie that comes into this side of the water. If Kid is stupid enough to come back, clearly he's going to feel like he didn't lose his lesson in the first and he's going to want to do it himself.
Mind you, the Giants actually may come into bat for Kid here in a sense where Dory and Broggy are the only ones backing up Shanks, right?
Why would they come into bat for Kid?
Okay, hear me out. Dory and Broggy are the only... Yeah, Dory and Broggy are the only ones coming into bat for Shanks, right? They're also the only 2 Giants that don't know the history of Big Mom. And what that means to Giant kind. Whereas Kid's credited as having taken down Big Mom. So we may even get a little bit of infighting where some of the Giants are like, what are you doing? He took out Big Mom. Why are we attacking him? And it may end up... They may not end up having a final climactic battle. You know what I mean? But what might end up happening is Kid starts fighting them a little bit to begin with, and maybe, you know, with his awakening and his new understanding of new types of Haki, has a bit of a Haki bloom in his fight, and may take out, say, the likes of Ben Beckman. I don't see him ever taking out Shanks, and I think everyone can agree with me on that. So what would the next best thing be?
I think the whole point of his character is that he's not aware. I disagree entirely in the philosophy of, you know, he's going to be aware of it all now, and all. The hubris of Kid's character is he's a lesser Luffy. He doesn't learn fight to fight. He doesn't get better. He's just rash and aggressive.
I mean,
that's where Luffy beats him. He is what Luffy would be if he wasn't so adaptable. The people that Luffy has come up against throughout the story who would claim to be his equal or claim to be his challenger, someone who's going to race him for that one piece, they always come off second best, like Katakuri or whatever, because of something Luffy has that they don't. Katakuri, it doesn't matter if you feel like Luffy beat Katakuri or not, Katakuri laid down. His will wasn't as great as Luffy's in that regard. He didn't want it as badly as Luffy did. Okay, when it comes to Kid, he's not as resourceful or intelligent or adaptable in a fight as Luffy is. There is no way that Kid is analyzing the situation with Big Mom. Otherwise, he'd never go and try and fight friggin' Shanks straight off the cuff. He's barely healed from that fight. All of this is pure, unadulterated ADHD ego. That's all, like, he's just like, I want to get that status.
Let me put it this way, right? Eggs and Kuma haven't put Kid yet on their list.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, don't tie me with you, but
The old
Look,
throw
here's the
you
thing.
under the bus and
if you want to
dodge.
say, narratively, this is the way that I think the story is gonna
Yeah.
go.
Eggs for brekkie.
fine.
We must hold hands and be strong, my brother.
Kumbaya. Too bad Shanks and Kid can't see that.
Say narratively, this is how I think the story is gonna go.
Yeah.
But
It's not for me. The reason he's in trouble is because he's dead set saying the only red-haired pirate who could possibly give Kid a run for his money is going to be Shanks.
No, I'm not. Okay.
Sorry, that's just
No.
wild to me.
I said.
that's I agree. That's wrong.
I
That's
said.
the one.
I didn't say the only. I said Kid versus Ben Beckman is no different to like a Luffy versus Rob Lucci, pre-time skip.
But Kid still, what you're saying is Kid still would make it out on top
I'm saying at this point in time, after having fought 2 Yonko,
with no haki.
okay, we haven't seen the haki, but do you know what we didn't? Do you know what did happen off screen? Big Mom was using Advanced Conqueror's haki against Kid alone, and we didn't get to see how that played out. Remember when
do you really
Usopp?
think if his body wasn't stressed enough to the point to display haki against an actual full-on Yonko /
Okay.
2 arguably, that Ben Beckman is
Who's
somehow not
who's stronger,
is gonna,
Kid
like,
or
poke it out of him?
who's stronger, Ben Beckman or Big Mom?
Big Mum, and it wasn't enough.
Okay, Big Mom, right? Big Mom's stronger. Big Mom did a full-blown attack on Kid with her sword, full power, to Kid's face, and Kid was fine.
That means nothing.
What I'm saying is, since Kid got his ass kicked by Ben Beckman, right? He's had a year to train up, right? He's fought a Yonko. He's gotten more durable. He's gotten stronger, this, that, and the other. He's since then fought a Big Mom commander and beat a Big Mom commander, fought Kaido and fought Big Mom, right?
He's gotten his ass kicked by Kaido, and then he got thrown into prison.
Yeah, the School of Hard Knocks.
He got his ass kicked again by Kaido again, to then have to team up with somebody else who did arguably the most damage to her, to then take maybe the fight, not even get the
Okay.
final hit in on Big
Is-
Mom. That is Luffy.
Is Ben Beckman beating a division commander of Big Mom? Yes. Yeah? No one's fighting on
Who
it?
do you think is stronger right now?
Right now? I have to say it's Kid, because we haven't seen anything from Ben Beckman.
So, without a power boost, you think Kid would beat Ben Beckman in a one-on-one?
I say right now, without a power boost, Kid has shown better feats than Ben Beckman.
Saying who's stronger?
And I understand you're saying who's
Who do
stronger.
you rank as stronger?
Well, I've obviously put Kid as stronger, because at the moment we've seen more of him, and I'm expecting more of him at the moment than Ben.
So, I would understand your argument if you said that the altercation's about to happen and Kid will most likely, I think narratively, Kid will get a power boost and then beat Ben Beckman,
Okay.
and therefore I rank him higher. I think that's understandable in the same way that I would like rank Luffy higher because I'm
Yep.
like he's right about to beat Kaido.
Yep.
So I would say that's understandable, but if you say that Kid is
So let me ask you
stronger
this.
now already, nah.
Let me ask you this. Did Law get a power up in his fight against Blackbeard, or did he already have the power up and just implement it?
He got a power up between his strength, like while he was fighting Big Mom, to carry into him fighting Kaido.
Okay.
To carry into him fighting.
But we didn't see him use that ability against Big Mom or Kaido.
Like that, the power up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the same thing. I'm
So
saying...
he's stronger now than so he's stronger now than he was against Big Mom, and I could say that maybe Kid is stronger now than he was against Big Mom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my take is
I'm...
he's still not strong enough to beat
Okay.
Ben unless he gets another big power boost.
What
during the
I'm...
fight.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine, and I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying right now is how I view it, right? Is Kid already... Even if he hasn't implemented it, he already has everything that he's going to get in, like, anything that you go is, anything that you say is, oh, he's going to develop this in the fight, I'm just saying, right, he has it, he just hasn't used it yet, right? And the reason why I'm saying he has it is because I don't think they're going to take a tea break in the middle of the fight against Ben Beckman and go, have you, recharge up and, whip out your new ability. I think narratively what Oda's doing is the same thing with Law and Blackbeard after the Wano incident, where We didn't see Law use the ability against Kaido and Big Mom, but he learned a new ability. And now that he's fighting that top tier, he's implementing it. And I think the same thing's going to be with Kid here, where Kid's going to start whipping out things that we're like, why didn't you use that before? And the explanation is going to be, I figured I should do this after seeing Big Mom and Kaido, or fighting Big Mom and Kaido. And it's not going to be that he didn't have any of it, and all of a sudden he's fighting Ben Beckman, and he's like, Ben Beckman's doing this, I have to copy, and now I have it, and I beat him. It's not like Luffy versus Katakuri. I think that step has already been taken against Kaido and Big Mom, and it was off-screened for the most part, but we're going to get to see it bear its fruit now.
So how strict are you being with this? So, for example, I would say that Zoro didn't have Conqueror's armament when he started fighting Kaido.
Yep.
He learnt it during the fight.
Yep.
Agree with that?
Yep.
So if it's that equivalent, then you would say that you would hold those two things to be equivalent?
Okay. Did Luffy develop Gear 2 versus Bluno?
Oh, he already had it.
Exactly. But it was off-screen.
So that's where you're stating. Okay, that's where you're stating.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an idea of
And the only reason I'm stating it like that is because I think narratively, at the moment, Kid is being shoehorned into a spot past Ben Beckman now, where we were already told, pretty much this chapter, last time this happened, Ben Beckman whooped him. You know what I mean? I think what we're being told now is, last time this happened. This time, it's not going to go the same way, but it kind of does. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only, distinction I'm making on that. Speaking of...
Okay. So then in that case, the only difference between our opinion is, basically, I think I wouldn't call bullshit if Kid beat him by getting stronger during the fight, whereas you think he's going to beat him because he's already strong.
I'm going to think he's going to beat him in the same way that Luffy beat Lucci pre-time skip, where you're using everything you have, and it's that last hit, like that last bit of fuel you've got in your tank is what puts him over. You know what I mean?
I'm still in the pool that Kid's going to end up getting something.
Like, put it this way, right? Kid versus Ben Beckman right now, it's not going to be like we hit each other 3 times and I won because I'm a badass. Even if it's not like he goes, whips out his awakening, hits him 3 times, and he's like, I beat your first mate. I'm a badass. It's Kid is there, injured, bleeding, huffing and puffing, whipped out his awakening, and it's taken a prolonged period of time to beat Ben Beckman.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying it's in just because I've got him 1 spot over. Is just because I'm saying at this point in time, it's like if you had them having to edge out, it's just it's like who's got the better cardio in the long term. You know what I mean? It's like Ben Beckman can run 100 meters in 6 seconds. Kid can do it in 10 seconds, but Kid can run the marathon. You know what I mean? Because I would argue at this point in time, based on Kid's lack of an arm. Speaking of lack of an arm. That Ben Beckman's AP is pretty damn high. You know what I mean? Anyway, Eggs, you're 22 and 23.
Above
Momoshiki and Chiton.
Weevil and Kid.
Ooh. Oh, so we've got Kid at the exact same spot anyway. We just have Ben.
Weevil either, Kuma. It's okay, chill.
We just have Ben.
No, I'm looking at where I put Kid.
Oh my god, did I forget Weevil?
I forgot Weevil.
Cool.
I forgot Weevil.
Recent though, he's got recency bias. This man.
Yeah, but he's already been defeated and captured.
Oh my god, I forgot Weevil.
So that's why I think I just struck it out of my head. Bro's been taken down and already in
No,
story.
no, it's because we were all paying attention to his supposed mom, Miss Buckin.
Okay. I'm gonna have to throw Weevil in later, but I forgot Weevil on my list, and I feel like an absolute fool right now. Like an absolute fool. Damn. All right. Glitter, you're up. You're 21 and 22. We're about to crack the top 20, guys.
My 21 and you mean 23?
Oh, 22, 23. Sorry.
My 23 is Shiryu, and my 22 is Ben Beckman.
Benny B.
Is it bad that I don't have anybody in Shanks' crew on my list?
Probably.
Yeah.
Daniel right now is just
Daniel,
like, no,
I heard
no.
Daniel's soul crack. Oh, eggs. It's okay.
None on your list.
At least just
Beckman below
all I'm hearing.
I mean,
below Capone, is he?
like,
what
The
Kuma's
stuttering,
trying to
my
say?
lord.
What Kuma's trying to say is Ulti and Capone over Ben Beckman.
yeah.
Foxy over now.
Oh, I love that.
You gotta go with that for a shot, eh?
That is heartbreaking. Kuma, you're 22 and 23.
Yeah, so my 22 and 23, I have... Okay. 23... Or no, that's my 20. Where the heck did my 23 go? Oh, gosh. Hold on, I'm putting on a brain fart. What just happened to my list? Oh, God.
Also, while you're looking for that, after this, I reckon instead of giving 2, we'll give 1, but we'll do a whole row at a time.
Whole row?
Are you guys like so all of us do 20 before we start talking about it. So like 4 are getting done, and then we can chat about it.
What do you mean 4?
That's
So-
gonna get very muddled.
So all of us give our 21, and then once everyone puts their 21 down, then we can talk about it.
Start talking shit.
Yeah.
So you mean everyone has to try and keep as silent as possible when everybody name drops?
Yeah.
And then release.
That's probably how we should have gone about it the first try.
All right.
Yeah, probably took a bit.
22 and 23.
I do have Weevil and the Seraphim.
Seraphim over Weevil?
No, Seraphim first, then Weevil.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, I meant like,
Okay.
23 is Seraphim and then 22 is Weevil. Yeah.
Yeah. The stream might be a little bit delayed. I was already typing that when you started saying that again. I was like, oh crap, I've done it wrong. I started going back.
It's all good.
Oh.
Yeah, I put them as like an honorable mention off to the side, but I thought
we
it.
weren't doing that.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna put them on there like as a. They're just really weird to power scale.
All right, so everyone get your 21 ready. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Who are we at? Kid. Above Kid, I have Robert Gucci. Eggs, you're 21.
Beautiful and sultry Boa Hancock.
Woo!
Uh-oh.
Glitter, you're 21.
Foul galore.
Damn. And Eggs, you're 21.
Didn't
20.
I just say that? Oh, are we going another one?
Oh, sorry. Kuma.
Hey, Kuma.
Godoy.
Okay.
Sanji.
Okay. So, my takeaway from this is lore is way too low. What the heck?
Okay.
That hurts
You're
my
entitled.
feelings.
You're
I'm
entitled.
looking at Boa.
Yeah, I'm looking at Boa, but as far as lore's concerned, you know what? I mean, when he gets out of it the way Boa is, I guess we can talk. You know, like we can have a chat if you want to.
Lore's over Benny B, Rob Lucci, and Shiryu, and Dofi. I'll take that. I'll take that as a dub for my dude.
Yeah, I don't know why you're fighting with me. I feel like Lore in top 20 is accurately placed considering he's
21.
for his...
You've got him at 21, not top 20.
Oh, sorry. 21's king. My bad.
Hurting my feels.
There you
Hurting
go.
my soul.
Lore's 20. King is 21.
Oh.
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I fucked that up, but it's not much.
Well, now I've got your lore.
My bad.
Anything anyone else wants to say about that range?
Eggs, you've hurt my soul.
Yeah,
Hey,
Bo's
I've got
not.
Boa in a good spot. You just
I
wait
put
till
Boa
three
in an
years above it.
extremely maybe an
Yeah,
unreasonable
I know
spot.
you have.
But I've got like notes for why. I've
I thought
read
you'd be proud of
discussions.
my Boa position.
I am, but mine's in top plus. Like mine's
Be
argument.
careful.
Yeah, I
I warn you, Eggs. I poked that Boa Hancock nest in a little Discord chat earlier.
Blew
And my
up.
God, do I regret it now?
She's in my top 10. There you go.
All right.
I'm ready
the
to go.
bubble.
Coming
I've got
in.
a notebook.
Oh, just before I go, no one's upset with the idea of. Oh, no one else has Lucci yet, do they?
Wait, hang the fuck the phone. You put Yamato over Boa?
Wait, what?
Eh?
Where?
If X has put Boa at 21, Yamato's gonna have been above. It's gonna be
correct.
above.
Nah,
you,
that's cap.
that is on cap.
That's
She
cap.
stalemated
that
with
cap?
Blackbeard. What do you mean? I put Yamato fair too. What do you mean? You were like,
Alright,
I'm sure
wanna
Liv's going to
go?
put Boa somewhere unreasonable. What do you mean? What have you done to Yamato? She is your version of Boa.
Get the
Boa-
judge
You wanna
gavel
do
ready. Get the judge
You wanna
gavel
do
ready.
this?
We're
You wanna
about
do
to get into a
Boa
super-
comes from the island of advanced Haki users. Oof.
Holy shit on a brick stain.
Oh,
I
that's-
love.
Okay. Let's not make it personal. Attack the argument, not the
I
person.
didn't. I
Okay.
wasn't attacking. That was an exclamation. That wasn't
I'm
directed
actually
at
very
Daniel.
sensitive about being a brick stain.
Sorry.
Exactly so.
So
No, I'll discuss that later. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm just like, that's just. I didn't realize.
No, wait. Let me get my boa spill, okay? Here's my boa spill. She's absolute beast. She's an absolute god. She's amazing. But I don't think you can put too much credence in the fact that she can basically just like one-shot every guy because it's just.
Yeah.
I don't think.
What
that.
about her
Did
haki?
Did you
Which is what
put?
you
Hold on.
did,
Have you put
which is how
law
you put
above
her in
Boa?
top 10.
Have you
I
put
think
law
that's
above
why.
Boa?
Yes, but I'm not giving Law the fact that he can just swap someone's heart out of their chest.
Neither
right?
am I. I'm not claiming that Boa. I'm taking that the Boa stood up pretty much alone against the Blackbeard commanders, the Blackbeard himself to a stalemate, to which Blackbeard and her were facing off. You've got Van Auger was defeated. Law is struggling himself, him and his crew, and Boa lasted arguably days against this man, and you have disrespected her to the degree that you've put Law and Yamato above her.
Alright. We're getting a bit off track here. We're getting a bit wild. Okay, it's like you just
No.
skeleton right there.
Oh, it's not though.
I'm just
How
glad
did
I'm not getting Raz for putting Lucci over Kid. That makes me happy.
I don't know why.
Good job.
Why would you feel?
No
Alright.
one will defend Kid with any effort.
Coming in above Kid and Lucci, right? Robert Dutzy. I got the man, the myth,
You
one
know
of my
what?
favorite characters in the entire series, Marco the Phoenix.
That's what. That's really low.
Not touching Marco anymore. I'm over it. Done.
Oh,
I'm done arguing
what's
about
happened to
Marco.
your fight, Eggs?
Your takes on Marco has crushed me.
Because they've been accurate.
Does that
just
just mean
been
he has higher
Too brain
conquerors?
rotting.
Yeah.
Just rot on my brain. Can't handle it.
Does that just mean that Supernova has higher conquerors? He just has a higher will?
Look, Marco's...
I guess so.
Okay.
Oh,
Tell you what,
No.
it's kid level arrogance, not
Wait,
Lucy
wait,
level
wait, wait.
arrogance.
So I'm actually curious here. So what's the brain rot with my Marco takes? Because I got Marco over the likes of Kid and Ben Beckman. And
Because you give
King.
him literally no hockey feats. You basically consider him like a marine with a phoenix fruit.
Yeah.
That's like what you.
He's got no hockey feats.
Yeah, so you're just like, oh, he's just a marine with.
Can you name a single one of his hockey feats?
Can you just like take the fact that he's Whitebeard's first division commander and he was considered a Yonko after Whitebeard was taken down, etc., etc.,
Considering his captain,
And then he
I
lost.
will
Not
play,
having this
I
whole
will
thing
play
again.
devil's advocate and say Whitebeard has been dead for a few years now. For Marco to still be as high as he is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I still think that you're on cap
Okay.
because I'm. Oh my god, have you put Law above Marco?
Yeah.
Of course you would have.
Yeah.
Of course you would have.
Well, okay, but
This man is on his knees in front of Blackbeard, and you're still like, yeah.
yeah, guess who else was on his knees in front of Blackbeard? Marco. Marco, we literally get told Marco got wiped out by Blackbeard prior to his crew getting fruits.
Is he alive?
Yeah.
Do you think that Law's going to be alive?
It depends. Law may
That
get
was
out
a
of...
hesitation he paused.
Yeah, no, it was a hesitation because Law may die or may not die. It depends on if Blackbeard wants his fruit. He didn't want Marco's fruit. We got told that Blackbeard
pump it up, right?
overwhelmingly destroyed Marco. And Law's out here right now at least fighting equally with Blackbeard.
I thought we were going to all give our numbers and then we
Let's
were
just,
gonna.
we
Yeah.
can go across.
Okay, Eggs, you're 20.
Side eggs.
Above
Boa.
Boa as Katakuri.
Ooh. Katakuri making the rounds. And Kuma, you're number 20.
Law.
Law seems to be taking the reign at this level. I would say Law's...
I wonder who's the most biased for this character out of our group.
I would say Law, at this point in time, he's specifically being shown that his crew abilities are equal to the Quakes, aren't they? In terms of AP? No?
No.
Really?
Wait, sorry.
Showing he can defend
what was
against the
statement?
Quakes.
I missed that. My bad.
Well, his Kroom was like equally blocking the Quakes from Blackbeard.
Is crew?
Okay, the
Kroom.
Quake logic. The
Right,
Quake
sorry, I
logic
just was
is just
double-checking.
retarded as shit, right? Because Boa fought Blackbeard, and it's like, well, okay, here's the thing. Whitebeard didn't destroy the whole island, right? Whitebeard never destroyed the whole island just because he didn't want to hurt Ace. Why didn't Blackbeard just punch, and then all of his entire island gets destroyed?
He was.
Didn't he? Could literally just sit on his ship outside of the island, and in like 15 minutes, just do like 20
Okay.
punches, and the entire island
So-
is just gone. Right? If a Quake can destroy the entire
So-
Marine Fort in one punch, then how is it even possible that Blackbeard couldn't just literally destroy
you-
any island? he
Would you like this answered very easily and very plainly and very simply?
ever for your life?
Sure. The narrative of it is Blackbeard wants Law's poneglyphs. Blackbeard did a quake, almost sunk his submarine while he was underwater, right?
I'm talking about
Co-
Blackbeard versus Boa.
Okay, Blackbeard versus Boa. Blackbeard didn't use his quake against Boa. Blackbeard
Exactly, but why didn't he? He was attacking her entire island for like ages.
because Blackbeard because Blackbeard was there to get her fruit. If he sunk the island underwater, how's he going to get the fruit? Can he swim?
Just destroys everything, and then he goes up and collects Boa, and she's like absolutely wrecked.
Okay,
I think
so
Boa's entire body's going to
so
explode because
Blackbeard pretty much did that though. Blackbeard destroyed the fleet of marine ships down the bottom. Blackbeard destroyed the mouth to the bay in which the Kuja live in with a quake. So he did two quakes. Got rid of a fleet, got rid of the entire forces going up until where Boa was fighting Kobe, right? With the Seraphim. Then he gets up there, and instead of using a quake because he wants her fruit, right? He just finesses her with the dark ability, negates her abilities, and then he's stuck in a stalemate with her where she's turned all of his reinforcements to stone. And then against Law, right? He wanted paper from Law, where Law made rubbings of poneglyphs. So if he sinks Law's ship, he doesn't
never
get.
mentioned Law. Why didn't he just punch the hell out of the island that Boa was on and destroy the entire island? and
Because
then
he
sail
wanted
in
her
and
fruit. If he
collect
sunk,
Boa?
if he destroyed the island, right? If he destroyed the island, which is what he it's not like he can just go, I'm gonna like when he quakes stuff, right? He can control the potency of the quake, but he can't necessarily control all aspects of the quake, can he?
Okay.
I don't know what he can
Wait.
control about the Quake. I know that he can punch and it's a lot
Okay.
of force, the same way that
Can-
Whitebeard can punch and it's a lot of force. And you argue that Whitebeard could have just wiped out the entirety of Marineford, but you're not going to say that with Boa's Island.
Well, he could have. I'm saying he could have. But if he did, he wouldn't have achieved his goal. If he had have destroyed Boa's island, it would have sunk the island, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then he can
we're-
just collect Boa, can he not?
Okay, so if he sunk the island and the island's underwater, Boa's underwater.
Yes.
So he can't get Boa.
Pirates can't get sunken treasure from the bottom of the ocean.
Not if they've got a devil fruit.
What pirates do.
Okay, this seems like this has.
Okay.
We are
This is
space.
very
Wait, wait.
hypothetical.
No,
Yeah,
wait.
exactly.
Can pirates get sunken treasure? Yeah, they can if they can swim. His entire crew,
They could have jacked the dragon dangling
Blackbeard's
by a fish.
entire crew now have devil fruits.
You don't need to swim down to the bottom of the ocean to collect it. You have like machines and shit that do it. You drop
Okay.
anchors, you drop magnets, etc., etc.
He's not Mushira, right? And the other monkey dude from Jaya. He doesn't have a whole dredging thing set up. And if he did, that would have been fine. Except, do you know what the problem is then? Boa's died because she's underwater and she's drowned, and the fruit spawns at another random island where there's fruit.
Okay, let's leave this one.
Yeah,
I will write
let's-
down a note that we will discuss Boa
There-
Hancock's placement, but let's move on.
There
to
is
the
a
next.
heap of defensive reasons narrative the way he didn't just sink the island. Even against, like, whether it was Whitebeard at Marineford, Blackbeard against Boa, or Blackbeard against Law, there's a reason why the islands weren't just immediately obliterated in all those settings.
Okay, so what are you arguing? What's your point?
My point is narrative. The narrative of he's there to get her fruit. If he sunk the entire island, he couldn't get her fruit because she would have died. And if she dies, the fruit comes back somewhere else. Right? And it was a last...
Why are you arguing this point in terms of your power scaling?
It was in defense to you saying, why doesn't Blackbeard all just destroy the island?
It was in defense to me saying that it's ridiculous to constantly talk about Blackbeard's Quake fruit as if he's just like able to one-shot everything no matter what.
He can't one-shot everything, but the potency of those Quakes, we know, can easily destroy islands. It's up to the entire world at its max potency, right? And we're told time and time again that the highest echelon of combat in One Piece can shake the planet. Whether that's a clash of two conquerors shaking the planet, or whether that's the Whitebeard fruit being stated to be able to destroy the entire planet. Right?
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, they're able to do what we're told they're able to do. But the difference is...
Blackbeard's strength is therefore infinite, because he can one-shot the entire world.
Okay, yes, but do you know what the difference is there? The difference is when we get into it, it's anime logic, right? You get to potency and scaling. So what I'm saying is, Law's Kroom attacks don't have the range of Whitebeard's or Blackbeard's Quake attacks, do they? Like, Law's limited to a bubble, or to when he puts a Kroom on something, however long that one item goes in a straight line, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is, within the confines of that specific bubble, or that straight line, we're seeing at the moment that he's able to equal out the force output of the Quakes that Blackbeard's doing. So he can clash equally with the likes of Blackbeard using an attack that could be anywhere in range from a small little Quake to a planetary level Quake, but he's equaling out the output of that fruit, right? With his awakening.
He's stopping the Quake from coming at him, yes.
Yes. Which would be equaling it out with the fruit. Because Law's ability isn't to just, like, remove force, is it?
He's not producing as much force as the Quake is coming at him with.
Well, he would be to block it, wouldn't he? And it's only
okay.
Only in the confines of that little bubble, though.
In the same sense that the Admirals can use Rio to do it, and that
yes,
like, Roger would be strong enough to literally just blow straight through it.
Yes.
And that, yeah.
Yes, so all of those things
so in other words,
are roughly
in other words,
paritable.
the Quake does not equal infinite strength.
It equals... Again, yeah. Okay, I'm not trying to argue that the Quake's infinite strength, though. I'm saying that the Quake...
You're saying that it could one-shot Marineford. My entire point is that when it's convenient for you, you say that the Quake could literally one-shot Marineford, but then when it's not convenient, you're happy to say that Law can literally create as much force as the Quake.
Yeah. And it's not convenient. It's very plain and it's very simple. It is...
So then Law could one-shot Marineford.
If he could make a Kroom, as big as Marineford, yes. He's only as strong as that Quake in the realms of his room.
We saw him make a room as big as in the first arc that we saw him, as big as Punk Hazard.
Not all Punk Hazard. He made the room as big as a mountain.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to 19?
He made a room as big as a mountain in Punk Hazard, which is an island with many mountains. It has a whole mountain range, right?
I second that 1-9 is the place to be.
Just wait,
Yep.
wait. We'll move on. We'll move on. No. We're not moving on just yet. I gotta cement this, right? Just logically speaking, right? It's the difference between range and potency, right? For example, you've got characters that have bigger range and characters that have smaller range, right? They can equal out each other's attacks, but like one person may only be able to affect the size of their fist and the other person might be able to affect the size of a house. You know what I mean?
Okay, the stream has been going
Okay.
for 4 hours. We do need to.
Hey,
start
this
to
is...
go tonight.
I gave you guys plenty of warning that we're going into this for the top 50. This is what we're here for.
We are, but we can't keep getting just hung up because honestly, the conversations keep deviating beyond. Like,
But some of these conversations though, if they go to their natural conclusion, it would prevent other conversations later
No,
on as well.
We just come back. We'd just
Okay.
come back to it.
Above
I know for a fact that we'd come back.
above Marco, I have the Straw Hats number 1, Roronoa Zoro.
Okay.
Above Cat, I have Marco.
Marco.
Within
Okay.
one spot of my Marco, I like it. Glitter?
19 is Yamato.
And Kuma.
Oh god. I put down Kid.
Kid. Ooh.
That was the most nervous sounding kid I've ever
Is that the
heard.
highest kid we've gotten?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn, kid over law.
Please let me eat my bread roll.
I understand narratively kid over law, but I don't understand feats kid over law, if that makes sense.
I don't understand kid over Ben Beckman, but we were there, so...
True, that's it. Take Sana.
Well, let me ask you this: kid over Ben Beckman or Ben Beckman on the list?
Well, now he's throwing Kuma under the... Look how
Yeah.
ugly we've gotten. We're fighting amongst ourselves. You're
Um,
trying to deviate the hate to poor Kuma.
I'm so happy that I get to enjoy my dinner.
what's the point of Yamato over law in your mind, Glitter?
I feel like if Law comes out of Blackbeard, out of his fight with Blackbeard, he will be, for me, top 15-ish. But if he goes down like Kid goes down, then he's been wiped of the slate of Luffy's, like, competitors. And I can interchange them, but I just feel like I've been maybe more impressed.
So it's about the how well they went 1v1 against a Yonko in your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
So if he beats Blackbeard, then he decidedly did Yamato better. Did better than Yamato against a Yonko. However, at this stage, he has not. And I think Yamato has performed much better against Kaido than.
What about Law against Big
1v1?
Mom breaking Big Mom's
Agree.
arm?
I would direct you to the fact that Kid fought that fight with him, and not only that, I don't give that feat to Kid or Law because Luffy's the one that did the KO hit at the end. So they
No,
technically
against Big
didn't
Mom.
even
Against
defeat
Big
a
Mom.
Yonko.
Against Big
I'm
Mom.
saying that he had help. Kid-
Luffy didn't KO Big Mom.
Didn't he punch them down into the?
No,
That-
that
I
was damned punk from Kid.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, well then I'll give that to Kid, not Law.
But Kid,
Arguably,
okay,
Kid did better.
No, no.
I just wanted to see what you do then. If I
No,
could.
Law.
No, I just
Sorry,
said that because I wanted to
there.
see him. It's okay.
Eggs.
It's okay. I wasn't actually
Eggs.
that deluded. I just wanted to see how.
It's the first day of the Equinox.
Yeah,
It's
you-
time for us to team up.
Guys.
It's time for me and you to team up, Eggs. It's time to defend
See,
Law
he's
against Kid.
He's reaching out.
It's a
to you.
helping
He's
hand,
that
brother.
upset.
It's a pirate alliance. It won't end
You're on
betrayal.
the back. No, don't gaslight him. You're on the back foot. He doesn't need help from you. You're the one with the richest take
Yeah,
so far.
chat's got it. Zoro is him. Okay, so the reason why I question it is just for the Law versus Kid aspect. There is Law.
I don't believe Kid. As I said, I don't actually believe that Kid gets that beat. I was just stirring
Oh, no,
you
I-
because Law's your
but,
character.
But in terms of it, right? Because I see that you've got Law over Kid, but for Law against Yamato, right? Yamato did okay against Kaido, right? She held her own, although she was being overwhelmed, and that was no different to the likes of like Kid or Law fighting Big Mom 1-on-1. You know what I mean?
And again, that's my point. If he lives,
But-
then the conversation will be resumed. If he dies,
What
then
I'm saying
Yamato's
is
beating him.
Law was actually able to break the bones of a Yonko, whereas Yamato best attack got a drop of blood from Kaido.
Okay, let's be honest here, guys. Big Mom just got memed to absolute shit the entire time.
Yeah,
We're
it
not
hurts my
counting
soul.
feats. We're not counting any feats that happen there. Like, by that knowledge, you could say that Frankie managed to knock over Big Mom, and that
Yeah. Then she
Robin-
hit
Are you-
Frankie's Yonko level.
Are you trying to tell me that you don't
Frankie
think that Frankie's going to be able to do a burnout on Shanks?
My point.
That's
my point
blasphemy!
Is, well, Blackbeard and Kaido are not the same, and what I'm gonna say with that is, and I don't really care if people think that this is an unpopular
Kaido's
take,
him.
Kaido has way bigger durability given the nature of his fruit, be having scaled hide. Blackbeard, to a fault, is actually his humor. Is he like gets hit once or so, and he's like on the floor rolling around. That's his gag.
Can I put a different mindset out there? Right?
Probably not. You're
so
not gonna be
obviously Blackbeard feels double the pain. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But an attack that broke Big Mum's arm and ribs, Blackbeard took to the heart, spat up blood, did a backflip, and was like, let's pull it out. Right? So at the moment, Blackbeard's being shown to have not better durability, but better tankability than Big Mum, and better endurance than Big Mum. Blackbeard is.
Again, inability to change my mind is the fact that if Law wins, then we can re-establish that conversation. If he dies, then Yamato walked away from a fight with the Yonko.
Okay, but Law walked away from a fight with Big Mum and also Kaido. Do you think Yamato is beating Blackbeard?
I don't know. I don't think that'd ever be a fight. I don't think so. I don't know. But I don't think Law's beating Blackbeard.
Well, but that was my point. You're downplaying Law because you're like, he can't beat Blackbeard, and if he does, then we'll talk.
That's wild for you to say because I've put Law at 20. That I.
No, okay. I think that level 19 Yamato could beat Blackbeard. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm asking the question.
No, you're not. You're a bit upset that Law's not being gassed a bit.
I'm questioning why the Yamato over Law, not that Yamato and Law are there, considering I've got these people in the same sort of threshold as each other.
Because again, as I said, I'm happy to review him once I finish watching his 1v1 at Yonko. So far, I've watched him team up with Luffy for Doflamingo. I've watched him team up with Kid against Big Mom.
Is it a 1v1 against a Yonko? Or is it a Yonko and his whole squad versing Law while some cheerleaders scream from the bleachers?
From the wait.
Yeah, but I think that's wild because I bet you're going to have put Law above Boa. And they're very similar situations.
Okay, interesting.
And yet Boa, and again, I'm not going to fight anyone because I can acknowledge there's some slight bias with her. But again, 2 Titanic captains, Van Orga defeated, Marines plus Blackbeard, like that to the point where he was like, if I let you go, you're gonna kill me. But I bet you've put Law above her.
Come back and ask me that when you see the rest of my list. We'll come back to that. I'm putting a pin in that conversation there because I want to come back to that.
As far as Yamato goes, though, I think that is a little bit hype to say that because I put her one spot over Law, I'm suddenly trying to declare that Yamato could beat Blackbeard.
No. I wasn't questioning whether or not Yamato can beat Blackbeard. It's just you were implying to me that if Law beats Blackbeard, you'll come back to this conversation and then you can have a dialogue, right? Which was implying to me that the only way you could see Law being over Yamato is if he beat Blackbeard, and that's why I was asking.
I do believe that.
I do believe that. So do you think Yamato can beat Blackbeard then?
That's not what that means. If Law does successfully enough on his own for the first time, without an assistant to fight someone
What if Law loses to Blackbeard, but right now, like Law is, Law's fighting Blackbeard and his whole crew, while his crew is pretty much useless?
I'm waiting for the conclusion of the fight to have a solidified opinion. I'm not going to ride Law's dick just because I like the way he sounds.
Law right now is doing the same thing that Kid's doing, right? You don't expect
Kid's gonna die and not be Van Ork.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, right, it's not like Law is going up against Blackbeard with Aokiji present, Van Orga present, Burgess present, and all that, right? Beppo's not beating Aokiji, so it's Law fighting all these people, is what I'm saying. So I don't think Law's gonna win. There's no reason for Law to win, right? But what I'm saying is, why is it you're saying the only factor that you can ever think of Law being over Yamato is if Law wins in this one situation? What if Law does amazing stuff but still loses a fight here? Could that change your mind?
It still can, but in terms of just for right now, I feel like Yamato's walked away from a one-on-one with a person who's resisted. Yeah, she only caused a bit of drop of blood, right? And that when you lessen the feat to that, it doesn't sound impressive. But for somebody who has literally only really ever been injured by 3 people, that cut I know there'd be more, but you've got Zoro, Luffy, Odin, and then you've got Yamato. That is a feat.
I mean,
and a bit Marco as well.
I
But
mean,
that is a feat. And
everyone on the rooftop made Kaido bleed.
That's
The
my
scabbards
point,
made Kaido bleed.
My point, though, I feel like you're just really wanting lore.
No.
Upset.
Okay, I'm happy to move past this point. I'm happy to move past it because I'm not trying to fight. Like I'm not like I don't care if you've got lore or Yamato over each other, right? I was just questioning the logic for it because I've been doing it with everyone on the list. When someone puts people like neck and neck like that, I've been sort of shit testing the idea for it. Like I did it with Kuma before as well. With was it who was it before? Was it Enel or Magellan or someone?
No,
Queen
and Moria.
Queen and Moria, right? So it's not that I'm just singling you out for it. It's just like one of those things where I'm like I'm questioning it because you saying from the perspective of like Yamato walked away from a fight with a Yonko. Okay, Law walked away with an apparent dub against a Yonko, even though we know it wasn't a 1-on-1. Whereas Yamato walked away with a dub against Kaido in a 17v1 situation.
I just really want to watch Law have his own fight where he hasn't got somebody to back him up, and I think that's the point that Oda is making. Again, as I said, Kid, way too much hype for me personally that you've given, but that's fine with Ben Beckman. He's supposed to represent the unlearning version of Luffy, the one that doesn't evolve, the one that doesn't learn, and he's going to get his ass handed to him. Law represents the guy, low-key, that at this stage in the series has always had someone beside him when he fights. For this time, he's on his own with a useless crew, and we're going to see how he goes.
Okay. No, okay, that's fine.
They represent flaws that Luffy doesn't have.
Coming in at my number 18, just above Zoro, I've got Katakuri. Eggs, your number 18?
Yamato.
Ooh, Yama-chan. Who do you have above Yamato? Glitter? Zoro.
But I think that's ish.
And above Kid, who do you have, Kuma?
I got Marco.
Ooh. First Division commanders making their rounds at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, good eggs.
Okay. Anything anyone wants to say, or are we happy to move on to 17?
Yep.
Scrolling.
Right.
17, please.
At number 17, above Katakuri, I have Trafalgar D. Water Law. Who do you have above Yamato?
I have Rayleigh.
Ooh.
Nice.
Interesting. I like it. Glitter, who do you have above Zoro?
I have Marco.
Interesting. And above Marco, who do you have, Kuma?
I have Rayleigh.
Interesting that the old men are starting to make their appearance. I like it, but I'm not too far off in terms of where I've got mine. Interesting. Okay, the only thing I'll ask is Glitter, what's your reasoning for Marco over Zoro at this point? Because I think everyone else has it the other way around on their list at the moment.
I think Zoro's probably going to quickly overtake.
Yep.
I just don't feel like it's fully there yet. That's just me. And I feel like they're interchangeable. That's probably why they're so close.
Is it that Zoro doesn't have the AP, or Zoro just can't get around the healing factor sort of thing?
A little bit of the AP and the healing. I think with as his haki develops even further, I think then Marco unfortunately probably won't be able to match that. But for right now, I think Zoro doesn't really have a way around the healing factor. But I think it's close enough that honestly you could swap them on my list and I wouldn't blink. But I believe in the Marco supremacy. So.
No, I love it.
Do you think Conqueror's armament can negate the healing factor or not?
I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, I'm willing to have that chat. I just don't know.
It was in the manga because he had a bandage on when he was with Shanks, right?
Yeah.
So it's not anime only. But what I will say is, in Marco's defense for that, you could look at it and go, Garp isn't confirmed to have Conquerors, but if he did, is that an advanced Conquerors attack? Or could you look at it and go, Marco just didn't heal fully from a blunt force attack because he wasn't healing every attack that he received in Marineford. He was just healing lethal attacks, so he could keep going. You know what I mean? Because there were plenty of times in the war where he looked scuffed up, But like, if someone shot him through with a laser, he would heal it. If someone burnt him, he would heal it. If someone kicked him, you know, he just kind of like heals enough so that it doesn't hurt and keeps going, but he's still got the scuff marks, arguably. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
That's what I didn't know. I guess I'd have to. I don't know. That's why I said my position's quite loose. If I feel like if there's the the AP and then it's the healing factor. If I felt really strongly that Zoro could, I'd give it the sway. But right now I think the sweet parrot boy, the sweet pineapple parrot boy, kind of just has a little bit of an edge.
Okay. I like that.
Sweet little pineapple phoenix boy.
Okay.
Pineapple birdie.
Above my boys Trafalgar D Waterloo and Katakuri D King of D Whole Cake, I have Croc. Eggs are up.
Very high.
Yeah, it is very high, and like I understand that it's risky.
Place where Burgess belongs.
Burgess top 16.
Nice.
Right on the
You got Burgess over Rayleigh.
Time.
The same Rayleigh that had Blackbeard running off.
Time.
Yeah, but who did? Okay, I'm not gonna start.
Damn.
Burgess is strong.
Eggs feels very strongly about this.
You're gonna have to make a Burgess routine for the gym.
Yeah, okay. Pick someone who's claiming to be the strongest man in the world, and then give him the buff fruit, which multiplies his strength, and then try to block his punches. Luck.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with that. I think I can't. Do you know what's gonna be the coolest thing? I think. I've been imagining this for a while, right? Say Zoro or Sanji's fighting Burgess, right? You have the initial clash of like Haki, right? And then say he overpowers them with his buff fruit, right? And so that person starts. You know how like we see it heaps, like where people get sent flying away, right? Mid-flight, he does a follow-up projectile air jab and sends out a giant air punch. And like, think about the one he did against Sabo at Dressrosa, and times that by timesing that one punch by 10. That's like the entire size of the Colosseum coming at you as like a projectile air punch. That would be sick as anything, wouldn't it? I can't wait to see that sort of shit. I hope Burgess gets a lot of love. I hope I'm wrong and Burgess is over Shiryu, because him being the first ship captain should carry a bit more weight to it. You know what I mean? It's the same arguments I made from last year.
I entirely think that like it could still be like Sanji versus Burgess, Zoro versus Shiryu. It's just that Zoro has the challenge of trying to sense someone who's invisible, and then Sanji has the I'm not strong enough to clash against this dude. I've got to use my speed to get around him. Or
the flip of it would also be really cool, where Sanji fights Shiryu, and it's like, I've already dealt with the invisibility. This isn't impressive to me, and you're not as good as the swordsman as Zoro. Meanwhile, Zoro's out there copping like kicks from Burgess, and he's like, your kicks are weak compared to his. Either way, love that shit. I'm shocked that you've got Burgess over Rayleigh, though. And Yamato in your mind. And Marco.
Strong, man.
You think the overall strength is more useful in combat than Boa's, love fruit?
So similar thing with Boa is like, I mean, I think if you really give her the whole, she can just like turn anyone to stone, including like Blackbeard, who even said that he can. It's kind of OP, and Boa ends up like kind of where Liv put him, in the top 10. So in order to like not put Boa like well above, because I feel like once you've put her that high, it's like she's among like people that are just like all round ridiculous.
Okay.
And she's being carried by the fact that she can basically one-shot anyone, which is kind of fair, but kind of like, I don't know. It's like a weird narrative thing, you know. It's like imagine if Oda actually wrote Zoro taking people's hearts. It's like, where the hell would you put him? Or not Zoro.
Law.
Like, where the hell would you actually put him? Because it's like he's not really that strong. But
I mean,
I would
wouldn't
argue
be
my reason for Boa being as high as I'm going to end up having her, and I'm not going to end up doing it now, isn't got anything to do with that she can one-shot people.
Yeah.
My argument's not based on that, because I'm relatively the same as you. I feel like you could then argue law. You know, you could argue that Caesar is really high up because he'd just suffocate you.
Yeah.
And I don't like. Obviously, part of her power comes into it, but it's definitely not. It's not like I would try not to use that as my major reason.
I do think, like, in terms of like the narrative of the world, Boa is like genuinely could be like a Yonko because it's like, yeah, just don't screw with her, don't go anywhere near her territory. She will just insta turn you to stone. Doesn't matter how strong you think you are, she just turns you to stone. You're done. So like, she could definitely reign as like a Yonko with her.
I
like,
think
ability.
because people haven't associated her, and a lot of people will accuse me of like writing for Boa, and I do. Oh, there's part of bias in that.
Ride or die, Bobo.
But I feel like nobody blinks to a degree when Mihawk was a warlord, but he's also like above a lot of the Yonko because he's like the strongest swordsman in the world. I don't think it should be that of much of a surprise for Boa to have gone and done what she's done, have the island and the subordinates that she has, and been doing this basically since the age of 8, and people are suddenly surprised by the fact that she could be top 10. I feel like that's weird.
Before we continue this, just because I made a bit of a mistake here myself, Glitter and Kuma, can I have your 16s?
My 16, I put a little dash because if I was gonna put maybe Weevil, I would have maybe put him there.
I'll put him as your sidebar.
But I put our donut boy, our donut loving boy.
Okay, and Kuma, your number 16. Okay. I will say
with 2 R's.
I will say in my estimation of Croc here, right? I'm going off the fact that Oda's just given him very recently an almost 2 billion berry bounty, right? Which is implying to me, based on Oda's just general mindset of like post time skip people getting buffs, I'm giving Croc at least basic armament and observation in my estimations of what his character's capable of, right?
Why?
Because that's the post-time skip treatment almost every character has received.
Isn't that just generalization?
Yes, it is, but it's also generalization based off the fact that we know what roughly his bounty was going to be pre-time skip, and it's not what it is post-time skip.
You mean when he's now on a Yonko crew?
Well, yes, but just because he's on a Yonko crew, I mean, for example, right, the Straw Hats were on a Yonko crew coming out of Whole Cake Island. It still didn't give the Straw Hats that didn't do anything at Whole Cake a buff in bounty.
No, but the Straw Hats weren't really accredited with the Impel Down breakout.
Okay.
Buggy was.
Okay, perfectly fine. But, I mean, if you're talking about that, Mihawk still has a higher bounty than Buggy. So these bounties seem to be applied for the individual from the threat perspective of the world.
Again, just be devil's advocate, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense because Mihawk's the world's strongest swordsman.
Okay.
He should have the high bounty.
The world's strongest swordsman is being... if you're using that line of logic, though, wouldn't you be saying the world's strongest swordsman is being subjugated by Buggy, the apprentice of Roger?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. The reason why, though, I'm going off sort of the bounty here for Croc is, I mean, obviously, you got that post-time skip training arc, whatever the shit he's been doing. I don't know how many sit-ups, push-ups, and a 5k run he's been doing, but whatever he's been having in his creatine, it's been good, right? But partly why I put him here is based on the small showcasing we actually had of him in the Cross Guild flashback, where he was attacking the Marines, where he was actually able to make his sand into a widespread area and create tendrils no different to Doflamingo in his awakening, right? The reason why that is so threatening is because we know his sand touching you can immediately drain you of all moisture. So in other words, Croc without Haki right now is like the discount version of Green Bull without the forest regen, right? But I'm still looking at Croc here going, I'm just assuming he's been given at least basic observation and basic armament Haki to be able to cope barely in the New World.
Where did you put Jinbei?
I put Jinbei down at 27, under Sanji. So
Do you feel like
within 9
Jinbei
spots
can
away.
beat Croc?
At this point in time, I actually don't. I think it would be a tough fight. I think it would be it's not over in one punch, or one attack. But even with Jinbei being Croc's direct counter, I think the point is Oda regretted introducing Croc so early on in the story, and he's been very vocal about he regrets doing it so early, right? That now that it's post time skip, I think he's trying to do a bit of damage control on it and go, you know what, he's gotten stronger. And even without him doing anything more than what we've seen so far, he's been able to make essentially tentacles out of his sand, and we know his sand, once it comes in contact with you, it can completely drain the moisture in your body. And it's a Duraneg based attack. So in other words, he's got what Dofi did in his awakening, but if the string touches you, it one-shots you. And we don't know how the moisture draining would necessarily work against Haki. We don't know, we don't know if someone can use regular armament Haki and stop moisture being absorbed from their body. You know what I mean?
I don't really know if I need the whole point for point for why. I guess I was just more.
No, if you're shit testing, it's good because it's I'm getting the points out here. Because when if someone else puts Croc out there, higher or lower or whatever, it's out there. The explanation for it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Next one.
Above the crocodilian, I have the thickest of thick snakes, boa.
Okay.
Although
Eggs?
Croc.
No, eggs.
Okay.
Eggs.
I'm trying to find where I am. Zoro.
Zoro?
Yep. Rayleigh's taken a dip on your list over the years.
Glitter,
Very
you're up.
slowly.
He has gotten old.
Glitter, you're up.
I have Rayleigh.
I think it's just people who've gotten above him.
And up next, Kuma.
Captain Makorio.
Wait, Marco? No, you've already said Marco. Who?
Captain Makorio.
Makorio?
Katakuri.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh god, that was throwing me for a loop there.
That's
Also,
the
I think
highest
it's
category, I think.
Yeah, it is. And I'm still in the mindset because I've got the Zoro category placement the same as you, Kuma.
Yeah, no, it's but quick second. You spelled Rayleigh and Rayleigh two different ways on a 15 and 17 bar.
Reyleigh.
I thought it was Rayleigh.
No, I spelled it wrong there. It's
I don't know if it matters. It's just a placeholder. It's just.
there. That's consistent with the rest of it.
Do that to me.
I still think Katakuri is just barely, and again, it's like the same sort of thing that I was saying before, where it's like the difference between pre-time skip Rob Lucci and Luffy in terms of difficulty against Zoro and Katakuri, where I think Zoro has by far better DC than Katakuri at this point in time. So Zoro, if he lands a couple hits on Katakuri, he's doing to Katakuri what Zoro did to King. You know what I mean? But King with the observation Haki and most likely having advanced Conqueror's Haki himself is doing a lot of damage to a lot more people a lot easier than Zoro. So it's not necessarily that Zoro can't necessarily take out Katakuri, it's just I think Katakuri has an easier time against more people than Zoro.
You're in the top 15 now.
Also, Boa and Croc. Even though Croc has a higher bounty than Boa, the reason I put Boa there is because I'm speculating more about Croc, whereas with Boa, we know she's got all three types of Haki. She's got a broken ass Devil Fruit, but more specifically, her two subordinates, so her Zoro and Sanji, both have advanced armament Haki, which would heavily imply that she also has advanced armament Haki. So even if you take the fruit away from her, she should still be doing very high levels of Haki feats.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with Boa being at the 15 mark.
And above, actually, across from Boa, I have the Gorosei.
Okay.
I don't really have. We don't know anything of them. I think if they are fighters, they're probably around that sort of tier level, where they're like a first commander-ish level combatant. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just an honorable mention.
Above Boa Hancock, I have Green Bull.
Okay.
Eggs.
Law.
Glitter.
I have old grandpa of Monkey D. Luffy, Garp.
And Kuma.
Hankaku's.
Boa.
Damn, I've got the lowest admiral out of anyone.
A big stretch, hero.
That's interesting. Question. Garp at 14.
Hurts my soul.
Do you know what? No, I won't ask the question yet. I'll wait to see who you've got above him.
I have two. I have an admiral over him, and I've got obviously Sengoku, and I feel like that's because let's be honest, Garp has been ridden out his time really high on the list based on achievements he made in his heyday, which were made when before his biggest rival died.
Sure.
Garp has been on the decline since Gold Roger's death. Sengoku's rival only died during Marineford, and if we're going to be 100% honest, Garp has been pretty much taking a backseat just training people.
To be fair,
he hasn't been doing much.
The Buddha fruit
himself.
does carry pretty hard in old age.
Exactly. So even though Sengoku's retired, he's fine, whereas Garp is slowing down, and I don't know if that's fair to put the likes of some of the admirals underneath him.
Wait. Glitter. In hindsight, I have to ask, you're the only person. Oh no, you and Kuma. Oh.
Hey, Kuma.
You guys have got Zoro over Law. I've got to ask why.
No, because it's Zoro. For the same reason I'd put Katakuri over Law. For the same reason I put Marco over Law. I'm not putting Law over these people.
Even if he's doing better against their captains?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Law's rival is Luffy and the Yonko, not the First Commanders.
Yeah, but rival in terms of what? Rival in terms of what? For One Piece? Hell no.
In terms of strength and goal.
Law and Luffy are not even remotely on the same level. It's reflected in the fact that Luffy became a Yonko and the two of them didn't. They aren't his equals. That's the whole point. They aren't his rivals.
But they're closer to his rivals than they would be to the likes of rivals of, say,
okay,
Katakuri.
Is Killer a rival for Zoro, Marco, and Katakuri? Those people, types of people?
He was, but he bottom of the barreled because he's in the weakest crew for it.
Yeah.
Like Beppo.
Hence why Zoro had a one-on-one fight against Killer and tied, and then after 2 power-ups was being compared to Killer with his full strength. Even if Killer was much weaker overall. Narratively, they were being portrayed to be rivals in that regard, were they not?
I guess, but I don't think he's beating Law. I don't think Law's beating Zoro.
Okay. Above Green Bull, yeah, I have Rayleigh.
Okay.
Eggs, who you got?
Above Law, I have Garp, Sengoku, and Kong.
In the same bracket?
Yep.
This old man bracket.
Gotta do it, bro. Gotta do it. Old man respect.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot that Garp is still confidently just being like, yeah, I'm gonna go take out Blackbeard.
Yeah.
I think Garp probably overestimates himself and probably underestimates Blackbeard, to be fair, but still.
In a very Luffy-ish way.
Yeah.
Like, if Luffy as his age...
No talking. Glitter, you're 13, and Kuma, you're 13.
Green Bull.
Hang on, I want to say something about Garp.
We will come back to it. We'll come back to it after Kuma's.
You get to talk.
No, I don't.
Bully green.
Green Bull, perfect. You guys wanted to keep the whole, we'll do the conversation after everyone drops their thing. Eggs, you have the floor.
I was actually the one vouching for that the most because I've never said anything until this point.
We're getting in trouble with Dad.
My volume's glitching the fuck out.
After this, we'll go back to the one at a time, since we're at the pretty much top 12, which is the most important part of the list anyway. Eggs, you were talking about your old man trio.
My idea about Garp is basically that, like, although he's like old and he doesn't have the benefit of having the Buddha fruit, he's very much like Luffy in that he's got like a very young mindset and he's very much like a young whippersnapper until he dies, kind of thing.
The mind is
So
willing,
he's
but the
always going
body
to be
isn't.
like rambunctious and energetic, etc., etc. So
I think
his
Ace's
age
death
isn't gonna
killed
hit him
that.
as much as...
Or
Ace's
just
death
that
killed that.
so
I-
depressed he has to find.
I don't know.
I
mean,
think
well,
it still
like,
exists in him.
He's literally like, don't worry, guys, I'm already here. We're gonna go take out Blackbeard.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you can't take out Blackbeard. He's like, too late. I'm already going. It's like, it's already pretty.
Small sidebar. I actually had this thought while I was working away this week. Do you know what I think is probably going to be really interesting about the setup with Garp at the moment?
What?
I think Garp is actually going to take Hajinosu while Blackbeard's not there. And Blackbeard's going to return to Hajinosu, where Garp has, like, not set a trap for him because Garp doesn't trap people, but, like, Garp's sort of taken his base and is like, you know, if you want to come back and you got to fight me for it. And I think through Garp and Blackbeard, we're actually going to get the Rocks flashback, because Garp is one of the only people, or is essentially the only person left alive that was at God Valley and fought Rocks, and Blackbeard has some type of connection with Rocks, naming his ship after Rocks, meaning we're probably going to get the inherited will of Rocks versus the rival of Rocks in that regard. So I feel like if we're going to get a flashback about that, we're going to get it there in that setting.
Okay.
Oh my god, eggs! You haven't said Greenbull yet.
Correct.
Ooh, okay. Giving Greenbull some extra love. I thought you would have been like downplaying him hard at the moment because of the Shanks thing.
I mean, we haven't got to Admiral level yet, have we?
I mean, everyone else on the list has, since an Admiral's been listed.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I kind of put Greenville there just because, like, what I've seen from him, he has been impressive, but he hasn't displayed things on par to be with, like, even Fujitora, kind of.
If Luffy's the hopeful optimistic, Rayleigh is the person desperately seeking Dad's approval. Right? And the problem is, because of that, I think he's obviously going to have strong Haki parallel to the rest of the Admirals. But I don't know if I can put him as having better... a more ironclad will than the likes of Kizaru, who just seems unfazed by everything, Akainu, who's Akainu, and Fujitora, who was willing to blind himself for his own morals. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, like, I think Greenbull's super impressive. It's just, I don't know if I really say that he's got, like, that god-tier motivation that the other people do in this tier. If that makes sense.
Yep. I agree with
that. Okay.
Next.
Coming in and at number 12, above Rayleigh, I have the hero of the Marines, the Fist, Mr. Steal Your Bitch, Garp. Okay, no one's complaining that I got Garp over Rayleigh. Thank goodness. Eggs, who you got?
I've got Ben Beckman.
Benny B. Over Garp, Sengoku, and Kong at the moment. That's intriguing to me. Is it just because he's like the modern day Haki Master? Their equivalent?
Garp and that are kind of old, and Benny B has compared the moon to Shanks' son, etc., etc.
One thing I will... Hang on. I've got to bring up Ben Beckman here for a second. One thing I do have to ask, right? Do you think it plays into him at all, Ben Beckman's age?
No.
No? Because Ben Beckman is older by a decade than the rest of the, red hair pirates and that. He's actually the same age as the likes of Akainu and Dragon.
Yeah, but if anything, Ben Beckman is less retired than Shanks is. I'd imagine he's more responsible than Shanks.
Okay.
So...
You would think.
I mean, at least he's got the feat of taking out Kid. Okay, Glitter, you're number 12.
And Goku.
And Kuma.
Sengoku's.
Hey!
Hey.
Senny's making the rounds. Do you know what's interesting about that?
What?
Up next, I got Sengoku.
Hey!
Might as well include him there. I feel like
being friendly again.
I feel like we all have the
Gonna
old
go
man
downhill
trio
really quick.
pretty neck and neck here. The only difference
Alright,
is we're
keep my
thinking.
friendship.
I think we all have the old man trio like near identicals in placement. The only difference being we just like some of us are sliding Green Bull having not made the cut with the old era.
Just not yet. Not yet. Give him more time. Like his feat over Weevil
That's-
definitely is a really big thing.
yeah.
That's why I put Rayleigh and Garp underneath him, and that's what I meant when I said, you know, Garp's been carrying, I think, his reputation in a lot of people's lists for a little while, and his attitude, which Eggs is completely right, is so upbeat. I don't think his upbeat attitude though is reflective of his capacity.
I think the mind is willing, but the body is not.
Yeah, and that's why I put Green Bull above because I
His
think
body is ready.
it depends. If Weevil, I'm the one of those people that believe kind of the theory that Weevil could be like a clone. I quite like that one of a younger Whitebeard or even the kid. And I personally don't know if I could see Garp taking something like that out. So I think Green Bull just has youth on his side. I think if they were the same age, I feel like if you were to age Garp down to Green Bull, Garp wipes the floor with him. But I think
yeah,
age
100%.
Yeah.
Garp just
age
friggin-
age isn't being kind, and I think Up hasn't been challenged in a very long time since Roger. Like pretty much, he's been declining since that, and I just don't think that I don't think he's got it in him, even if he would want to.
Eggs. Oh, Eggs, Glitter, and Kuma. Can I have your 11? And I'll be back in 1 second while you discuss that. Okay.
Green Bull.
Sorry, who?
Who?
Green Bull.
Green Bull.
Green Bull.
Oh, there's Green Bull.
Okay. These
the
guys
right-
are all neck and neck with each other. Damn.
Yes, hero.
I think this is how you.
Right.
I think this is how you know that we've got like everyone's got to like the right answer here, if that makes sense. Um,
Careful when you say the word right.
yeah, fair.
I'm gonna get wrecked in the next few minutes.
Who do you have above Sengoku?
I have the one and only right hand man to the revolutionaries,
Sabo.
Sabo.
Okay. And Kuma, who you got?
Shh, hero, you're being a loud cat today.
I got
Loud bean.
Fujitora.
Being a loud bean. What are you doing?
All right. While you guys discuss that, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Hello, friends.
No.
Time to fill the void.
The
I
voice.
noticed that no Garp has been placed on Kuma's list yet.
You're not supposed to say nothing.
It's all right. The person I'm about to say next, you've all been waiting for, and I'm gonna get wrecked, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I almost don't have the
I
energy to
will
fight it at
defend
this
and
point.
don't attack.
I don't know if I've got the energy to fight at this point. Like, I don't know if I'll even get out my notes. I'm just gonna be like, well, that's where I've put them.
So like with Garp, I think we basically put him like the same kind of area, right? Like I put him
Yeah.
below Green Balls, you put
He's
him
still
below Green
powerful,
Bull.
but he's certainly not where he was previous lists. I just don't feel comfortable putting him there these days. We're approaching
True.
end series. If the old men are not starting to get phased out of the top 20, something's happening.
Did I ever put him above the Admirals? Did we used to put him
I
above
think
the
you
Admirals?
did. I think we all did. I think we put him above. We did. We used to put them above a lot of the admirals, and now we just don't anymore. Not even our KG.
Yeah, on the last list that we did, everyone had Green
Yeah.
Bull under the old man trio.
And the thing about that is, I also feel like if they need to start being phased out from the top 20, because the whole point of One Piece is that the next generation comes along and they change the world, they change the setup. If their end series still in this top 20, I'm gonna be really surprised.
I think they're never going to drop out of that because the old man trio, even though they're old, right? These were the original top 1, 2, 3 people.
I don't know. If I look at Sengoku and where Garp and Rayleigh are, which is around the 12 to 15 mark, let's look at who's above them. Zoro. I've got Law. I know a lot of people have Kid. If those people survive their fights, that's already moving down 3 markers. So
Sorry,
I don't
say
think-
that again.
So currently Garp for me is at 14, Rayleigh's at 15, Sengoku's 12, right?
Yep.
But between the 10 to 20 mark, people have the likes of Zoro, people have the likes of Law, Kid, even though my list doesn't necessarily reflect that, right? You've got a lot of some Blackbeard pirates starting to rear ahead.
Yep.
Benny B. Those people are still younger than them, and we've still got fights for them still to be had.
True.
I actually
But-
don't think it would be that shocking for them to end up maybe 18, 19, 20 or out of the top 20.
I think the fights that'll put them people potential, like the people that would get over these people, right? Like, okay, Sengoku, Garp, and Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and Roger, I would say were top 5 in the last hour,
Yeah.
right? The top 5 in their old age have dropped down past top 10.
I still think that's really high.
True.
It's been like a whole generation since then. We're talking.
So 10 people have surpassed them.
Yeah, I still don't think that's enough, to be honest. Because again, that's a whole. So you had Dragon's generation and then Luffy's. There is a whole generation in between, and you're telling me not a single one
So
of anyone
they got a top 5 from each gen.
across pirates, marines, and other factions. I just think that's wild.
I mean,
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it, but I'm just saying the people that are being brought forward now between the pirates and the revs
the
and
ones
marines.
coming up now are like, and you know, I see what you
Like
mean.
even Kobe's probably supposed to be above Garp at the end. He's gonna have, and he doesn't make my list, but you'd assume he is. He's his apprentice, and the whole role of a mentor is to help their apprentice
See,
get above them.
Kobe's
So-
Kobe's a hard one to look at.
It is, but that's kind of what I'm talking about.
He
like,
hasn't
these
come
people.
far enough for me to actually like say that
He's not-
about him. Like his whole dream's to become an admiral, right? But does that mean an admiral, or does that mean like he can be a rear admiral?
Don't know, but
Because a
I just
rear
think there's
admiral
heaps of
for
people.
a rear admiral for someone that was getting their ass beaten by a 3 billion berry woman is like pretty exuberant. You know what I mean? But like for the old man trio, the problem is their bodies go down, so their durability and their stamina go down, but their AP has never dropped a day in its life. And that's sort of the problem with Haki as a mechanic for combat is as long as you've got that Haki and you've achieved that Haki's there. You know what I mean? But if
Yeah,
your
I just
body
think their
starts
bodies can't keep it in anymore.
which
And I'm one of those people that believe in the old man hair theory, that hair
Yeah.
theory of One Piece, which is when a character's hair color goes white or discolors, that they are weakening. And I think that, like, if you look at Sengoku, his hair started turning white after Whitebeard died, and then, Garp's been going white since Roger carked it, but up until the end of their life, Big Mum still had her color.
and we were
so-
told that Big Mum and Kaido as well, like just adding to your point there, we're told
Were in
that
their prime.
we were told that they were stronger than ever.
Yeah, so for me, I just think Garp and Sengoku are failing a little bit, but I put a whole admiral between them because I think Garp doesn't have a devil fruit like Sengoku does to keep him afloat.
Okay.
Despite his haki, his body's just going to keep getting older.
The only thing is I don't really see them dropping off further than that because
That's
the
fine then.
power glyph between an admiral and a Yonko versus a vice admiral and a first division commander was such a big jump. Like for Luffy, it was the difference between awakening your fruit and advancing all 3 forms of haki. You know what I mean? So it's like even an old person that can only fight for 5 minutes, if they've got advanced all 3 forms of haki and then awaken fruit, it's kind of like they're still more impressive than that next drop down in a lot of ways. But I agree with the breakdown and the analysis of it because my 10 is actually Aokiji.
Okay.
For the exact same reason. Aokiji's lost a leg from fighting Akainu, which is a severe debilitating thing on his bodily function in combat, to the point that he would have to maintain part of his power to keep his legging and his stance or his foothold in combat, which could be the difference between moving up in this list at this point in time, which is why, like, because he's youthful, because he's youthful, I still put him above the old man trio, and he has such a ridiculous power. I put him above them, but at the same point in time, he's sort of getting taken out of his prime early in that same sort of sense. So I see him starting to have his decline with the old man trio sooner than the other people above him on this list. Eggs, who you got at number 10?
Who's this above? Green Bull?
Yep.
Next person that I have is Black Horse.
Oh!
Oh.
I've still got to add, what's his name? Weevil to mine. But Black Horse...
We forget about Black Horse.
Black Horse, I was actually looking at him and weighing up whether or not I put him in with Momosaki and Chiton. Because he's got the same sort of epithet as them. With the Admiral naming schemes, you know what I mean?
Yep. Difference being, I think he is...
Black Horse is the guy that was talking with Akainu when Sabo was revealed to be the fleet. Yeah, Tensei.
Okay.
The reason being, he's got an admiral's epithet. With like Tensei means Black Horse.
Yes.
He's the leader of the Internal Affairs Division, meaning he's got to be stronger than a lot of the Marines if he needs to enact, corrections and that in their behavior and stuff like that.
I completely forgot about him. Yeah.
Having him over Greenbull, I think, is really interesting, though.
I think he's in the Admiral range, but he doesn't have any feats to put him that high, but Greenbull has negative feats to take him lower.
Damn. Okay,
Yeah.
that is shocking to me.
No, just think about this, right? Like, if it were any of the other admirals who ended up rolling into Wano, do you think that they would have been done better than Greenbull?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
don't know.
I think if
I
Kizaru
just solved the entire problem.
I
Good
think
job.
I think if Kizaru was there, Kizaru's not trying to drain the energy of the scabbards, he's just shooting them with some light. Meaning Luffy, Zoro, Jinbei, and Sanji getting in a lot quicker. Right? They're not just watching it happen. And if Shanks did his Conqueror's Haki Blast against Kizaru, I wouldn't be surprised if Kizaru thought twice before running away. Regardless of the situation. Although, mind you, I don't think Kizaru would ever be in the situation where he was there alone, like Green Bull. Because if Kizaru was there, I think Kizaru only would have engaged when he had his other forces present. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because they sort of roll different. That's the thing that I was talking about, where like Green Bull, because he's trying to impress Daddy Akainu, he's getting himself into situations to try and prove himself.
Dad Kinu.
And so, because he's trying to get into situations where he's trying to prove himself, it means if he bites off more than he can chew, he has to strategically run away, which makes him look worse than he really is. Whereas Kizaru's like, I won't get put in that situation in the first place. Because Kizaru was happy to go to to Wano and take on Kaido and Big Mom originally, remember? So, if he had have gone, you would have assumed he would have gone with a small fleet, right? Meaning, he would have done what Green Bull was doing, except he would have been a lot more confident about it and a lot more strategic about it.
Yes, Sarah, you're being a talkative cat.
Whereas, like, Fujitora is just like, I don't know how to talk about Fuji. Fuji's Fuji. You know what I mean?
Mount
Love
Fuji.
Fuji.
Okay. Glitter, who is your number 10? Who's cracking your top 10?
We all knew it was going to come. I'm just going to get us out of the way. Oh,
Okay, respectable.
putting Boa at 10.
I would say a touch high considering Rayleigh got her out of trouble, but then again...
I don't think Rayleigh got her out of trouble. I think she got herself out of trouble. I think Rayleigh just would make it a lot harder for Blackbeard to probably weigh up that was a good option. I have several reasons for it, but it is what it is.
Okay. Kuma, you're number 10. Who's cracking your top 10?
Kong.
Kong!
Oh.
I love the Kong
Damn.
love coming through. I'm actually gonna...
I know he flies under the radar, but considering that he's still an active Marine in even a higher position than Sengoku,
I'm
I
actually
feel like he's still got a lot of brawn left over.
I'm gonna throw Kong in my sidebars next to Sengoku. Okay.
Okay.
The reason for me putting him there as well, which is like only one spot potentially under you. One, he's the commander-in-chief of the entire world government.
You also spelled Fujitoa, not Fujitora.
Where did... Oh.
I gotta be that guy.
No, that's fine.
I think we'd be riddled with spelling mistakes without you, Kuma.
Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed them either. The worst part is, I spell them right in one situation, and then I lose focus, and then I spell them wrong.
Yeah, he's a distracted misspeller. That's his curse.
Don't worry, I'm a writer by passion, so...
Kong is really interesting to me, and I love the fact that everyone's starting to put him on their list. I've got to ask, does anyone think he's actually going to fight in the story?
Not really.
Because I actually think he's going to take an active role soon. I think if something happens to Saturn, we will see Kong mobilize.
As he just sits at his chair with an intimidating cross-armed pose.
Well, he's
It would actually be interesting because it's like the fleet admiral's job is to make sure
the fleet.
And in this case to make sure that Saturn is safe. If they fail to make sure that Saturn is safe, then it now goes above the fleet admiral to Kong, who is above that.
Yep. Who is a former fleet admiral himself. That still has enough weight to stop the likes of Garp and Sengoku retiring. Like, he literally, in his conversation with Sengoku, I love it. Sengoku's like, I'm trying to retire. And Sengoku's like, okay, so here's what's going to happen. You're going to stay an active member of the Marines, but you will lose your position and title, and you will do what we say. You can do at least that much. And Sengoku's like, yeah, okay. So it's like, Kong still signs Akainu's paycheck at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, and I never thought there would be a situation where we would get to see Kong, outside of maybe invading Marijua. But now that Saturn's out and potentially at risk, if something happens, like if an admiral gets injured and it escalates and Akainu can't get involved personally because he's still got to maintain the fleet, I definitely could see Kong leading, because Kong's also in charge of all of CP0, right? So you could see Kong pull out on a fleet with like a mini army of CP0 members, which would be crazy to see. He's also the last line of defense to the Gorosei and the and Im, because he's actually, so you know how like Akainu's at G1 or like Marineford, right? Kong, his base, like his office of command is actually in Marijoa. So it's like he is like the defense, the final defense for the Celestial Dragons in that regard. You know what I mean? And like, you can't have a dude whose bicep is bigger than Sengoku's head not do something at some point in the story. Like, I'm sorry, at this point in time, I'd love to see like the Blackbeard Pirates attack Marijua, and you have Burgess for a second be like, I'm the strongest man alive, and then you just see Kong just out punch him. Just deck this man down. Would you not lose your proverbial shit to see that?
That'd be cool.
Above our Kiji, I actually have the newest Emperor, Sabo. Fire and ice, man. Fire and ice. I don't know if I can put him any higher. He's got interesting haki. I've put him above the old man trio because he sort of seems to like, he seems to be coming into his adulthood right now. You know what I mean? But at the same point in time, it's like, even though the likes of Green Bull is like, can counter fire, I feel like Sabo, with the advanced haki, given some time to maybe awaken that fruit, it's going to be really impressive. And that fruit was already ridiculous before. You know what I mean? Eggs, who you got at number 9?
Kizaru.
Ooh, Kizaru. And Glitter, who do you have?
Aokiji.
And Kuma?
I have. Wait, what number are we on?
9, the one above Kong.
Oh, yeah. So I got. Oh gosh, I have
That's nervous.
No. It's just I've lost my place. I actually pressed tab on my keyboard, and I was using notepad. Kizaru. There we go.
Ooh, Kizaru making the rounds. I love to see the Kizaru cracking top 10 still. It warms this old man's heart. Although interesting to see that me and Glitter are the only ones that have Sabo under Kizaru.
Have you guys put Sabo on your list?
Sabo in because I think he's probably dead.
Really? You think they genuinely killed him off?
Well, as far as
I
we
don't
can
know
tell.
if they would have brought him back to substitute Ace just to kill him off like that. I feel like if he would have died, it was going to be more...
I question, could that attack have killed a Logia?
That is a whole other debate.
It is an ancient weapon.
It's kind of like we have no idea what properties that beam that hit the island has. So,
but
we really can't.
You couldn't even debate it, to be honest. It would be such a long conversation for absolutely no reason that you could not have that discussion.
We're literally like throwing rocks down a well. It doesn't really lead anywhere.
It doesn't matter, yeah. No, that's 100%.
Look,
It's so hard to...
Difference in perspectives. It's interesting to see difference in perspectives for it. Above Sabo at the moment.
You'll notice as well, I didn't include any Whitebeard commander except for Marco.
Do you think they're all dead?
Well, as far as I can tell, yeah. Or at least they're not going to pop back up.
Yeah, they're probably oh, they might now that Weevil's been captured.
Yeah, Marco.
Depends if they're scared of depends if they're scared of black.
I reckon they may make a return in the final war, specifically because their final order from Whitebeard was to back up Straw Hat Luffy. And if Luffy goes to war, I feel like that may stir some of the remnants to be like, it was Pop's final order.
That would be nice to see.
I think if they come back,
a few cameos. I don't think we're getting anything major from them.
Heroes, shush.
Look, I don't disagree. I think the best feats we've gotten from them, we've already seen from them. They're not going to do anything more impressive than what we've seen of them. Coming in at number 8, above Sabo, I have the main character of the series, cracking top 10, Monkey D. Monkey D. Luffy.
Okay.
The reason I don't have him any higher at this point in time is just because I feel like he has a bit more room to grow and develop his awakening, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Whereas these other people, I think, are already going to have their abilities established, so they're going to, off cuff, be more impressive, while Luffy has to just ease into his current situation, if that makes sense. Luffy still... I mean, put it this way, right? He whipped out Gear 5 for Lucci, but he didn't need it for Lucci. So Luffy's still, like, testing and tweaking. Whereas these other characters, I think they should be established enough to know their abilities, so they may come out looking a bit stronger and a bit harder off cuff, just because they're a bit more established.
Fair enough.
Eggs, you're number 8, above Kizaru.
Fuji. Oh, sorry, no. Aokiji.
Do you think...
Sorry if anyone can hear a cat in the background. That would be mine.
So you've got Aokiji over Kizaru. Interesting. Glitter?
Fujitora.
Fujitora over Aokiji?
And Kuma, who do you have?
Because, but hear me out, because he's now a subordinate of another Yonko, but Fujitora is still himself an admiral. Aokiji has fallen from grace and therefore applies to the same rules that I've given to Garp and Sengoku, which is once you've fallen, sort of, from grace, you don't go back up.
I agree with that.
He's not even the second command on the Blackbeard Pirates. He's not even the third. I think I'd put him extremely high, considering.
Trust him wholeheartedly.
The position that Aokiji currently has with Blackbeard is the same position that Judge had with Big Mom. Same position that
X Drake had with Kaido.
Oh, I was actually going to say the same position that Orochi had with Kaido.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
And
Drake kind of got destroyed anyways.
It seems to be the same position that Dorian and Broggy have with Shanks, where he's the strongest non-crew member but ally of, if that makes sense. Which is interesting because Aokiji...
Sorry, I know this isn't to shit test. I'm genuinely asking this question. Is there the evidence, and what is the evidence to suggest that he is an ally and not in fact a member? I'm pretty sure the dialogue was that he had joined the Blackbeard Pirates. It wasn't that he was allied to.
Well, the reason for that is because if that's the case, he's not even one of the 10 Titanic captains.
That would be my argument.
There was also that statement from Jesus Burgess how he doesn't trust Aokiji at all, and
yeah, but that's fair because he's an ex-marine.
It's only been very recently announced in the world that Aokiji's even allied with Blackbeard. So it's a very recent occurrence. To the point that Dressrosa was sort of like the coming out for the world knowing about Aokiji teaming up with Blackbeard.
Okay. I don't know if that's good enough to say that he's not a... I think we all want him to be like a double agent, but I don't think there's anything to suggest that he is or he's not actually a member.
No, but the reason why I say he's not a member is because he doesn't have a rank, right? We know that there's 10 Titanic captains and that those Titanic captains existed before Aokiji joined the crew, right? What has Aokiji done? If Aokiji has, like, the words they've said is Aokiji's allied himself with Blackbeard, right? Yeah, you could just say he's joined the crew. It's no different if he has or hasn't joined the crew, but I feel like in terms of narrative position that he's being placed in, it's the same sort of threshold that Judge is being put in with Big Mom, that Orochi was put in with Kaido. Like, every Yonko has a big named ally that's not technically part of the crew, but is part of the crew, you know what I mean?
Fair, that's fair.
Because, put it this way, right? Aokiji isn't being said to be one of the subordinate captains of Blackbeard.
Why would he need to be, though?
Well, because if he joins the crew, it's either you're a 10 Titanic captain or one of the subordinate captains.
And why couldn't he be one of those?
Because we've seen them.
Oh.
In the likes of Peachbeard. You know what I mean? We get little odor boxes for them being like, you know, this is Peachbeard, he's a subordinate captain of the Blackbeard fleet. Whereas with Aokiji, we don't get that. And the way they word it for Aokiji is he's an ally of. So it doesn't mean he's a subordinate to.
I'm content with that. We can continue. I'm content with that.
Kuma. Who you got above Kizaru?
Aokiji.
Ooh. I got to ask the group, because the group seems to be, for the most part, putting Aokiji over Kizaru. Why do you think Aokiji over Kizaru at this point?
I feel like in terms of skill, they're all on par with each other. It's just, you know, ever since that candidacy duel between Aokiji and Akainu, that kind of put him at the forefront for me. Just in terms of, I guess, personal ambition and drive.
But
like, I'm not saying that Kizaru doesn't have drive when he's doing his job, but to me, it's like he's kind of hit a place where he's just content. Like, he's got so much freedom, he can basically do whatever he wants.
Can I ask this then?
He's never really gone for...
In Aokiji's own words, I got really wild and paid the price. Yep. Right? The price was his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that has affected his combat or combat ability and his ranking at all? Would he have been higher up if he still had his leg?
Probably, honestly. If he didn't take that L from Akainu, I probably would have still had Aokiji maybe in my, 4 to 6 spot.
Okay, that's interesting to me. Because I view it from the perspective of pre-time skip, they were all portrayed equal. And from that, you had Akainu rise up a rank and Aokiji be forced to leave. So like I view it as sort of like if you've got all of them as equal, Akainu takes a step up and Aokiji takes a step down in a way, and Kizaru just stays neutral, not having done anything. That's sort of how I view it. And the fact that Aokiji is now an ally of Blackbeard, like, again, he's really strong, but, like, that's like having a second Yonko person on your crew. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the way I'm looking at it from the narrative standpoint is it's like, if you've got Aokiji, I feel like he's got to be slightly weaker than these other people because these other people are going to be the contemporaries now for his captain in that regard. Whereas Aokiji is going to be more sort of like shoehorned into running interference as the ally or take the place over Shiryu and Burgess as like Blackbeard's first mate in like a combat setting. You know what I mean? So it's like Aokiji is going to be having tough fights with the likes of Ben Beckman if they were to fight the Blackbeard pirates. You know what I mean? As opposed to him, like, as opposed to the Blackbeard pirates being like, oh no, that's Green Bull on the horizon coming after us, we better run, or, you know, we'll have a war with them at sea, instead of like, you know, just send Aokiji, he'll deal with it. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, again, maybe I'll just say, like, probably for my list, anybody from 1 to 10, it's probably pretty easy to interchange them.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Like, the top 10 are very tight-knit. And the reason I got Aokiji there is mostly because of the fruit. Like, huge area of effect, huge levels of potency, huge levels of versatility and utility. But the problem I sort of have with it is, like, he really did lose that battle of will with Akainu. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why he sort of bottoms out the, you know, top 10 sort of range, where I have Akainu near the top of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Coming in at number
7.
Coming in at lucky number 7, above Luffy, I have Fujitora.
Okay.
Like I said, I think at this point Luffy's just a little bit newer to his abilities than Fujitora, and it's gonna get to the point very soon where, like I said, Luffy's almost interchangeable with everyone on this top 10 section. I'm not going to be surprised if Luffy beats these people very soon. It's just, in like a flash frozen moment, I don't necessarily see him being over them as opposed to overcoming them in a first conflict.
Yeah. We're going this tier list off of the characters as they are now in the current chapter.
Yeah. Eggs, who you got? Fuji? Glitter, who you got?
I have Blackbeard.
Ooh, lucky number 7.
Yeah, lucky number 7.
Yep.
And Kuma, who you got?
Sabo.
Sabo cracking number 7. I like it. A little high for my taste, but I like it. Why do you have Sabo over the OG admirals? Over any admiral, actually. You got him over every admiral, other than Akainu.
Well, just for this
felt like it.
No. It's a legitimate question. I have Sabo here just because from what I'm expecting, right? Because Sabo, for me, ever since he got that flare fruit from Ace, Sabo's basically being constantly rolled as he's definitely going to be like end game top tier material when we end up getting to like the final conflict. If the revolutionaries do go to war against the world government with backing up Luffy, or just by themselves before Luffy does, I'm just seeing Sabo as because he already had massive hockey gains
prior
in Dressrosa, right? Like he was already capping out vice admirals like they were nothing. Okay. Which is kind of sad for Bastille because he was a pretty cool character design. And he also soloed Burgess pretty easily. And then, I mean, once he got the flare fruit, right? He's basically got the Logia ability as well, and it's tough for me at this point because when he was fighting Fujitora, neither he nor Fujitora were really fighting seriously because if I bet you anything, if their fight did escalate to a certain point where there had to be a winner,
Dressrosa just would have been obliterated.
Yeah.
Which would have been like just like I know Sabo wouldn't have disgraced Luffy's victory like that by nuking the town that Luffy fought so hard to save. And Fujitora really just wasn't interested in, having to try to cap out a fight that could potentially put all the people he saved in harm's way. But as of that point, I feel like at least narratively, Sabo's going to come to a point where he's either on par with the admirals or he's going to be a peak above them.
Okay, let me ask you this then.
Go.
If Sabo's over Aokiji, Kizaru, Fuji, and Green Bull, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it in a 4v2 he didn't beat Fuji or Green Bull?
4v2?
When it was Sabo and the other revolutionary captains versus Green Bull and Fujitora.
Oh my gosh, I actually forgot about that conflict.
Because I would argue that Sabo is sort of neck and neck with Luffy right now, and that's kind of the point where, like, he's still being portrayed to be, like, a little bit better than Luffy, where they were talking about Sabo, where he's, like, he's the Flame Emperor, he's above even an Emperor. But at the same point in time, I feel like Luffy's, like, at the point where he's, like, about to supersede his brother, who was, like, growing at a similar rate to him in a lot of ways. And Sabo's sort of being set up to be, like, the new Emperor for the revolutionaries in that regard. But at the same point in time, the admirals in those situations are still, like, a cut above the first commanders in those situations. So the way I sort of see it is Sabo's in the same position of Luffy, where he's just there, but he's still punching up a little. You know what I mean? As opposed to Sabo already being over them. Because if that's the case to me, I don't see why the revolutionaries haven't orchestrated a situation where they've already overthrown the Celestial Dragons. Because I'm assuming you've also got Dragon higher up.
Really? Because I think there is a skill difference between Sabo and Luffy already.
Between... Who do you think's over?
As I've
Luffy?
I haven't name-dropped Luffy yet.
Okay. No, that's fair. Well, I don't disagree, because Luffy's powers are really busted. Right?
I just don't think Sabo's ace. I think that the surpassing of Ace has happened because I don't think Sabo has ever and will ever be Ace. I don't think he's never going to be the metric of whether Luffy could have overtaken Ace at any given time.
Sabo's not Ace, you're right. And Sabo's never going to be as good as Ace, but I view Sabo as what would have happened if you gave Ace 2 more years.
I think Ace would have been way above where Sabo is. Being
regarded as an emperor.
Yes. Remember when he was on Alabasta, remember that when Nami was talking to Vivi about who he was basically he's like his own Yonko. Ace was already set up that he could, if he had kept going upwards, he would have been doing huge things.
But
Sabo was always second to Ace.
But that's what Sabo... Yeah, no, he was always second to Ace. But that's what Sabo's doing now. Sabo's being regarded as his own emperor.
And I think Ace could have been still much stronger than that. He just would have been with Whitebeard.
Okay.
So he wouldn't have gotten that title.
Okay. At number 6, above... Who did I last put? Fujitora. Above Fujitora, I have the beautiful shining man, Kizaru. At this point in time, Luffy's probably going to beat Fuji or Kizaru. Like, if Luffy fights anyone above him on this list, Luffy's going to win. But it's not because he's stronger than them right now. He's just going to win because he's just going to plot it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Eggs, who you got at number 6 above Fuji?
Number 6 above Fuji is Dragon.
Ooh, this is a low-hanging dragon compared to a lot of other people. Interesting. Okay, I'll come back to that. Glitter, who is your number 6?
Dragon.
Oh, okay, I'm in the wrong here. Kuma, if you say dragon, you win a prize.
Yeah, it is Dragon.
Really?
Gosh, it is not.
Okay.
You want me to share my screen?
I believe you.
Okay,
wow.
Yeah, no. Do you know what, Kuma? You win a prize. I'll let you know later on when I figure out what the prize is. Okay. Well, okay. I apparently compared to everyone else in the group, I'm off. apparently I'm off on my dragon estimations compared to everyone at the moment. Can you guys give me your thoughts on why dragon doesn't doesn't top
For me,
into top 5?
it's that he has no actual confirmed really feats, but his bounty's too high to ignore. And so with being in fairness, he makes it into the top 10, but he is not up there with the likes of, oh my gosh, I'm really sorry about my cat. With the likes of like Mihawk and Akainu, he's not up there. And until I get to see him at physical feat, his bounty is only attributed to him because he's literally the leader of a militia trying to overthrow the government, which is, you would expect him to have that high of a bounty. Doesn't mean he's strong
Then,
necessarily.
In that thought process, why do you put him over any of the admirals?
Because again, that's just the bounty. And the fact that he is the leader, because I guess I kind of, in my mental space, attributed it to influence, because I think he's dangerous through influence, not necessarily his own ability, and I think that makes him more dangerous than the admirals.
Okay.
He's got plants all around the world. So even if he has no devil fruit and no haki to his name, bar conquerors, you'd expect it with his kind of leadership / will. He is dangerous because of his influence. That on every island there is probably somebody who is a hidden revolutionary, and if he wanted them all to immobilize, he could.
Okay.
I think that's incredibly dangerous.
Anyone else have anything they want to add to Dragon being at number 6?
Again, yeah, I feel like as far as the story goes, just I'm just also gauging by like the forces that Dragon commands. Like, I know it's mostly out of respect, but a lot of the times the head tends to be the big power, because he's had Kuma, Ivankov, Sabo, like he's had all these powerful people under his hand, right? And it would make sense that Dragon's also trained a heck ton to also pass down his teachings.
Okay.
Everything from here and above.
That is also Garp, and there's no way that Garp did not go around to go training his son.
Everything from here and above is interchangeable. Is that what you're going to say?
Like entirely interchangeable, and it just depends purely on narrative. So to be honest,
yes.
Like Dragon just has like, I guess like the least narrative. I don't know. Just put in there.
Okay, no, that's
like literally anyone above here is just like, what do you think is going to happen in the future?
Yeah.
Wait,
I feel very strongly that mine is non-negotiable. Actually,
that means all of you have then said that Luffy's already surpassed his father.
Yep. Because it comes down to, what has his father done himself?
Well, the reason I question that is because from the shonen aspect of like surpassing your parent, typically tends to be like
typically their parents are dead. Okay.
Yeah,
but even surpassing their dead parent tends to be a big moment in the series that gets a lot of attention.
Ichigo never had to surpass his parent, and despite Minato being dead, Naruto's aim was never to surpass Minato.
It was to become a Hokage, so it was to get to his father's level.
But he never consciously knew that Minato was a Hokage until much after the dream became to fruition, or a wish of his.
No, well, Naruto, like when Naruto was almost a Hokage and being compared to Hokages is when he figured out that Minato was a Hokage, and it like doubled down, cementing on his goal of wanting to become a Hokage, because it was when he was waning on wanting to become a Hokage.
I thought for at least Naruto's moment of ascension was when he surpassed the previous generation of his, which was his mentors.
Which would be his father.
His mentor was never his father. That was Jiraiya and Kakashi and stuff like that. When Kakashi said that he and him are equals,
his father was.
How did we get onto Naruto?
But his father was
when Naruto still used hand signs.
His father was in between the likes of Kakashi and Jiraiya, though, wasn't he?
I still wouldn't have argued that that's, at least not in the main three. The main three, I don't think, is a story about surpassing your parent.
It's not a story.
Not be on Naruto.
It's not a story about surpassing your parent, but it is a big deal when you do, is what I mean, right? So when Naruto specifically surpasses his father, they start going, he's just like the Yellow Flash. When Ichigo surpasses his father, they specifically start, like, you have his father go, I'm going to train you the ability to pick up where I left off, right? With the final Getsuga Tensho, right? Gon and Jin. It's like my whole goal is to find my father, and to find him, he set out this path to surpass him almost. You know what I mean?
Suppose.
It is a very big thing in anime because all of them are coming of age stories. All shonen's pretty much a coming of age story, right? So it typically tends to be a big part in the story to make it a big deal when you do surpass your father, even though the aim of the story isn't to just surpass your father, right?
I'd consider the aim as just when you become a man.
Which,
or whatever. I don't think that means you surpass your father.
but
Maybe
they
that's just me as a difference.
but they typically tend to like highlight it when they do, is what I'm saying, right? Becoming your own man is different to like getting to the point where you've taken that step past what your parent did. And I feel
we
like
can agree to disagree.
I feel
think
like
that's fine.
the same sort of thing is sort of I'm waiting on bated breath for it, because again, Dragon's done like nothing in the story really, but I'm waiting for it because we've even been told that we're gonna have a moment where Luffy meets Dragon, and I feel like when Luffy meets Dragon, it's gonna be one of those things where Luffy has.
Yeah, but if you're arguing
surpassed
that, then technically it would be Luffy and Garp. Luffy had no register that Dragon was his father.
But
And we've already all put Luffy above Garp in strength, and Garp's the one that used to wail on him as a kid.
Yes, but
and
that's because they've kept Dragon aside and specifically kept having moments where Dragon's being like, "I'll meet you again one day, Luffy."
But with absolutely 0 feats from Dragon, the metric of whether or not Luffy has surpassed him or not is useless. So you would argue that no, it's not being set up.
No, like it's not useless. It's narrative, right? Dragon gets this like a very similar sort of hype to him in that Shanks does, where he does nothing for hundreds of chapters. But the stakes are he will meet his father. That's the stake.
Not surpass.
But when he like his father is the world's worst criminal, right? For him to surpass Roger, he has to become the worst criminal himself, doesn't he?
I guess, but I don't think Dragon plays as large a part in the story as that would allow him to.
Well, that's the point though. Dragon hasn't played that role in the story yet because it's been saved for the same reason that Shanks has been saved. It's the same reason why we don't have a lot of feats for Shanks. Because...
Well, again, I would have if I were to agree with you, right, on the assumption that you're supposed to beat your father.
Yep.
If I agree with that level of logic, which I suppose not today, but if we had time, I could argue that with you, even though I don't feel like that's the theme. That would be Shanks, because it's about the hat. It has nothing to do with Dragon. Dragon being below Luffy is just a roll off the shoulder. Him beating Shanks is it.
But they've made a point in the narrative that it's Dragon's goal to meet Luffy and see when Luffy's become a man.
And yet it's Luffy's goal to be the king of the pirates.
Yes,
to potentially one day give back the hat.
Because
to
one
Shanks.
is probably going to happen before the other, is what I'm saying. Right? For example, right now, narratively, right, it was just a matter of plot that Luffy didn't go to Elbaf because Luffy was planning to go to the Middle Island. And then Kid won and went to Elbaf instead of Luffy, right? So we would have been having a situation right now if it wasn't for plot that Luffy right now would be walking up on Shanks.
Look, I don't necessarily agree, but I think we could probably spend another 3 hours talking about it. So
okay. Well,
I'm happy to just agree to disagree.
Okay. Like I said, it's just a matter of like the.
Or how do you, Daniel, and Kuma? How do you guys feel about it? Do you think it matters?
Do you think Luffy ever has to meet Dragon?
Or do you think Shanks and Luffy's storyline is the more surprising?
Okay. Shanks and Luffy's plotline is more important.
Hang on, I asked the boys what they
I
thought.
think until Luffy hits the One Piece, he doesn't have to meet Dragon. But if he hits the One Piece and then he decides he wants to go and take over the world or whatever, then it's time for Dragon. But it also could be just that Dragon gets killed before then. I'm not sure. I think we have to see eventually how strong Dragon is, because like their fan base will be super triggered if we don't. But I don't know if it's a matter of like surpassing, because I mean the whole point of the series is Luffy surpassing Shanks. It's not really Luffy surpassing Dragon.
And that's how I feel.
But that's the point. That's the point I'm making as well. Where I was saying before, right? Where the goal is to eventually become that great pirate and give the hat back to Shanks. To do that, it's to be the Pirate King, right? Luffy's dream ends with that. With Dragon, though, it's not Luffy's goal to meet Dragon. It's a byproduct of achieving his goal that he will meet Dragon. in that
Yeah,
regard.
but I don't think in terms of power scaling right now, you can't put Luffy above Dragon because of some nuanced, preconceived loophole in Shonen that may or may not be a thing.
And that's completely fine. That's like I'm not saying this like it's a hard thing.
Oh,
I
I
was
know.
I was just talking about the theme of it here because we have Dragon who wants to meet Luffy when Luffy has set out to sea, been a great man, and made his own decision and forged his own path. Right? Until then, Dragon doesn't give a crap about he doesn't give a crap about Luffy. Right? He cares about him doing his own thing and that Luffy's doing his own thing. Right? We're at the point almost now where Luffy's about to give the hat back to Shanks, and we know one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to have an all-encompassing war happen before the One Piece, in which case Luffy will meet Dragon then, most likely in the all-encompassing war, right? Or we're going to follow the narrative of once One Piece is found, the world will be flipped upside down and there will be an all-encompassing war. In which case, if Luffy meets Shanks, returns the hat, finds One Piece, and then his goal is to start a war. In that situation, his goal is I've now fulfilled the narrative plot with Shanks, and the next step is actually to pick up what my father's doing and go against the world government in that regard. So it depends on what you see happening first, but whatever one you see happening first, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's still set up for them to meet, and it almost be like a parallel of like Luffy and Whitebeard's meeting.
I don't think Luffy ever has to meet his dad. I don't think he ever does.
Okay.
I think the story has always been more about Shanks and the story being about founded family and founded fathers, the way Ace found comfort in Whitebeard, the way Sabo found comfort in Dragon, the way Luffy found comfort in Shanks, and Shanks is the motivating factor for why Luffy ended up deciding to be what he wanted to be, and he wanted to be a pirate, and he wanted to be better than Shanks, and he wanted to be, originally as a kid, wanted to be worthy enough to be on Shanks' crew. Shanks and Luffy's relationship is so much more important. I think there literally could be a scene where Dragon never meets Luffy, and I would not feel a thing.
See, I agree that the Shanks and Luffy thing is more important to the narrative overall. But what I'm saying is it's been set up that one, like, to either achieve it or the result of achieving it is to initiate the other thing. It's like when you're doing a main quest in a game and the main quest is start your first side quest.
I guess I don't care. I don't care enough. I don't care if he never meets Dragon. There's been nothing between them enough for me to care. They're just two strangers to me.
That being said, cracking in at number 5, I have Blackbeard, the Zihaha himself.
Eggers.
Egg, who you got?
Eggers.
Above Dragon, Mihawk.
Ooh. Mihawk's 100% still alive. Glitter, who you got?
I have Monkey D. Luffy. Coming at number 5.
Luffy already over Blackbeard and Dragon. I like it. It's interesting. Different take. Eggs, who you... not eggs, sorry. Kuma, who do you have? What?
Garp.
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 Ooh! That's a high Garp. That's kind of sexy. That's kind of sexy. It's red hot.
What the...
So we know that Kuma's kind of into old men then. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna ask for the basis of that opinion. I'm not gonna do it.
Yes.
This is really interesting to me. I like it. I got a lot of love for it. Above Blackbeard though, I have the most suave and sophisticated Spanish conquistador. I have Shanks.
Alrighty.
Who you got above Mihawk? Danielle Swan.
Shanks.
Damn, Shanks making the rounds. Who you got, Glitter? Number 4. Kizaru. That's a high Kizaru.
I respect that.
He's a lighty boy.
I do like my Kizarus. And what about you, Kuma? Who you got? Mihawks. Ooh. I think Shanks takes the 4 spot. in majority vote there. Okay, interesting. I'll give my top 3 and then I'll ask a question. Okay.
Okay.
So my number 3 is Mihawk. And now my question is, me and Eggs obviously have a slightly different mindset of the Shanks and Mihawk situation. Do you want to elaborate at all, Eggs?
Absolutely not.
Fair play. Look, I just look at it from the standpoint of we're told that Mihawk's the world's greatest swordsman. In every data book, we're told that Mihawk's waiting for someone to surpass Shanks.
Oh my god, shush.
Silly cat. And I think the big difference is that Shanks and Mihawk are neck and neck with each other. To the difference between Shanks and Mihawk to me is like the difference between Ace and Sabo, where it's like 51-49 wins, right? If you were to view it like that. The difference being Shanks has a whole crew of people that follow him, where Mihawk is a loner, if that makes sense. So even though Mihawk as an individual may be stronger by a hair, I view it as Shanks has got the charisma to bring people to him where Mihawk doesn't. In that regard, Mihawk's just like Mihawk's that lone wolf, if that makes sense. And I think a big thing about that as well is it's like, I mean, we've seen what Mihawk's capable of, cutting up icebergs and stuff like that. So I'm expecting next chapter, since it's on Shanks' birthday that the chapter drops, I'm expecting the Victoria Punk to just split in 2. I want Shanks to cut that shit in half, and I want Dory and Broggy to clean up the mess with a giant Elbaf spear. I do like the fact that everyone's got Mihawk. Like, I'm guessing everyone's got Mihawk and Shanks neck and neck, though.
Yeah.
Shanks my next one.
Eggs, you want to give your number 3?
Number 3 is Blackbeard.
I'm interested to see that you've put Blackbeard over Shanks at this point.
Yeah, it's all interchangeable.
I feel like that.
Okay. Glitter?
So, yeah, you feel like yours is interchangeable.
Just depends on the story. Like if
narrative, yeah.
For example, if Blackbeard right now was going to challenge Shanks, my assumption would be that Blackbeard's going to beat Shanks as a way to give him a bit of a feat before Luffy faces him.
Okay.
Fair enough. See, I think you feel like yours is a bit fluid. I feel mine's very concrete.
I think it really depends on just like who challenges who and like what's next, right? Like.
Oh no, that's fair. Because I think for me it's more just because Kizaru and Luffy might be about to set up, so that's why for me Kizaru's over Luffy. But I feel like Blackbeard's kind of got wailed on a little bit at the moment, and I just can't put him up.
I respect that.
All right, Glitter, who you got number 3? Cracking your top 3.
I have the absentee parent himself, the redhead pirate, Papa Daddy Shanks.
Ew, okay. And Kuma, who do you have? Shanks. So we have a tie on 4th or 3rd place for Shanks. Interesting.
Yeah.
I like it. Do we want to do 2 and 1?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. First things first. Does everyone have Im at an honorable mention for 1?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna go through. Do you think Im's strong? At top in the verse sort of thing?
I really can't say.
Yeah, you said your list was based off people you've seen.
Yes.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's why I don't have any of guys' Shank, and I know we saw the new One Piece movie, but that's non-canon.
So,
no, I agree with that.
It's a weird devil's advocate question then for you.
Go ahead.
Why is Dragon on your list?
Because
that
even I
you gotta fall.
Even I have a black dot every now and then.
You gotta fall for the hype of the guy with the largest bounty in the world.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like it was honestly really tough because instead of Dragon, that's actually where I was originally going to put who was I gonna put in place of Dragon? I was actually going to put Kizaru there instead.
Ooh, I wish you had. It would have been the same spot I have Kizaru.
Yep.
Light boys for life. Coming in at number 2, I have Monkey Deezes, aka Dragon. And coming in at the current top 1 in the verse, since Kaido and Big Mum's downfall, I have Akainu. Eggs, who's your number 1 and 2?
My number 1 is Luffy, and my number 2 is Akainu.
You've already got Luffy at number 1.
What?
Fight me on it.
But just right now, before he... You think right now...
Do you think outside of him, no one's a challenge for him right now? No one's got a chance of beating him, I should say.
Strength-wise.
So again, it's all completely interchangeable, but basically, he's the only one who's got a feat that high up.
So if I stopped watching One Piece now, I could just be like, yeah, Luffy's the strongest. I wouldn't need to really keep watching because he's beaten all
Where's
the
your
people
proof
he
that
needs
anyone's stronger than him?
Where's the proof that there isn't people stronger than him?
Well, okay, what's the biggest feat that Akinu's done?
He's
Killed Whitebeard?
And he's not come up against Akainu again. He needs to in order to clear that record. He had to flee Akainu. Even if I don't like the hype Akainu gets, unfortunately that is almost the last outstanding mark on Luffy's ledger, is that he had to run from a fight from this man. He needed Ace died, and
Akainu is the legend that
Jinbei
we
had
love.
to help him escape. People died to help Luffy get out of there.
Luffy's encountered every like all 3 of the original admirals and had to run from all 3 of them.
So how could he be above them?
Because that was back then. That was pre-Gear 4, pre-Gear 5.
In Glitter's defense here, I'll say there is that narrative. There is that narrative setup of Luffy physically still reeling when people talk about Akainu and holding his chest, because it either brings up trauma or he still is like, that's the pinnacle.
Weirdly enough, I feel like in order to beat One Piece, to get One Piece and to solidify his place top verse, I almost don't feel like he needs to beat Blackbeard, because at this point Blackbeard's not really much of a person. Luffy doesn't even harbor any really ill will towards Blackbeard. He doesn't care that Blackbeard did what he did to Ace. He hates, and for Luffy to feel strongly about another human being to that degree, that matters. Luffy does not like Akainu, and he actively still blames him for what happened to Ace. He hates him. And he's also the only one of the people that Luffy has run from. To be top in the verse, he needs to look down on somebody who looked down on him, who said,
I agree. And what's Akinu's feat?
He's Fleet Admiral.
Yeah, but Luffy's taken out Kaido.
Yeah, but if Luffy goes,
Akainu took out Whitebeard technically.
I think
Akainu is number 2 because Akainu took out Aokiji, who's an admiral. And no one else has taken out any other admirals / Yonko.
You're going based on feats, and that's respectable. You're not going based on narrative, are you?
Because the thing is that the narrative could go any way. Like Luffy could face Blackbeard after this, in which case, probably Blackbeard's a little bit of a harder challenge. Luffy needs to learn how to use his Gear 5 a little bit better before he can beat Blackbeard. So then I guess you'd technically put Blackbeard above him on the list. We don't know that, and Blackbeard doesn't have any feats that's above what Luffy's done. Blackbeard hasn't taken out another Yonko.
I respect where you're coming from for it.
Just like, I think Luffy needs to very apparently surpass every challenger. I think that's where Shanks comes in, if you talk about previous level of Yonko. And I think Akainu being Fleet Admiral, it's not enough to say, well, because I beat this person, I could also beat this person. Luffy would have to go out of his way. He got Big Mom, he got Kaido. When he gets past Shanks, and then he gets past Akainu, he has defeated the top leaders first.
So Luffy has to beat every single person on the entire list before he can be considered above them? Does that mean Luffy's below Garp and Luffy's below...
Okay.
No, but I think Luffy's about to fight Kizaru, and I think he's about to win.
Put a small pause in this. Can we get Glitter and Kuma's top 1 and 2? And we'll keep the conversation going then.
My 2 is Mihawk, and my top is Akainu.
Damn, Mihawk agenda.
Because it makes sense if I put Akainu as the top, as that's the where Luffy needs to aim. It makes sense that the second of the King of the Pirates' aim is right below him. For me,
okay,
is right there.
Kuma, what about you?
My second is Blackbeard, and my first is Akainu.
Everyone coming in with the Akainu love. I do like it. There was a time in the day where people used to absolutely just hate Akainu and put him like...
Yeah, but I feel like that's them hating more so just on what the character stood for
People,
instead of the back.
Yeah.
people genuinely used to wholeheartedly say that Aokiji was stronger than Akainu even after their duel.
I can't believe that.
That
I'm sorry.
it hurts. Okay.
Kainu lost a little piece of his ear. Aokiji lost a whole leg. You can't tell me who lost that. But
The reason you have Luffy at number 1 eggs is the same reason I have him at number 8. And it's like, all those people are interchangeable. The reason I just say Luffy's down there is because I feel like he's only just gotten his power. And although he would beat any of them in a fight, he's got to figure out his comfort zone before it. Whereas you're just like, he'll do it. Is that sort of what I'm getting there?
No, my idea is like, yeah, sure. Like, okay, so if Luffy's gonna go fight Shanks next arc, I would probably say that Shanks is probably stronger than Luffy because Luffy needs a bit of a challenge. And sure, Luffy's gonna be fighting Shanks, and then he's gonna have to learn how his Gear 5 works a bit better
Yeah,
and
but
get a
without
little bit
learning,
stronger and then beat him.
It's right now.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So narratively, if Luffy's about to go fight Shanks, then on this list I'd put Shanks above it. But we don't know what's going to happen with the narrative. So that's what I'm saying is that they're all like completely interchangeable. But in terms of just pure feats, Luffy's the only one who has a Yonko feat.
I guess, but I don't feel comfortable putting
And-
Luffy somewhere on future conjecture.
And obviously
Right
you
now.
also put the Yonko over the Admirals.
But aren't you inherently putting Luffy somewhere on future conjecture because you're saying that Luffy has to go fight Akinu, therefore Akinu has to be stronger than Luffy
No.
to give him a challenge? That's conjecture.
No, it's not,
Luffy's
because
challenge is
to say,
gonna
if
be
to say
Akinu.
right now in the series, Luffy does not have to learn Gear 5 anymore. Like, he doesn't have to go in any deeper. He doesn't have to. By putting him at 1 right now, you are saying Luffy does not have to change to any of his style or improve any more in his margin to beat the rest of the people in the verse. I
I'm
think
not.
that's wild.
I'm saying that he's the only one who has the feats. Like Jade was saying, we're basically doing the exact same thing where Luffy's putting him under Jade's putting him under all those people because he's assuming that anyone that he fights he has to learn to get stronger than. I'm putting him above because I'm like, I agree with that statement, but feat wise, if they're interchangeable, then you just go by, well, who's accomplished the most?
But Akainu also has a Yonko feat. So
His fight against Whitebeard was not a true Yonko feat.
yes, it was.
Oh, hold on, you
Whitebeard
guys.
Whitebeard's stronger than Kaido.
Ooh.
Oh snap! I think there's something wrong with my list.
What's wrong
I
with
don't
your
have
list?
Luffy on there.
You don't have Fuji?
Oh.
Do you want to throw
No, I
him
don't have Luffy.
Luffy?
Oh,
Oh,
Luffy.
do you want to throw him?
instead
Where you
of
put him, Luffy?
Throw him in as an honorable mention.
Oh, imagine being an honorable
Okay,
mention of your own
wait,
anime.
yeah, let me go back in my list. Shoot, this is when I accidentally pressed my tab button and you know when everything got mixed
Yeah.
up.
While you're looking for that, right? I will
Number 10, there we go.
number 10.
Yeah.
All right, I'll throw Luffy in there. All right. I have to ask now. Does anyone have someone looking back at their list? Does anyone want to use their swap?
I don't know. I think so much time has gone by that.
I think at this point in time, you know how originally my number 50 is Jack? I think Jack actually doesn't make it on the top 50 anymore because I think the bottom of mine would have been Weevil, who I forgot. Like, Weevil would have slid in, making the whole list drop.
Yeah.
Taking
He would have put Jack out.
taking
Well, you're
Jack
not
out
going
of
to
top
put
50.
Black Horse anyway?
Yeah, Pero
Oh,
would have
Black
fallen out of
Horse,
mine.
I already said would be down with Momoshiki and Chaton.
Yeah, so then you're moving 2 people out of your list then.
Bye, Frankie. It was nice knowing you.
Honestly, I'd probably take out Capone Bedge and instead put an X Drake in there. Just because X Drake was able to one-shot a number.
Oh,
Yeah, but to be fair, those numbers were getting one shot by Brooke.
Yeah, that's true. So do
Um,
we agree that Capone Gang Bedge top 50?
look, I'm just saying, right? Capone goes up against Kid, right? Kid shoots metal at him. Capone shrinks it down and takes it inside to his compactor room and shits it out. Easy hard counter. Easy hard counter. Right? He can make any kind of room, can't he? As if he doesn't have a bin room. Dude just turns into a human compactor.
So where would you put Luffy?
He put Luffy where Kong is.
I'd put it at 10.
Yeah.
Oh damn, that's the lowest down Luffy.
I think.
Shit.
Well, I think.
Sabo's taking out Kaido.
Well,
Kiji's taking out Kaido. Kizaru's
to be
taking out
fair,
Kaido?
Luffy didn't 100% take out Kaido on his own. There
Yeah,
was.
but he was equaling him in strength.
Yes, he was.
So he was as strong as Kaido.
Yes, he was.
Akainu was as strong as Whitebeard.
Hen-
Help.
hence,
No different from Luffy.
hence why I've got Luffy over just Sabo and Aokiji at the moment for the top 10. Luffy coming in at number 8.
Again, I feel like my list is kind of off compared to your guys's.
I don't know. We synced up on a lot of points.
I don't know. I'm sort of looking at it right here, and I'm kind of like, Glitter's got Blackbeard the lowest. Do you want to explain Blackbeard at 7?
Blackbeard got because that's why I raised Boa and lowered Blackbeard. Their whole interaction was not good for Blackbeard, narratively, and he fled from not only did she bring him to a stalemate situation, but then on top of him considering whether or not to go in for the kill, because as he said to her, if I let you go, you're just going to turn me to stone and I'm done. But if I don't let you go, then my crew's all going to be petrified. So I guess we're fucking hanging in the balance here. Like, he knew he was cooked, and then Rayleigh comes in and he didn't have an out plan. So he was like, well, Rayleigh was like, let go of my daughter, basically. And that's what happened. For me, I believe wholeheartedly Luffy can beat Boa, and I believe Luffy can beat Rayleigh. For Blackbeard to have performed so poorly, I can't. That's why Kizaru's above Luffy, because I believe they're about to fight, and then after the fact, will probably put Luffy above Kizaru.
Okay.
And then depending on what happens with Shanks, like I'm moving up the ladder. But for Blackbeard to perform, and that's not to degrade my girl Boa, but to perform so poorly, it's not where he should be, and he doesn't deserve higher just because he's supposed to be in character villain material. So.
With Luffy and Kizaru, do you think Luffy's going to have to get stronger to beat Kizaru?
Yeah, I think that's where he's going to master Gear 5, probably. That's what
fair.
I think.
That's fair.
And then I believe kind of what you believe, Eggs, where he's then equipped to fight Blackbeard. Well, I think he's stronger than Blackbeard.
Doing
now.
the light and then the darkness.
But and then I think he is fully equipped to take out Akainu, and then will do so. But I think he's going to use a previous admiral from his traumatic war experience, which was Kizaru, and low-key a bit of Sabati, in order to shit test this new Gear 5. And when he defeats him, there's nothing in his way. He's going to be like, right, I'm now eyeing up the last admiral on my hit list, because he's already kind of made his peace with Aokiji, and then he's going to fight Blackbeard. He's going to use Kizaru to sharpen up that last little bit from Gear 5. Because Light is a formidable opponent. Magma and shit after that's going to be nothing for Luffy.
I always wanted Sanji to fight Kizaru end of series.
Kinda, yeah. I'll be honest. I felt like that.
It would have been
I
good
felt
if
like
you
that.
They did show a peek of it in a trailer one time, didn't they?
Yeah, in Dressrosa, they had Fuji versing Zoro and Kizaru versing Sanji. Although there is still the potential, like, just because Luffy beats someone at this point doesn't mean they're dead.
No, but I feel like at this point,
Revisit.
I feel like Luffy.
You don't.
It depends, because they can't challenge him again. Kaido and my big mum had to die in order for Luffy to continue on.
Luffy can knock out Kizaru and severely injure Saturn, causing the fleet to flee. And
Blackbeard needs to die though.
And when they come good, it's like Sanji can fight Kizaru later on. You know what I mean?
I feel like Akainu and Blackbeard do need to die though. I can't imagine a world where Akainu gets beaten and then is okay submitting to Luffy's error, and I can't see Blackbeard being comfortable with that either.
I actually can see Blackbeard not dying more than Akainu.
Yeah, but I could see Blackbeard being a rat and running away, but there's no way Akainu would submit to Luffy's error.
I can see an end of series sort of thing where the only rival of Luffy is Blackbeard on the seas, but Luffy's regarded as the pirate king, and all other pirates are like, we'll follow you, whereas Blackbeard's just like, YOLO mofos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I feel like Im and the Gorosei and Akainu represent really failed pillars of the government. Akainu willing to take out his own men on the battlefield, even though they were defenseless fodder against these people who were just inhuman, because he felt that was the right form of justice. The Gorosei, who would order the absolute massacre of an island because of what they know, including children, and one person who thinks that they can sit on a throne in secret above everybody else. Those three people have to go.
Yeah,
if
I agree
the
with
narrative
that.
is the world needs to change.
I agree with that, but the thing I would say there is it depends, because you know how at the moment, we're in a situation where Oda said this year we're doing the battle royale thing, and everyone's gonna there's gonna be all sorts of clashes all over the place, right? I feel like that is the prelude to the final war before people go down, where we're gonna get a few people that are gonna go down in the final war, have a few clashes against other people around the same tier now, so we can see a little bit of them before we end them for good, if that makes sense. Which is kind of why I feel like we had Blackbeard versus Boa, and then Blackbeard versus Law. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing for Black, and it's nothing against Law, and it's certainly nothing against Boa, because we all know how I feel about Boa. But for Blackbeard to openly be struggling the way he is, it's just not a good showing for him at all.
See, the problem is, though, with that is...
Because he's got all these fruits and he doesn't know how to use them, and I think that's the point.
The problem is with that, Blackbeard versus Law right now, you're looking at it going like, it wasn't that impressive, but it cut away really early, where the only thing we saw him do was actually, do new stuff that we've never seen before with the Quake Fruit.
Blackbeard got shanked, though. He probably got shanked from Law.
Yeah, but Law also was able to shank the likes of Kaido and Big Mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know for a fact on everybody's list, people were putting Big Mum underneath Blackbeard.
Yeah, but were you putting Kaido, everyone last year had Kaido at number 1, Kaido or Im, didn't they?
I had Akainu. I didn't have Kaido. I've never put Kaido at number 1.
You had Kaido over the Luffy and over a lot of the other Yonko and Admirals, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So the fact that Law's able to get hits out on him, they're all pretty close to each other, right? But the fact that Law's able to get hits out on him, come away from that, having gotten stronger, and then fight Blackbeard, who's only using who we only see using part of his ability, and then when he starts to use the other part of his ability, we cut away. I feel like Blackbeard didn't have as hard of a time against Law as Oda was like, I've got to give Law a good send-off. If that makes sense.
I guess, but I just can't see...
And you know me, I love Law. I don't want Law to die. Please, Oda, do not kill Law. But the way I look at it is, it's not to Blackbeard's detriment, it's...
I just don't think Blackbeard should be struggling.
But that's like saying Blackbeard struggling, Luffy, Law with his awakening.
If Law were to go up against Akainu, I don't think that would be a struggle. I think if Boa tried to go up against Akainu, I don't think it'd be a struggle. I think the fact that Law, who is still a supernova, not even elevated to Yonko, is causing him to sweat a little. I think that's...
I feel like it would be a struggle, the same that it's been a struggle for Blackbeard, though. Where if Law hits... again, Blackbeard doesn't know about Law's awakening, so it catches him off guard, right? If you take any of these other top tiers, they don't know about Law's awakening, and he uses his awakening straight off the bat, they have the exact same showcasing that Blackbeard did.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, throughout this series, Blackbeard has not won. Blackbeard waited for Whitebeard to die after he got his ass handed to him to steal his fruit.
No, I agree.
And then again, Blackbeard didn't win against Boa.
Yeah.
And then he's not winning right now. Currently, I think he will, but he's not winning against Law.
That's... Well, I mean, he... See, that's the difference, though. I say he's winning against Law. He beat Boa, right? I don't
think he beat Boa. There was a stalemate. He couldn't kill her like he wanted to and take her fruit, which is what he came for, and she couldn't defeat him because he was going to snap her neck.
That's the thing, though. The thing is, he beat Law. Blackbeard beat Boa, but he didn't have a favorable situation after beating Boa, right? He could have killed Boa there. He could have quaked her in the face and ended her whole existence. But his crew wouldn't have come back, right? and like he would have left there. Yeah, he would have had Boba's fruit, but he would have been down 2 of his best commanders. He viewed his commanders as more important than her fruit, which is why when Rayleigh shows up and he's like, let's all walk away friendly, like, Blackbeard's like, if you're gonna mediate this, sure, okay, just
Okay.
let me take my people and go.
Not to be a devil's advocate, but you do claim that the Katakuri Luffy fight was a tie, and yet you're quite comfortable saying that this particular fight wasn't. Is it because you just favoured Katakuri? Because the stalemate was very similar.
No, I don't think it's very similar at all.
It's literally, Blackbeard says, if I let you go right now, I'm done.
I think
he acknowledges that verbally.
Yeah, if he let her go. But the thing is, part of his ability is once he touches you, you can't use your ability. He beat her in the sense that he had her, so she couldn't use her fruit, and he could have killed her. He was even saying to Kobe, why should I risk letting her go right now to free my people when I can just kill her? Right? That was the thing. The thing was, it was a bargaining of what's more important. His crew or his victory there. And he valued his crew more in that moment.
Which is why Boa is not over him. But what I'm saying is the fact that somebody like Boa can do so much damage to a Yonko crew herself isn't great for him.
I agree.
He fails all the time.
I agree. What Boa sort of showcased there was like equivalent to an emperor in the sense that it's like if you had an emperor go against an emperor and an emperor's crew, right? We know that they can fodderize their captains, like their commanders, pretty easily, even while in mid-combat with the other Yonko themselves, right?
Fair enough. I guess for me, and that's just how I view it, I still think Blackbeard's over Boa, but I think it was a stalemate because neither one of them was going to work out favourably.
Yeah, it was a stalemate in the sense that neither one got what they wanted.
It felt more like Kaido and Shanks. They both walked away.
See,
from on the way to the war, they both walked away.
But the problem is with that as well, though. If you look at it, right, Blackbeard had Boa dead to rights. He just wouldn't have had anything worth of value going away from it.
Which she knew that, which is why she did what she did.
Yeah, so it's a stalemate in objective. It's like if you had Marineford, right? And instead of
I think you guys are going to agree on the Boa situation. I think it's a bit more effective to talk about other situations regarding their strength.
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay.
Like Blackbeard beat Shank. He beat Ace. He beat Marco, but then he ran away from CP0 members, and he seemingly kind of needed help at the adding not John the Giant. His name, the other Rocks member.
Wang Ji.
Wang Ji, yeah.
He
seemingly needed some kind of help there to execute his plans.
The problem is,
and other than that, he's taken some dubs and he's taken some L's. Generally speaking, he doesn't have the most unblemished record. He's not like pure dominance, but he's sneaky and he has at least proven himself to be Yonko.
The problem,
like above first division strength.
The problem has never been his skill though in all those situations. You know what I mean? The problem's always been what's his objective and can he achieve his objective, or is it gonna be like it's always like the high risk high reward situation for him. You know what I mean? Like he's always done. Risky...
He doesn't just try to beat people. He tries to beat them and subdue them to take their fruit while they're alive,
or to
just more harder to do,
or to like get a beneficial like leg up in the world, arguably in some regard, right? Which is kind of like
to take over Wang Ji's island without just destroying the island because he wanted to have the island.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I mean that island itself may come back into it in Captain John's treasure because Captain John's treasure is buried in the right eye of a skull, right? There's only 3 islands with skulls on it in One Piece. There's that marine base where Buggy got captured and ended up in Impel Down. There's Skypiea and there's Full Lead Island, right? So he probably took that island because Captain John's treasure may have been a poneglyph. You know what I mean?
How does everyone feel? Just as like a overarching summary of how everyone feels the top 50 went.
Oh, it was fun. I feel like although it was long, you know, it was expected to be long. There's probably a few conversations that I felt like could have been let aired a bit more. I think it was
nearly been 7 hours.
Hey, I've seen some of these things that literally went for 24 hours.
That is true.
So
I don't know how they do it.
People are passionate, man. People are passionate. And you got to think, we did 50. A lot of people do 30. We got through it quicker than a lot of other streams.
Bottom ones are the hardest.
Going
30 is like fairly stable.
going down to the bottom, let's look at
There's no flavour.
from 36 downwards. Is there anyone, now that everyone else has done their list, is there anyone that's you think should have potentially gotten a bit more love or made it into your list?
36 where?
From 36 downwards.
Downwards.
I mean, I don't like.
Not
What do you
really.
think, Luke, about Black Horse? You didn't put him in.
Oh
Where would you
yeah.
put him?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel a bit funny about that. Maybe if I was supposed to slide it in, I guess. I don't know.
I'm shook that Deuce made it on the list.
Really?
Yeah. Never would have thought Deuce made it on the list.
Yeah, I usually put a couple. I see, because I've had a few Whitebeard pirates on mine, which Eggs didn't have any.
I wouldn't.
That's fine.
I wouldn't confidently
Let's
say.
assume they're all gone.
I wouldn't
Yes,
say
you're
Deuce
right.
is confident. I wouldn't confidently say Deuce is stronger than any of the division commanders.
I didn't necessarily put him above any of the division commanders.
You did. No. You did because you had him on the list. Is what I'm saying.
Oh well, yeah. Oh, you're
Yeah.
a shush, Bubba. Shush.
I think we've all got Neko and Inu around a very agreed upon area.
Yes, we do.
I think we've all got Shanks and Mihawk around a very agreed upon area.
Any of you put Momo on your list?
Momonosuke, no.
I would put. I actually did change my mind. The Momo discussion actually did make me want to put him in. I would put him in. Go back up my list. I would have put him probably above. I may have put him above Frankie and knocked out Pero.
I'm actually very similar. I probably would have put Momo in above Jack, but still below everyone else on the list.
Yeah.
Because my big thing as well was like my whole list, apart from my bottom, I think has a capacity to injure Kaido, which means if they can injure Kaido, they can injure
below
Momo.
Jack. Fairness.
I think a top 50, regardless of dead or alive, would be the most red hot.
To be fair as well, I have a
Right.
fair few people on my list that I didn't double up like you guys did. Like Dory and Broggy, I made them separate, not one. Same with Garps and Goku
Yeah,
and
Neko,
Gon.
yeah.
Um,
Neko and actually, yeah.
yeah. So I think my list is... I think our lists are actually a lot more similar once you actually like push some people off your list.
Okay,
Move
what are
them
the
down
top
like that.
What are the top 5 from any of the lists? Biggest takes
Um,
for everyone. What?
In Bo is the biggest take.
Okay.
is that in your
Mine,
takeaway,
probably.
or is that
It is Boa placement, yeah.
you don't think Boa deserves to be that high where everyone's put her?
Well, so the thing is, I would put it that high if I was counting the hacks of stonifying everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If you take that away, just thinking about her as like a soldier, like a warrior, thinking about her fighting sort of hand to hand against people, / shooting little stone arrows at people. It's very different, right?
What-
Like, I think she has the potential to be insanely threatening
What
because of
stone?
her ability to turn everyone to stone.
What ability to turn to stone are you talking about?
Insta.
Oh, you know when she summons out that huge
You're
heart
attracted
and
to
she
her,
shoots
so
it
you
out like a
instantly-
bow and arrow, then
I honestly don't think that big insta beam really works on anyone on this list for the most part.
More for her.
Didn't it
I
work
like
on
her.
Blackbeard's commanders?
Okay, it did, but the Blackbeard commanders
And
didn't make it
didn't-
on the list, did it?
Well, hang on. Didn't Blackbeard literally say how you're
Ooh.
really scary? If I let go of you, I don't. No. He specifically said, I don't think there's a man on this world that you can't turn to stone. That could
True.
resist your charm.
But my
No, he actually
You're-
said, if I let you go now, you'll turn us to stone, and then I'll be done. You can Google the panel.
and then after he said, I don't think that there's a man alive
Yeah.
that would resist your charms. But mind you, turning her turning people to stone,
You can
it
do that
doesn't
with sticks and
it
stuff
doesn't
too.
yeah, it doesn't mean it was from the beam. It
No, 'cause
means
she does it on contact with her strikes,
Yeah.
whether it be hand or leg, and that
so
you can see that with how she treats the pacifistas in the Marineford War.
yeah.
I mean, I think
it's
it's
turned to stone.
think it's pretty fair to say that Boa could turn Blackbeard to stone, considering that the way that Blackbeard got her is by basically like shaving at her or something when she
Ooh.
when she was distracted,
It-
and then grabbing her to turn off her power, and then he expressly said, "If I let you go, I will turn to stone."
It actually really implies that it was actually his dark vortex technique, and he like sucked her
Yeah.
into him and grabbed her.
Oh, I took it that she was off
Essentially-
guard.
Yeah, that's the thing. She was off
Yeah.
guard, and he got her before she even like looked in his direction.
And she's already too busy fighting. She was fighting Marines as well prior to this point.
Well,
And then she obviously poor Kobe. Honestly, sidebar, poor Kobe being stuck in the middle of.
actually there's a bit
Poor Kobe, man.
there's a big time skip in that event that we don't know that's happening, right? Because like we see Blackbeard fighting the Seraphim Mihawk, right? And
The Seraphim Boa blows a chunk out of the side of the island.
we see but we see Blackbeard fighting Seraphim S-Hawk, we see him fighting S-Hawk, right? He does a dark vortex, and then the next thing we see, right, he's grabbed Boa. But we also know during those two panels, right, Blackbeard defeated or got away from S-Hawk, made it up to the top from the bottom of the plaza, and then his crew got turned to stone, and then he got Boa, right? So there's a bit of a time skip where more altercation happened off screen.
Yes, and he literally said, I mean, it's like a genuine quote. He said, "If I let you go, I'm going to turn to stone."
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone can resist your... He's like straight up saying, you could turn me to stone, you could have turned Whitebeard to stone, you could turn Carter to stone, you could turn Shanks to stone, you could turn anyone that I've ever met to stone. It's like...
Unless they finesse her first. Right?
Unless they literally...
Which is why he had to take her off guard, but I still don't believe that Bo was over Blackbeard by any
but
of the imagination. But I think the fact that there was enough of a good fight that he was locked in, there was no win-win scenario for really either one of them. I think she's well and truly deserving of that spot.
What I think Eggs was getting at though was like, without that one beam, how she is a fighter. And what I'm saying is without that giant beam that she does, right? She still can turn people to stone on hand-to-hand combat.
Has
or like,
all three forms of Haki.
And most likely has advanced armament. So,
not to mention, and this isn't really sidebar, and this is 100% conjecture, 100% conjecture, and for a lot of people will mean absolutely fuck all, right? But I'm one of those people that do ship Boa and Luffy, and I feel like for Boa to be a reasonable potential end series candidate for the King of the Pirates partner, which I feel like you can say that there's enough, either canon or non-canon, that she just seems to get drawn or to do with Luffy. She needs to be somewhere. And not only is she on her own the Empress of the Sea, she's an Empress. She's not obviously a Yonko. I don't think it's an absolute leap at all. And then plus what she actually can do, what she has shown, and for how long she's been a danger for, since the age of 8. I don't think it's a huge surprise at all that she should be up there. Especially with her display with Blackbeard recently. I don't think that... I wouldn't blink.
I agree. I think she's definitely up there. But what I was more saying is, even without her like wide beam attacks, I think she's still up there based on everything else her arsenal has. It's not just her one-shot beam of light. It's not
just the arrows or the beam.
Yeah.
Her hand-to-hand combat is ridiculous.
And the most likely fact that she's got advanced form of armament hierarchy. At this point in time, there is more than half the people that have Conquerors confirmed also have advanced Conquerors. And there is also a high possibility she has advanced Conquerors, since we also have people like Rayleigh, who are a big influence in her life using advanced Conquerors and stuff like that. So she may have had a knowledge of it in her life to achieve it. You know what I mean?
You put Boa above Cat?
Yeah, I did.
Damn, but you stand Cat so hard.
Yeah.
Boa's really somebody that people need to take a relook at, and it's not because I like her as a character. It's because when you compare her to where people are at this point in the series, and maybe I've put her a bit higher than most people would, but what she's done and what she continues to stand for, and considering she's only 30 years of age, is wild. That's wild that she's done what she's done, and she continues to do what she's done, and she's only 30.
Put it this way, it may take Boa an infinitely long time, and it may not even be possible for her to hit Katakuri, but if she hits Katakuri once or a few times, she can close that fight pretty well.
For me, it's if you develop your haki
Why?
based on the opponents that you fight. Again, if you strengthen your haki based on the fights that you have, Boa is absolutely no different from that. And if she already has that level of superior haki on all 3 forms of an account, that is only going to improve. If she's walked away from this fight with Blackbeard, there is nothing to say that her haki just didn't take a huge steroid boost from having to fight that. Absolutely nothing. No different from Luffy, no different from Zoro, no different from Law, no different from Kid. People flourish when their shit's against the wall.
I also look at it from who her role models are in her life, being Shaki, a former pirate empress, and Rayleigh.
Which is like her step parents. Those are her step parents.
So it's kind of
why is Boa taking out Katakuri in a couple of hits?
I don't think it's a couple
it's not a couple of hits, but if she gets a few hits in on him, every time Boa hits you, if you're someone that has high mobility, each one of those hits is starting to drastically reduce your mobility because it turns you to stone.
Because it turns you to stone.
Okay. What happens if you turn Mochi to stone? The Mochi just drops off.
Okay, but he's a paramecia, not a Logia.
So it is him.
Wait. I also
Not when he's stretching out his arms and shit.
Okay, but in that situation, she can just use a big attack and turn the whole thing to stone. Right?
I mean, his body is like literally like liquid, like it's like malleable.
Yes. Which is why I said it's a high diff fight, right? But the problem is with Katakuri, for the most part, he's a brawler too.
And that's not to suggest that Boa has or will do Awaken. This is Boa's power level,
as is
seemingly pre-awakened fruit.
Yeah. So okay, let me roll out this scenario, right? You know how Katakuri can do his grilled mochi and he can shoot his arm off and regrow it back? Right? Mm-hmm. If he can do that for his whole body, then getting turned to stone doesn't matter, in which case he can beat Boa, right? But in that situation, he beats Boa individually, Boa still beats more people than him overall, right? If he can't do that, if once he's been clipped, like if he's been nicked and that part of him turns to stone, and because of the ability, it like she's able to turn to stone his soul, essentially, right? So that part of his body is now permanently stone and he can't change it back, then that would slowly reduce his mobility over time. So if she gets multiple hits in, she'd be severely limiting him until she could beat him, but that's if she could hit him in the first place.
And the problem you got with Boa, considering that she has all 3 forms of like of advanced haki, we actually don't know what her observation haki level is.
Yeah, because she's got all 3 forms of haki, we don't know how
especially
strong
now,
they are. Yeah, and
post-war.
But we can look at her subordinates and at least say if they're capable of it, should she be able to do it?
So,
yeah, I mean, I give her Rio, and I would even give her Conqueror's armament, because I think it'd be, if anything, odd that she doesn't have it, but probably only at like Yamato's level of Conqueror's armament.
Which Yamato's level would be the same as Katakuri's level, wouldn't it?
No, I'd say it's better than Katakuri's level.
Really?
Katakuri only used it.
See, I don't think so.
Hang on.
He only used it a couple of times.
Well, he
using it consistently.
He used it in his Edge Mochi, which he was hurting Gear 4 Luffy. So he was...
he used it like twice in the whole fight.
No, he used it, like the entire Snake Man battle, he was using it and overpowering Snake Man.
Low-key, this is going to be red hot, but I think Boa's willpower / her, like, linked to that whole Conqueror's haki, I think it's greater than Yamato's. Yamato was only really, and I love Yamato, I do. And obviously, I love her with Ace. But she was only really, 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 truly spurred on to make change and smash those shackles when Ace died.
I mean, we don't really know enough about like Yamato and like why she is strong realistically, because like
I mean, it's lineage,
isn't it?
She
had a tough right? Like, because like sure she had a tough upbringing, she never really got trained that hard. And like, how does she even have conquerors when she was basically just like a little prisoner her whole life?
Probably just
really
that's
weird,
probably
like,
genetic. That's unfortunate. I think that would be genetic, no different from. Well, I think Luffy's got it because he is one, but I think you'd think it'd be weird to be like, oh, he wouldn't have it when you look at his genealogy.
So what I would get at there,
I could see an argument for like Boa versus Yamato, them being like really similar. And then even potentially saying like Boa might be a little bit better because she does have the turn to stone thing. even if you can't like fully rely on it. It's still like a utility in an extent. But like, I don't think she can turn Katakuri to stone. I don't think she can turn Marco to stone.
Well, it also depends in
Well,
fight. If
you don't think she can turn them to stone on combat? I would say with against Marco, at least. She turns it to stone, breaks it, Marco heals.
Yeah.
Right? Katakuri's a bit different because he doesn't have a healing factor per se. You know what I mean? Like, because he's a paramecia, even though he's a special paramecia, we know he can launch his own body parts off and reform them. But is that because he's manipulating the shape of his soul? Or is that because he can just regrow any limb indefinitely? You know what I mean?
It's like Ten Tails with the eye black fire.
Yeah.
Catch on fire and it just sloths its own flesh.
I'd just be interested to see what her awakening looks like.
Chapter 895 is Luffy the pirate versus General Katakuri, right? That's the Snake Man fight, right? So you get the beginning of the Snake Man fight where Luffy throws that first python, Katakuri dodges, and then gets hit off guard because he didn't see where it was coming from, right? Then, while using regular armament haki, he's defending against Luffy in Snake Man, doing those Kong, like the Kong punches and the Python punches, right? While using regular armament haki, he's being pushed about. Not as much as Doflamingo, like he's only getting pushed like a couple meters, but he's getting pushed about a bit, right? Then he regathers his senses, sees the future, starts dodging, and once he starts dodging, he starts using, like, he does that big attack where he drops Luffy through the ground, right? With, like, the lariat sort of thing with the spikes. After that, when they start fighting, he starts using the edged mochi, and then when he's punching Luffy, you see every time he punches Luffy in Gear 4, it's actually hurting the Gear 4. And you've got Luffy constantly, like, going, ow, 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 while they're fighting. And stuff like that. Right? So, Katakuri, and again, like, it's not confirmed 100%, but I feel like it's confirmed in the sense of, like, it's if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck, you know what I mean? The fact that the Haki's been shown in the same way and has the same effect against Luffy, and Oda tends to show these abilities before introducing them properly, right? It is more than likely that this is Advanced Conqueror's Haki, not Advanced Armament Haki, right? The way that Katakuri is clashing and overpowering Snake Man there with those clashes and hurting Luffy, and like he's fighting Luffy equally in Snake Man, is something I don't think Yamato is actually doing.
Are there any other takes?
Have a worse. I think Yamato would be able to hurt Luffy worse than Katakuri is.
I see.
Trying to bag with his fist.
I don't think that.
I think there's a specific reason why Luffy, when he learned Conqueror's Haki, thought back to Kaido hitting him. He never thought about, that must have been why Katakuri is so strong.
And that's because Kaido hits a lot harder than Katakuri, right? Whereas, do you know what I'd say the difference is? Yamato using Advanced Conqueror's Haki, hitting an off-guard Topiropo member. The Topiropo member got up. So Yamato using Advanced Conquerors wasn't enough to one-shot the likes of a Topiropo, whereas Big Mom using Advanced Conquerors one-shot them, right? Now, we've talked about this in the past, where it's like, I know you believe that the Vinsmoke are around the same strength as some of the Topiropo, right? Or stronger than some of them. Yeah?
Yeah.
Especially since you got them at the bottom of your list here and you don't have them, right? Katakuri one-shot Ichiji and had him bleeding through his exoskeleton.
That was like a little clip of them running. Like, it's just like tiny little, I don't know. These aren't major incidents. This is like random things where it's like, oh no, everybody run away, and then next minute Katakuri's smashed one of them and he's got him in the force. And then it's like, this is Yamato literally just running past one of the Topiropo and just smacking them and keep continuing to run.
Yeah.
These aren't like,
she
I'm gonna go all out, I'm challenge you, let's fight.
But she did that to try and take out Ulti and to save Luffy. And it was an Advanced Conqueror's attack.
How much has Ulti tanked? You were just talking before about how Ulti is tanked.
And that's why it's really impressive for Ulti, but it also hurts Yamato when every other character that's used, like, ignore Katakuri having it for a second, right? every other single... Daniel, your mic's playing up a bit. Every other single character that's used the Advanced Conqueror's Haki, right, has done like a whole league above Yamato in damage to people, right? Ooh, that's worse. That's bad. So, for example, right, when Luffy first used Advanced Conqueror's Haki, he had Kaido on the ground, right? When Zoro first used Advanced Conqueror's Haki, he took off King's wing. You know what I mean? Yamato, when using it, didn't even knock out a Topiropo.
We've gone over this so many times. It's like, so it's done.
But like, I can't.
You're comparing a swordsman who's slashing at a wing, and you're comparing a Yonko who's hitting someone. Like these just aren't. They're not comparisons.
But,
like I will 1,000,000% say that Yamato has worse Conqueror's armament than Zoro's slashes with Enma, and has less armament than Kaido's club smashes.
yes.
I'm completely happy to say that, but that doesn't mean that Yamato's strength is weaker than Katakuri.
I would say Yamato's Conquerors is equal to Katakuri's though. Right? It's not better. You were saying before that she's got better Conquerors than Katakuri.
There's no way to say either way.
I would say the way to say either way is the fact that we've seen Katakuri beat other people that are relative to people that she didn't beat. Like Ichiji. So Katakuri can low diff Ichiji, right? But Yamato can't low diff the likes of Ulti.
We were already talking about Ulti literally tanking a blow from Big Mom using Conqueror's armament.
No, she never tanked an attack that used Conqueror's armament.
Okay, I will tell you right here, officially for the record, Ulti's durability is significantly above one of the
Vinsmokes?
MS-66 soldiers. Significantly above.
Okay. If you're gonna say that, then that kind of makes a point a bit null and void there. But okay.
That's not even close to being in contention. Ulti's durability is like one of the most legendary shit that we've ever seen.
But you also have the likes of...
better than Yamato.
But you also like... And it doesn't help because Yamato actually beat the person. But you also have Yamato using like Advanced Conquerors to beat one of the numbers. You know what I mean?
That's just because that's her technique.
Yeah,
you know
it
I mean?
is.
She's not freely using it on and off. She's just doing, I do my club smack move.
I mean, she does it in moves that specifically mimic Kaido. Like they're learnt moves that she's mimicking. But they're told time and time again to us that they're weak. Like it's the weakest form of the technique we've ever seen confirmed. And the problem is Katakuri isn't 100% confirmed with it. You know what I mean? So I would say if Katakuri has it, it's equal to or greater than hers, if that makes sense. The only reason I would argue that you could say it might be greater than is I would say that Luffy in Gear 4 Snake Man, right, is definitively beating Yamato without advanced armament and anything like that.
I don't know about that. I think probably the future sight difference makes it, but back in Whole Cake, Luffy Snake Man, missing Yamato, if she had future sight, not winning.
Okay,
Sorry,
we'll agree to disagree on that one.
I think I'm about to hit my cap here. We're at like 7 hours.
I was actually just about to say, do you just want to wrap up the stream? Is there anything else anyone wants to say? It's been a good one. A long one. Yeah, it's dinner time, lads. Everybody get your giant Viking feasts. We're going to Elbath. We're partying. We're drinking. We're eating. All right.
It's 12:18 a.m. where I am.
Wait, what time?
12:18 a.m.
I can't.
Damn. Enjoy your good feed and a good night's sleep, my dude. Cheers for coming out. That being said, I'm going to save this list, and next year, we're going to revisit. We'll do a new list, and we'll compare to see how they go, okay?
It would be fun to do a comparison.
Yeah, we were meant to do it with the last year one to this year one, but I lost the copy of the last year one. So the only record that we have of it is actually if you, scroll to the end of the last year's stream.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, Kimmer.
Everyone say goodbye.
Bye everyone.
Goodbye,
Bye.
everyone. That being said, this. Peace out, everybody. Thank you for coming by to the Top 50 stream. Really appreciate everyone that stuck through to the end. I hope you guys had fun. Let me know what your guys' lists are. If you want to drop your lists, you can join the Discord. The link is in the description down below, and drop your lists in the Discord. Keep talking more shit that's not in person. That being said, until the next video of mine you watch, or until the next chapter of One Piece, whatever it is you're here for, nothing but love, nothing but respect. Have a damn good day. Goodbye. Also, next chapter, right, should be a Shanks chapter. It's coming out on Shanks' birthday, so share the love. Peace. Have a damn good one. Goodbye.